Streaming early on the birthday of my late mother, who's in the thumbnail there, embedded in live stream. Let's call some other people on to, or bring some other people on the call. Well, there is no call right now. I have to start the call. We have live stream going, but not the call. Trying to get myself as comfortable as possible. Okay. All right. This is completely informal, so don't expect any quality. All right. So what do we do? How do we do this? We do this by starting a call. All right. We've got our main man here. There we are. Okay, my good man. We're starting early today, and you sound a bit subdued.
Yeah. Comparatively speaking, I've been doing the best I can to budget, and this has actually forced me to reduce my consumption of certain things as a means of stretching my money throughout the month.
Oh, you poor dope fiend, you!
Actually,
No, you've sacrificed food instead. Let me guess. Yeah.
Well, it's not really a sacrifice per se, but it's rather I'm being advised by one of the demons closest to Lucifer, Clonic, who is, I say, doing an impressive job because I usually don't have the self-control to restrain myself. So this is quite different.
I'm glad to hear that, and I mean, I think I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. Well, the thing people need to understand about me is,
By the way, the demon doesn't bother me. I'm just wondering what's being, repressed, or what you're forsaking, or going a bit less with,
Well, the thing I've noticed is when working with these demons, they've made me a bit more human. And instead, because repressing things, I was probably closer to something like a monk or I was very monkish, ascetic in my behavior. So what working with the demons has done is allowed me to strip some of that asceticism away to sort of enjoy the pleasures of life. So you can say, in a manner of speaking, they made me more human in the positive sense.
Yes. Yes. No, I thought that. No.
Yeah.
And that's not surprising to me, in the least. It's something that's actually, I think you're doing well, and it sounds like you're doing well. I'm proud of you. So very definitely, just glad that you're still among us, for one thing. And all right.
Without a doubt.
Yes.
I'm going to just start adding people and stuff, and
Wonderful. And
so I'd like to welcome Solomon Sheikh Pakwan to the stage.
Blessings.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
And
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas, and much love to you, with the greetings of peace and love for Brother Douglas, JMO, Sammy, Pakwan, and all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. Salam and much love to all.
That is beautiful. God bless you. And not quite sure what the smacking sounds were. Was it? Brandon Young joined us. Yes. And, so by the way, I want to introduce these gentlemen. Have not been introduced before. I believe Pakwan Morales and Brandon Young may not have been introduced any more than Sammy Romero and Pakwan Morales. So I would like to introduce both, all three of these gentlemen to each other. Sammy Romero and Pakwan Morales and Brandon Young. Let's test all of your your audio and technical. Everybody just pitch in and say hello. Let's see if we recognize each other.
Hello, coming in.
Yes, wonderful.
Hello, Pakwan, Brandon. Hello.
Yes, wonderful.
Hey,
Good evening. How's it going, Sammy? How's it going, brother?
Hey, how you doing?
Wonderful. So we hear everybody, and so what I'm going to do now is allow the conversation to be started by the fact that our man Pac-1 Morales had given us the inside scoop. I want everyone to understand I'm going to provide him a shout out about this later again tonight during Arc of Narrative when I get back onto the topic. But definitely you heard it here first. When the early morning dawn was just coming over the horizon on our latest transmission, it was Pac-1 Morales who called in to let us know about all of the people calling in the various, well, what would you call them? They're just threats for mass shootings. Basically, yeah, hundreds of them are certainly, it amounted to so many that the police department in area was overwhelmed. Just a lot of kids who didn't want to go to school, but there was obviously a conspiracy behind this. So Pac-1 will tell us what he can, and that will start off our conversation for tonight. So by all means, Pac-1, take the lead.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Douglas, Sammy, J-Mo, Solomon, Brandon Young. Good to be on with everybody tonight. So last week when everything happened, my wife was one of the first classes, like her class, like her year she graduated was the first class that was attended Oxford when it opened up.
Wow.
So she graduated from there, and so did my brother-in-law. And back in, I said this, just to recap, back when my brother-in-law, which this is again probably like 15 years ago, when he was in school, in high school, and when he was there was a bomb threat. Like someone brought pipe bombs to school, like literally brought bombs, and like the school actually ended up expelling the kid and everything. But it wasn't the first situation that they had with this happening.
Yeah.
So there should have been plenty of preventative pre-measures taken for further years. Anyway, so when last I heard, so we heard that it was a group that the kid Ethan Crumbley was part of a Snapchat or Instagram or some type of private group, and it had multiple students from all over, not just, I don't know if it's all over Michigan or maybe possibly all over the U.S. But every day of the week, there was supposed to be someone who was going to do a school shooting.
Right.
And that Monday, the kid who was supposed to do it that Monday chickened out, and Ethan it was his turn. Well, not only that day, the day that he shot up the school, he had his gun. He already had that gun in his backpack. He went to school that day with all intentions of shooting.
Right.
And he had drawn a disturbing picture in his first hour,
yes,
of a kid, on the ground with bullet holes, with the words "help" over him, and you could see the gun in the picture. So they pulled him out of class and had his parents come up.
Yes.
Now they just bought the gun on November 26th, Black Friday.
Right.
The mom took him shooting on Saturday, so he got the gun Friday. They took him shooting Saturday. He got ammo and everything for it, and then he was in school. I guess he was in school looking up ammo as well, and the instructors caught him, and that and the picture is what got him there. So they knew that he was looking up ammo and everything. The mom had texted him and said that she wasn't mad about him looking up ammo, just don't get caught. And then the next message from her was, Ethan, don't do it.
Right. Right.
So she already knew there was already something going on. Clearly, both parents. The more I started looking into the parents too, they seem kind of off themselves.
Yeah, to say the least.
I mean,
yes.
I don't want to say it's no SRA involved or anything, but it reminds me of definitely grooming a serial killer type shit. The way this kid was allowed to act and everything. And just so we get to one of my brother-in-law, his best friend is he's a sheriff's deputy, and he was one of the first on scene to the school, and he went in and he found the Taylor the Justin Shillings, the football player. So that wasn't just Justin Shillings, it was a football player, Taylor Tatum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they found the football player and was rushing him to the hospital in his own personal vehicle, when he passed away.
Yeah.
There's my brother-in-law went to the vigil. There was a candlelight vigil in Oxford for everything. I don't know if it was downtown or in the school, but it was in Oxford, and it was packed. Like he was showing, he sent videos and everything, and this place, damn, I mean, I could only imagine the whole city was there.
Yeah.
And it was crowded. There were fence gates put up. It kind of and now it's going to be, something that's always being compared to now is kind of reminded me of the way it looked at Astro World, the concert where, all those people, it looked like that. That's how many people were there. And so he said that there was like a pop or like a loud noise and then a scream, and then everyone started freaking out. He said there were people rushing, people got trampled, people went to the hospital. One of one of her friends, her shoulder's dislocated and she has like a fractured arm or something from getting trampled. She was there. My brother-in-law, he stayed after. He didn't run, he stayed after, and he said there were strollers left out on the street, clothes, shoes, like people frantically. That's how it ended. Like everybody just ran and just got to their cars and left. But it was just it was the fear, the parents were still, on the run, have you, or, whatever. They just issued that, the parents were being sought after.
Yeah.
So people had that in the mind, then, have all this other talks about other people carrying out these shootings. So the following day, all of Detroit schools closed down the following day after the initial shooting because so many people called all the school. It was so overwhelming. So then after that, Friday, they called off all the schools here where I live in Genesee County because, again, one girl said she was coming up. She made a post saying she was coming up to shoot up a school in Flint, and she got charged with terrorism. They're charging these kids with terrorism now, which I don't think they shouldn't. I think
it's appropriate.
Pretty serious. It's pretty serious shit, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, you just have all these schools and people people just. It's becoming now like a trend almost,
Yeah.
It's stupid. Like you get like the milk crate challenge shit, like once one person does it and another person, that's going to become the thing. And this next thing, they're going to be going live on Facebook while they do it or something,
Mm-hmm.
and Facebook will play that, but fucking will ban people for hate speech if they say something about tacos. Or,
yes.
Fucking just, that's crazy. Crazy. I've seen more videos of people getting their heads blown open on Facebook than anywhere else on the internet.
It's true.
Ever.
Yes. Disgusting. And they're completely out of their minds on Facebook, and their policies are just irrational as you can imagine. So by all means, continue.
Yeah. Well, so that's pretty much from everything I've heard or anything. Just just as much as that, just about the deputy and everything. But I know that the parents definitely knew that day that he had that gun on him.
Yes.
I'm willing to go to bat that they knew the whole time through exactly what the plan was, exactly what the agenda was, that he was going to go shoot somebody.
Absolutely.
I 100% feel that. And it's stupid. I mean, I get frustration. I get being frustrated and shit, but I guess I'm from a different era where, I'm gonna start punching and, hitting you if it comes to that, if someone's fucking with me or whatever. But to take it out on everybody or people that, I guess I won't understand, but there was definitely something that it is definitely struck fear. Like it's made it, with everything that's been happening these past couple of years, I know there's been multiple school shootings, and we've had, Virginia Tech, and we've had, the naval base, and we've had all these random shootings, and it's always been like, they tried, but for some reason, this one here in Michigan, this time, something was different about it.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that? Like, there's something completely different about that than, any of these other school shootings that have happened.
Absolutely. And yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, that was all.
I'd actually like to know what you think is different about it. What I will say is I have heard supposedly the parents were on the run.
Yes.
So
yeah.
they decided to skip town.
So here's what happened. So now, so I can't say if they were on the run or not.
They were, but go on.
Yeah. No. So because they were, I'm sure they were. They withdrew $4,000 and everything. But as their lawyers, I watched the arraignment, and the lawyer said that they were in contact with the prosecutor's office, and they were on their way to see their clients and see their clients turned in. But I don't, they were definitely on some other shit.
Yeah, that was all crap from the defendant. They were trying to escape.
Get out of there. Yeah, for sure. It was no, for sure. I'm sure, but I'm sorry. The whole energy thing about it, or what I was saying different about it, Jameson, is just
there's several things.
It feels different. It feels different. It feels different for one. Just before when we had like Columbine, they blamed it on music and shit like that, or video games. Well, and this time this kid right here, it wasn't about music or video games. I mean, yeah, there's like a video out there of him like freestyle rapping when he was like 6 or 7 or some shit like that. talking about killing niggas and AK-47s and dumb shit like that, like a little
white trash piece of shit.
The little white boys that try to be black, and so, but I don't see that's him as why he did it. Now, seeing all the other shit that he was into, I think psychologically, mentally, something was either like implanted in him or done to him. I feel that the whole thing about this one is different. There's something I feel that it's outside the norm of a regular.
I see. Like he was a sleeper or some shit.
I don't feel, and I don't even want to say sleeper because I don't want to give him that much credit. There was something.
This isn't giving him credit, but this is saying that he might be part of a bigger movement.
Yeah, something's bigger.
Because the very fact that the parents were involved in it and didn't prevent it, or rather steered it to a degree, shows that this is now we're probably going to this is a war on an entire another level. This is a war on education from the NRA pieces of shit who pretty much want to rip this country apart.
That's right. What they're trying to do is destroy public education, because if everybody starts homeschooling, then all you're going to get is a bunch of ignorant people who are not going to be capable of integrating into society. This is all part of the agenda of chaos, the chaos agenda. The only way you can get a society to work, especially at a large level like this, is basically to get everybody on the same page. This is why in frontier towns, they would import teachers from the big cities into the Western frontiers, because one of the first things that Western frontiers would set up would be, once they got women into the area and people started having kids, they had to have a school. So it was right up there with the church. They had to build a church, they had to build a school. These are two things that they had to get in the Western frontier towns, because you need everybody on the same page. The kids have to grow up with a standard education, because nobody had the time to homeschool them, and the very idea of homeschooling is just bizarre. There's no way that you can produce somebody from a home school who's going to be it's even if they're somehow not pathological. They're certainly not educated in a standard way that can be integrated into society. So it's this is the aim.
It's completely asocial.
Yes.
It's like I guess they just want to use their kids for labor and sex.
That's what I would suspect with the overwhelming majority of them. Obviously, there are people that I know of, and my apologies to them. I have a very wonderful individual. And a shout out to him. He homeschools his children, and hopefully Ryan C. Bailey. So shout out to Ryan C. Bailey. And they homeschool their children. I'm sure they do the best, and the children will probably be literate. They're probably able to do math, but come on, let's get realistic. How many of you are going to be able to teach your children math to the degree that they can pass the tests into higher education, where they would be learning things that your average person is not going to be able to teach them, like calculus? So there we have that, which, maybe some of these people will be able to pass that. They'll take some test and they'll pass into the higher levels of education. I doubt the majority of parents can do that. It's just, to me, it's extraordinarily challenging that they could be able to do that. So it's simply overall, it's disintegrating society. So this is definitely part of that. And, I'll go into this in Arc of Narrative tonight. There's no need to reiterate the points I'll make later, but both of you continue along with anyone else. Certainly Sammy and Mr. Salman Sheikh both have certain perspectives on this. Both of you, please do share them now, and whatever advice or whatnot you can give to Pac One. The one thing I can say is he's obviously been very impacted by this. Pac One, what was it? Your brother-in-law again? What was it he did? He was somehow got into this in terms of helping. Right.
Oh yeah, no. So he was at the vigil.
Okay.
He was at the vigil. So when it all like everyone started like panicking and rushing and trampling people and stuff, he was in the midst of all that, and he stayed after, and he was looking at all the damage and all the shit left behind. He was telling me about everything that was fucked up, but he had talked to a couple people who were so one of his friends, her stepdaughter was the young lady that had got shot, the Hannah girl.
Yeah.
That was one of his friend's stepdaughters. So it's I guess it's impacted me probably the most too, because it is directly, my wife and my brother-in-law, they know these people, and their families and friends, and they have people's friends and families' children who were there when it happened. So it's a little different. Yeah, I guess maybe that has something to do with it too. But,
I think this really hit you hard because of that.
Yeah.
And certainly, but you found out so quickly about these other copycat threats being called in, and again, I'll touch on that later tonight. But it was like you got it off Instagram, or how did you? Because you called us right when it happened.
So no, it was actually someone had got it off of Instagram. Some other people had started taking screenshots and stuff, and they started like telling their parents, and like other people were just seeing it, so it started getting all bundled up into these like mass photos, pretty much like things on, how Facebook, someone will share something, will just be mass photo block, like 26 different photos.
Yeah.
And it'd be just screenshot. And that's what it was. Just all these different people making threats and saying shit. And there's people who've made like rap songs defending Ethan Crumbly right now. There's girls out here that are saying free him, and that people deserve to die. If they didn't get out the way, they deserve to die. There's so much crazy shit going on right now. There's people saying that he's gonna get off of it because because he was a good boy. Like he's just like dude, like seriously, like I can't. Or probably like I can't. There's some fucking people out there, man. There's some people out there.
Oh, that's really sickening. I'll add to that tonight. Definitely, there's a lot of sickness going around. In terms of, I'm glad you shared that though. I wasn't aware of just how bad it was.
Oh,
But
there's a shitload of fake Instagram accounts right now. People that are like using his name and posting up pictures of them. There's the one guy who's like praising him like he's a god, and like it's crazy, dude. It's nuts. It's nuts. That's why I'm saying this is different.
yeah,
It's a little different. It's definitely a little more different.
we certainly didn't get that after Columbine or the even the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High shooting.
No.
What I'm surprised about, how much have we seen anyone denying the fatalities? Because that's what happened with, of course, the Sandy Hook. Was,
Yeah.
yeah. And
Yeah.
that's, people have no idea how offensive that is. It's beyond offensive. But you have the parents of children that were killed that, thanks to Alex Jones, had motherfuckers sending them death threats as liars and shit, saying, "Oh, you killed your own kid and you're blaming it on this poor kid, and we love guns and shit." All the same shit. Is something like that happening here, where people are denying that anybody was really killed and that this guy's innocent?
I have. As far as yeah, I haven't heard anything about it being a hoax. I've heard people talking about distractions, like there's still distraction because of the Maxwell fucking trial going on, but but not saying it's fake. People are just saying, like, almost like, if I don't fucking know, man. The people are
I
stupid.
heard one person say, and I don't know, you can tell me if this is true, Pekwan, is that this is in Michigan, correct? So it's,
yeah.
They took refuge in a Myers grocery store.
No, they found them in the basement of this
Warehouse.
This artist or this whatever type shit. It's like a house. Someone they know. So they found them in their basement. Those people turned them in.
Well, it's basically what it is it's like these storage facilities where you get somebody who manages the storage facility and access security, and he gets to live there for free. And they had a basement that he sequestered these people in after they were dumb enough to abandon their car within walking distance, because they're too fucking lazy to walk any distance, so they abandoned their car within walking distance. And that's how they got caught, was basically somebody called them in because they had a reward out for them. They knew these people were trying to escape because these people, of course, realized how guilty they looked. They were well aware that they primed this kid like a torpedo. So do go on. If that rings any memory bells with you, what else does that bring forth?
No, that for me, that's about it. I don't.
Yes. No, thank you. You've done enough. I mean, really. And Jameson Reese is back. So Salman and Sammy, both of you, have either of you had any impressions on this?
Yes, I would see this, Brother Douglas, as a... go ahead, Brother Sammy.
Oh, thank you, Salman. Well, it's very alarming, but it's almost numbing at the same time.
Yes.
As far as this child, I really have to hold the parents responsible for this tragedy, because as a parent, you have to guide this child, and you have to teach it the limitations of how society works, and etc. And the fact that they're fleeing,
yes,
and did what they did, implies guilt. I can only look at it from a person of color, because this is just the way I see it. That it just implies guilt, and I hope they are fully prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And but really, just to put it back on society and just us in general, I really started thinking that the United States needs to overhaul its whole educational system, and introduce artificial intelligence more. and maybe reach out to the Empire of Japan, you know,
Thank you.
these developing nations that have this technology, because, you know, and it goes back to what you said, Doug. It's we have to look at ourselves as an empire.
Yes. Yes.
We have to be more cosmopolitan. This mindset that we see this country as, you know, the good old U.S. of A. And we're in the 50s, and, you know, we're the ultimate power in the world. It's not. We have a problem in this nation. We have a very sick problem, not just with racial issues, but our education system, and as well as with firearms. We have a sick perversion. We're a very paranoid nation. You know, the majority that I see is a non-minority. You know, I'm sure we have our problems too, but the more I see that it's these white kids that are shooting.
Yes.
Schools. But yes, I would like to. I would hope this does give a wake-up call. You know, we need our education system needs to be overhauled because of this threat, and we need to start looking into artificial intelligence. We need to start supplementing parents to get involved more in the education system, where maybe a national income. What do you call it? A national income.
Yeah. A universal basic income.
Exactly, because we've given a lot to the military. We've given a lot to, you know, these intelligence agencies, and like the email I saw last night, how the CIA is, you know, it's involved in this abuse of children. They need to give back to the public. We need to invest in our tax-paying electorate. This country needs to. We've given enough to the military. They've done their debacle overseas. We need to really start focusing on our children and our tax-paying electorate, because the next, you know, like Brother Salmon says, the next 10 years is looking pretty grim.
Yes.
And this country is looking very outdated.
Yes.
But yes, this is just my little take on this.
No, it's definitely appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Salman, if you would, thank you.
Thank you, Brother Douglas. And thank you, Brother Sammy, Pat Kwan, and all of our brothers that have contributed to this conversation. It's interesting because right before this talk began tonight, I was having a Sufi call with a lot of our people here in Philadelphia, this area, and we were discussing a lot of these same exact issues that right now we're living in this age of chaos from 2020 through 2029. There are so many people right now in the Philly area, like the crime's been out of control. There's Chinese kids being jumped in the subways because of all of this COVID nonsense. The gang warfare is out of control. And it's so disgusting what we're seeing. And that's why a lot of the people that are of the Islamic background, they have their own accredited institutions, private institutions, which they host in their own communities and mosques. And what they do is basically they're preparing these kids like with discipline, because what the American education system lacks is the aspect of teaching one discipline and respect for self and others. So they're also preparing them for college. Let's say they'll have a college certified professor that can teach them on trigonometry, calculus, like advanced levels of mathematics and science, or depending on what STEM field they want to get into. So a lot of the Islamic schools, especially in the Philly area and here in the suburban area where I'm at, it's basically preparing them and getting them away from the public school system. And that's basically what's happening right now. Brother Douglas is pointing that out correctly, is the agents of chaos, rather than us coming together, they want us divided. Now kids are even afraid to go to school. I mean, here in Philly, kids are being shot on their way to school. You have this stuff going on. It's so much fear and division right now happening in this country. And it just goes to show you, where did it go wrong? And it just shows that if parents who are struggling, who have a universal basic income, who can help their families, help their children for a better future, rather than And it's interesting because majority of the school districts, especially here, are so underfunded that they can't even help their local communities. And you have this military complex who have been losing every single war that they've been in. If all of that money, if all of that money, like what Brother Douglas says, is given to all of these school districts in America who are underfunded and they're helpless, especially even this one superintendent that I spoke to. And he says that, what can I really do if I'm being handed a school district that's underfunded, the state's not giving us money. Recently, there's a group of schools that took Pennsylvania education system to court over not being funded correctly. So it's a problem if this military occult complex who have been getting their asses kicked get all this money taken away from them, and it's funded and given access to kids across America, where they set up these different programs for at-risk youth, have different programs for people, helping them develop their talents, helping the schools actually do their jobs, then we wouldn't have this issue right now where the public school system is being so broken down that everyone is being taught to fear one another, hate one another, and these agents of chaos who exist in all races, religions, countries, and groups of the world want us to be in this aspect of hatred and division, which is a conversation with the Sufi group that I was just having, is that right now we're in a deep occult war, and we need to increase our spiritual practices, love one another, help one another, and build companionship with like-minded brothers and sisters like we have on this platform. And, my eternal love for Brother Douglas Dietrich for the great work he's doing for humanity. And he's right. Right now, these conversations need to be had. People need to take things seriously, especially what he's pointing out about the VA system and the military system, that look at how much money is being funded from American taxpayers. And if that, even a fraction of that money was being put towards the children of this country, or kids that are at risk, or low income families, or the underfunded school districts, you would have a big change in the discipline of this country, where things would be taken seriously, like education, respect for your elders, respect for each other, proper etiquette. And that's why even in my Islamic community, you have many parents who are fed up with the system and are just educating their kids in accredited institutions who have certified teachers and professors. And that's what we're going to see as change goes on in the next 10 years, is humanity has to make a choice that what kind of world are you leaving behind, because God, in whichever way you perceive that divinity, also gives you free will. So you have to do the right thing with the time that you're given in this short human life. And America is at a crossroads right now with inflation so high right now. People are worried about how they're going to pay their rents on time. You go to the supermarket, you can grab like 3-4 things, and you're almost at like $100 just by grabbing a few things. And the education system is broken down. So people are kind of losing it in many ways. And that's basically this occult war that we're in, is we have to take things seriously and we have to love and respect each other. Right now, even parents are afraid to send their kids to school. And I believe that's an atrocity that should not happen. An educational field, for a parent to have that kind of fear sending their children to school, knowing that there's something wrong in this country, there's something that's messed up, and it's something that needs to be fixed. A society that's undisciplined, they're not ready to do anything to basically put the effort in to improve themselves in any way. And right now, people have to do the right thing. Like one of my great Sufi friends says, that there are two people in this world: those that are disciplined and those that are undisciplined. And this is a society that's undisciplined, that they've always been told that they're the greatest country in the world, that they have the best military and they're the best people in the world. And that has kind of hurt them in many ways. And I thank from the bottom of my heart Brother Douglas Dietrich very much for the great work that he has done for humanity, and of course the conversation that he will educate us with tonight.
Oh, bless you. You're so kind. And I do want people to understand that what Salman says brings tears to my eyes when he brings up the Muslim schooling, because the Muslim schools today are gaining the reputation that the Roman Catholic schools had for such a long time. It used to be that the overwhelming majority of people in the United States who were of the dominant majority, the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, would often send their children to Catholic schools because the Catholic schools had a very stellar reputation for discipline and for educating the kids. And of course, most of these nuns were pathological disciplinarians, to the point where they were punishing people, and probably to the level of abuse. But at any rate, such being said and qualified, the point remained that once you purged out a few of those, shall we say, extreme examples of behavior, overall the Roman Catholic schools tended to produce a higher degree of disciplined and educated children that would benefit them throughout their lives. These days, the Muslim schools are gaining that reputation. I remember, again, that idiot, that the black African-American who used to appear on my show, Mr. Abdul Karim Haq was his name at the time. He had his children in the Hamtronic Muslim schools. And of course, he was in Detroit, and his children were making certainly his daughter was making the honor roll. And then he destroys their lives by pulling them out. And he went to homeschool them, decided to homeschool them so he could save $600 a month on automobile insurance. And it's just, to me, it's just beyond. I was so disgusted when he said he was going to homeschool them. I volunteered to participate in the sense that he wanted me to kind of do some distant Skype to teach them about certain aspects of history. And I thought this was going to be collateral to what they were already doing, because somebody should be proud that their children are achieving things in school like that. But no, he meant to pull them out and just bring them home completely. I mean, I can't even imagine that as a parent. I mean, the first thing I want to do, if I were a parent, I would just be so ecstatic to get rid of my kid for several hours a day by putting them in school. I would pay the $600 in automobile insurance if I had to, just for that. But it's, to me, this is, why would you even want them home throughout that period? How could you even think or have anything to do on your own time? But there we are with that, the selfish and unselfish reasons behind it. But beyond that, what about socialization? This is the problem. Kids need to socialize. They need to play in team sports. It's like they have to understand not all of them are going to get along, but nevertheless, it's all part of growing up. There's no other way. If you grow up without even knowing the hostility or the bullying that's in school, how the fuck are you going to handle that at work? It's
Life. Yeah.
Thank you. And so in terms of course, what we were talking about with gifted children and kind of bringing them to the fore, that's essentially what they were doing with the elite, as Brandon Young can attest to. When he went to school, this is what they were doing with the elite, was trying to develop people's talents, almost like, what are you capable of individually? And you could share a little bit of that, and we'll give it back to Pac-One to kind of...
Sure. I'd love to. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Thank you, everybody. I am a middle school teacher now, and I have seen these trends, and I've been paying attention to the textbooks, and the schools are so underfunded that they get the exact textbooks, and the history that's told to these kids is that the Native Americans were slaughtered, and that was sort of justified. This sort of white man's burden has been carried from Western. And they're written, by the way, by the oil companies and this military company. Industrial complex, as we talked about, our cult complex is what you're talking about. And it starts with the Native American genocide of 500 years ago or so. And so it begins with that, and it subconsciously puts into, I think, the child's subconsciously violence is the force that gives humanity meaning. And so if they want to accomplish such a thing, they want themselves to be heard in a cacophony of social media where they're not heard, then what's the thing to do is to shoot up a school.
Yes.
And that's a scary thought, even just as a teacher, because I really do. And also they're always taught that they're always winners, that they never should lose.
Yes.
And they can't handle losing one little thing,
That's so.
Um,
By the way, that is so awful, and you're right. You're right. So please continue. And I'm also curious as to whether or not the school you're involved with has forced you to kind of help the kids go through any like lockdown practices, like school shooting practices. I'm curious.
yes.
Okay, tell us about this.
During orientation and the first year of, the first week of school, they have procedures. I believe it's like level 1, level 2, and level 3 lockdown scenarios. One where it could be somebody has just wandered onto the property and is no danger, is not carrying a weapon or anything. And up to number 1, where the doors are absolutely barricaded. Teachers often keep baseball bats in their homerooms, and they're taught the procedures very much as what you saw with the footage that was shown from Oxford, Michigan, where the teacher will say something like, okay, nope, we're not allowed to open the door right now, and things like this, and that reveals I think at one point the shooter said he was from the sheriff's department. Bro.
Yes.
Yeah, and then the kids knew right away that that can't be an officer. So it's these types of things. I mean, they do have a certain type of intelligence, and some of them do give me hope. But the loss of socialization and the loss, frankly, retardation of, and I don't mean that in a disability way.
Yeah.
I mean that in the sense of the past 2 years of being homeschooled has retarded a lot of these students. And then you pile everything on top of that, like I said, with the textbooks of the Native American Age of Exploration, these great, essentially white people that brought everything to the world and civilization which I thought was long ago. I mean,
expunged a long time ago, right?
Yeah, you would think. But then you notice all these textbooks are published by the same people, and then you notice the company, and you go back and research who that company is. Well, there's a lot to find out there, and they're perpetuating a certain type of perspective, which is dangerous, and we all should. There's definitely a conversation not just a conversation to be had, but people should be held liable for this, etc.
Thank you. No, I deeply appreciate that. And so, if you, how much are you willing to share with us about the school where you work? Because obviously, we want to maintain some sense of personal security with you, and obviously, we don't want you to necessarily name your school, because obviously, we don't want people to get the idea that you're saying this representing the school. I know exactly what you mean by retardation. What he's saying is that this is inhibiting. It's inhibiting the ability of the children to socialize when they've had a few years of homeschooling. Then they come back into a school, then they are grossly inhibited. They are grossly, their development has been stymied. It's been stunted. They are stunted. So this is a retardation, a slowing down of the process of growing up. And so I'm sure you've done your best to help with this. And you also teach kids in sports. So you're dealing with the whole concept of winning, and the fact that these kids are told that, you have to win. And, and that was the kind of pathology we saw with Donald Trump, the whole winning. I never lose. I always win. This whole thing, and that he calls people losers. That was one of his favorite insults. So, and this has an effect on children. They grow up and they hear the commander-in-chief say this, and he's someone to emulate, to look up to. This impacts people severely. And so tell us about what you've seen with this, and whether or not you've ever been alarmed that one of your children, not your children, but you get what I'm saying, the children you're teaching, have you ever been alarmed by any of them in the sense of this crumbly type of shit?
Absolutely. They have this, one of my students in particular, can't help but make a Joe Biden joke every single class.
Oh, God.
And and exhort. And I mean, these are fifth graders, right?
Yeah. It's his parents speaking through him. He's a sock puppet for his parents.
Exactly. That's 100% correct. And on an investigation, the parents, we can't be responsible for what they do outside of the school. The parents have to take a whole responsibility in this as well, or the guardians rather, or the entire society does. It's not just teachers' fault, or it's not just teachers' responsibility. But yes, there's been a few different students. Luckily, I don't teach in a very big school. It's a rather niche kind of class, but one student I do know will, like I say, he quotes Trump, or he'll say Donald Trump is a hero for this and this and this, and it has nothing to do with, say, the topic at hand. I mean, we're studying subtraction, and things like this, and words, and also just the reading comprehension has gone way low down. It's just incredible how the vocabulary of some of these students are at maybe first grade levels, and the spelling. It's really sad, especially the handwriting. Handwriting is a thing that is like on way the past.
So no one is teaching. I understand that they took cursive writing out of our curriculum. So
that's correct.
Yeah. So that's so sad. It's so sad, and it stunts the brain. So when I'm surprised that you even, in what context are you even bringing that up? It's just basically they can't write with their hands. Is basically what you're telling me. It's all data entry into a keyboard. Is what you're saying.
Yes. Yes, pretty much. Well, they have all their assignments now. When I went to school, this wasn't the case, but they each have a Chromebook, a Google Chromebook, which is essentially a laptop, their own laptop. They're provided with their own laptop, in which they can do their assignments on the computer, submit to the teacher on the computer. Now, it makes, in one hand, a lot of things easier, but on the other hand, like you say, it doesn't commit things to memory. Like, I know that for me, I took a lot of notes. I would constantly take notes, not out of just some sort of tick or anything like that, but just because it committed it to my brain. That's how I learned, was through cursive and through the art of letters and things like this. This is all being destroyed today. Yeah. So these Republicans that want to so-called stand up for traditional values, don't even know what they're talking about, really.
Thank you. It's so true. It's so true. It leaves you just you're left stunned. I mean, your jaw hangs open when you hear these things. Obviously, this was it's just so people can understand why we say this. We're not politicizing this. It was under the Trump administration that the Secretary of Education wanted to essentially defund public education, and so there's so little funding for this, and I'm just curious. As you said, it's a smaller school. I'm just curious. Is this mostly a white neighborhood? Is
mostly white?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Mostly, I would say mostly it's a town of less than 5,000 kids or people. Yeah. I think there are more cows than people at this point. Mm-hmm. Not to make fun of it, but it is one of the better schools in this entire district, and it is very well architecturally fortified. But and the other thing is the secretary. I think, who was the Secretary of Education under Trump, believe, was married to Eric Prince from Blackwater Academy.
Oh shit, that's right. You're fucking right. Oh my fucking god.
There you have. Right? There you have this mixture and this revolving door of a cult military educational complex right out in the open, right up in the open, and no one says a word about it.
Yes. Right? Yeah, no, it's thank you. It's appalling. That is appalling in and of itself. I'm impressed. Thank you so much for bringing that up. It's truly scandalous. And Sammy Romero will be right back with us, but definitely, certainly Pac One. Let's have you respond to this. Does any of this sit with you? I mean, obviously, you're raising a child yourself, as is Brandon Young. You're both fathers who have to deal with this problem, and none of the rest of us have that issue. So, both of you, what do you think about this? How are you going to prepare your kids for this world?
I, when it comes to the education system, I feel it's important for our kids to be educated. I do feel like our schools, especially public schools, are lacking a lot of things. They're really not. They're a lot of our kids are being failed. They're not. There's not enough funding in our schools as is. You already know that. You just gotta say that.
Yeah.
But it's really hard right now, especially with things that they teach. So, for instance, my daughter, she's a sophomore. She's taking psychology as an elective this year, and her psychology teacher is this overweight guy. He's obese. He's really big, and he told the class this. He said that after 30, it's all downhill for everybody, no matter what. You start entering a cognitive decline, and you start putting on weight, and you can't. It's impossible once you hit 30 or over to lose weight. You just get. I'm like, man. First of all, I was like, don't listen to crap I'm listening to you guys, man. I was like, anybody. I was like, he probably has bad genetics. I mean, shit, what the fuck? Like, yeah. So, like for instance, that you get some teachers who do more harm than good. Then the ones that want to do good, they don't have the proper instruments to teach their kids. They don't have the proper books or utensils, things that they need. I try to tell my kids, for instance, like my daughter, when they were teaching her World War II, I went back and I pulled old archived, YouTube videos of you talking about World War II, and so like so she hears other sides of it, and so she gets kind of both sides, so she doesn't. It's not just one sided,
Yes.
So we won type shit.
Yes, thank you.
I really feel like the education system, to a degree, it brainwashes Americans, to have this kind of the like blinders, like you're in America, you're told, we're the greatest nation in the world, and everything, and I was telling people, I was just talking about this. I was like, you know why other people love to come to America? Why America is a land of dreams and shit? I was like, because in other countries, you talk shit about a leader or anything, like, you're gonna fucking die, dude. You're gonna die. You break the law, you're gonna die. That's why everybody wants to come here. You bully someone out there, you fuck with the wrong person, you're gonna die. Everyone wants to come to America and be in America. Because in America, you can fucking talk shit to other people. You can, whatever. You can bash me, talk shit. You can be hateful, everything, and no one does anything. No one does anything. If anything, if you're like that, you get more rights for being that way. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. Of course, we all know that if any of us,
I feel like
go.
It's the education system that does that, though. Like the way we're taught. The things we're taught about America, and the way I don't know. It probably don't make sense, but.
No worries. You've been through a lot lately, and honestly, I'm surprised that you can remain as coherent as you do, considering everything that you're dealing with. And I thank you for that. Basically, yes, we are in a situation where there's just so many challenges for a parent when you're dealing with so many different teachers, and many of these teachers. I mean, Brandon, maybe you can tell us a bit about this. When you're a member of a staff and you see a teacher who's basically kind of demotivating like that, how do you
Oh yeah. Well, there's one teacher in particular who is such a disciplinarian, and I understand that discipline is very much important, but it's unreasonable. It's just so absolutely unreasonable. And you find that these teachers are just projecting their own psychopathy onto their own students and through their own curriculum, and it's like, I cannot imagine what it would be like to be married to such a person. It's like one of these things. Like, I just wouldn't take it. I just wouldn't take it. And so, and the other thing is, I was thinking about too, is like, as far as curriculum goes, there's no languages. There's no language department anymore.
Oh my God.
There's ELA, which is sort of language arts,
right,
which is what I teach, but there's no French department or French courses designed. There's no Italian, no Chinese, no maybe in high school, but in middle school it was quite often the case that you would be taught something or introduced into some kind of a language. Nothing these days. So it's been shocking. Luckily, there are some younger teachers who are about my age and below who are awesome and incredible people, and I admire them incredibly. So there is that mix, and I think this old guard of these fat balding psychologists telling people that life is all downhill from 30. Don't know what they're talking about. Just crazy teachers. There are always those crazy teachers that are just weirdos and whatever. But there are the good ones as well. And it's the good ones that we have to focus on, the good ones that we have to promote and support.
Yes, thank you. And I deeply love both of you gentlemen, and as parents, you're both better men than I will ever be. And I mean, raising your kids from the bottom up, so to speak, from out of the womb. And he, of course, Sammy hasn't gotten married yet. His brother Isaac has. Salman Sheikh will have to find some nice young Pakistani girl, unless, of course, he finds one of those white women in Texas that Daniel Arola is always trying to pimp on him. But other than that, the rest of us are just single, and we're watching on as both of you men deal with the challenges of this grave new world that we're confronted with. We're going to be bringing on Peter Moon at the top of the hour. Jameson Reese, you are prepared for that, I take it. And then at that point, of course, he does what I do. He pretty much sucks all the oxygen out of the room, which is fine. And but Sammy, if you've got any thoughts on this before we go over to Peter. And I do remind everyone, shout into your microphone whenever you speak. Brandon did pretty good with that, and Sammy, just get used to it. Yeah, there we are.
Okay. Bringing on Peter Moon at the top of the hour. Jason Reese, you are prepared for that.
There we are. He's got the camera on too. Yes.
We don't need the camera.
Yes. And okay, so Peter Moon is with us. So Sammy, you can segue to him. Wrap up your thoughts concerning the subject, and switch it on over to Peter. So introduce him.
Oh yeah, no problem. Really, just my thoughts are very brief. I'm really in agreement with what Brandon was saying. Especially with the teachers, we need to support teachers that are actually dedicated and actually want to teach. And just try to reinforce our educational system where we create an environment of children that want to teach, themselves. But that's really it. I'm just going to be very brief on that. But please, Mr. Peter Moon, if you would like to take over.
Wonderful, thank you. And so, Peter, there we are. You're on stage. Welcome.
Hello. I didn't hear what Sammy just said. If he wanted me, if he was just turning over to me, or if he wanted me to comment on something.
Sam,
no, I'm just go right ahead. I'm just segueing to.
He's just segueing
to
you. He was just turning it over to you.
Okay, because I wasn't listening, so I don't know what was being said. I'm hoping.
pretty much the educational system, Mr. Peter Moon, as far as getting better.
That's right. We were talking about the educational system, the horrible mass shooting, which I will be covering in Arc of Narrative tonight to a degree, with the usual in-depth analysis that I've been providing. Again, it's a night where I do want to remind everyone it is my mother's birthday, of course, so I have spent the weekend very much in communion with my ancestors. This is always very emotionally difficult for me. And, oh, yes, and if I'm unable to tag people, so Peter Moon, if you're able to share the promotional banner, please do so. Thank you so much, and let your audience know you're on with myself. That would help immensely. I didn't get a chance. Yeah, bless you. And,
I will do that. Yeah. But go ahead and finish what you're saying.
Oh, yes. So wanted people to know that during this time, of course, out of respect for her, you would think I would go back into the subject of Taiwan and East Asia and geopolitics, but I'm sure she would understand that there's a lot going on the American home front right now. And so what I'll be doing tonight in Arc of Narrative is I'll start by covering some of the things that are on everybody's mind. I will be addressing the school shooting recently, and that took place in Oxford, and I will be as well covering some other trials of note that are still ongoing, and that would include, of course, the killer of Daunte Wright, who is a white policewoman. And just so people understand, one of the things I'll be addressing, an individual who terrorized the Asian Pacific Islander American female judge who is overseeing that case, went into her apartment house, basically threatened her. This is what we're dealing with today. This is the level of hostility that America has towards Asian Pacific Islanders and towards the justice system, believing that they can manipulate it by sheer, shall we say, terrorism. And so all of this is what I will put into perspective, including why legally this is a pioneering case in so many ways with the latest school shooting. The parents are being charged, as well as the student is being charged in terrorism. These are all very new developments, comparatively speaking. The other thing that I will address before I go into the geopolitics of America's ever-expanding civil war and the roots behind it, putting that into historical perspective in context, is of course the shooting that was conducted or perpetrated, I will say, by the comedian Alec Baldwin, who held a very sickening interview. I will basically cover some of the technical aspects of it. Many experts were consulted in firearms, and of course they have their own agenda. They have their own agenda, which is understandable and even admirable to degree, where they want to make certain the firearm is not blamed, where they want to make certain that we have to discredit, and that's their own verbiage. I will get back into the details of that later. They say we have to discredit Alec Baldwin, saying that he did not pull the trigger. However, as someone who goes well beyond the experts, because I'm better than the best and have more experience and research capabilities than any of them ever had, I can tell you that both as a historian and someone who's handled firearms, the old Western guns, of which Alec Baldwin was handling one, a true frontier gun, has no fucking safety. It goes off on its own. That's why they had to have special cowboy loads. However, he fucked it all up for himself by then trying to blame the victim. Not that he fucked it up by losing all of my sympathy, though he did that, but he fucked it all up by saying that the victim that he killed directed him to cock the hammer, at which point he blew his defense, which was that the gun could have gone off on its own. I'll go into the details of that later, but that and other personal, shall we say, idiosyncrasies of Alec Baldwin made me realize what a piece of shit he truly is. So with that, we turn it over to Peter Moon.
Well, I'm just going to flow for a little bit, because I'm hoping that my friend Terrell will acknowledge that he's listening, because he said he was going to tune in tonight. Wonderful. And I'm going to dedicate my talk to him, but I'm just going to jabber for a little bit, hoping he will acknowledge. Terrell, if you're listening, just pop me a message and let me know that you're listening. because I'm going to say some stuff that you'll be interested in. But anyway, Alec Baldwin, he first came on my radar in the 1990s. Maybe in the year 2000s. I'm thinking. Yeah, I think it was maybe in the early 2000s. But he came into my. No, it would have been when Clinton was still president.
Okay.
That would have been the 90s. And what had happened is he had the Clintons come to his property in the Hamptons, the eastern end of Long Island, because he was going to be their host. You know, sort of like Frank Sinatra wanted to have JFK in Palm Springs. That old story. And JFK had to turn him down because he had
the optics, bad optics.
Yeah, very bad optics for JFK. Might have helped cost him his life. But anyway, Alec Baldwin had the Clintons. And I remember it was the 2000s because one of my friends was working out at Montauk there, and she saw Hillary, and she just had the most scathing things to say about Hillary, but it was kind of like from another reality. She just, but anyway, this was the point with Alec Baldwin. He drained this whole nature lake or reservoir so that they could provide security for the Clintons. They killed all this wildlife.
Fucking God. Oh.
And this told me everything I needed to know about Alec Baldwin. It had nothing to do with his left-wing politics, although he used to directly oppose my friend in Montauk, Joe, who is a
journalist, right?
No, that's Jerry. Okay. Joe is he's a park, what's the status? He works at Camp Hero. He got a job at Camp Hero, and he works there on the weekends.
Like a park ranger?
I don't think he's called a ranger. I think a ranger is more like a policeman.
Right, that's true.
He's a park
guy.
He works for the state park anyway, and he does various things out there, and he's done different jobs. One of his jobs currently is an actor, and he had opposed Alec Baldwin in all of this political stuff and arguments because Montauk is part of the town of East Hampton. So my friend Joe is on the right and Alec is on the left, and they would lock horns apparently in these city council meetings. And then later on, this is years later, Joe is working as an actor, and he has a bit on 30 Rock?
Third Rock from the Sun? No.
Pardon?
Okay, go.
30 Rock. It was the TV show that Alec Baldwin was a star of with Tina Fey.
I see.
And he had this role with Alec Baldwin. He said Alec kept looking, but Alec didn't recognize him. And Alec kept looking at him like, who is this guy? Who is this guy? It was just a bit part he had. But and then after that I ran into Alec on at my favorite place to eat out there, the Chutney Shop, right, which is not in Montauk. It's in Amagansett, which is the last town before you get to Montauk.
Right.
It's a chutney shop. The guy I remember when the guy first opened it, he was working, or he went to the East. He learned how to make Indian food in the East, and he came and he's made a fortune for himself with the chutney shop. He's done very well. It's a very nice place to eat.
It's incredible.
And he remembers me from when I was doing my early Montauk investigations. I used to go there.
Well, notice the difference. He remembers you, whereas Alec Baldwin doesn't retain enough space in his mind to remember some other actor.
somebody who was not an actor at the time, who was somebody he was arguing with. Oh. And, Alec looked at me. He was looking at me like he recognized me, only I was supposed to be recognizing him.
Right.
Right. Because he was the noticeable one. It was just kind of the way he looked at me. He was eating with his family. He was very peaceful. It was outdoor. You eat outdoors there. And it was, so much for Alec Baldwin. But I mean, it's tragic. It's not only tragic what happened, it's tragic the way he has dealt with it.
Oh, it's disgusting. You don't know the half of it yet, but you will. But go on.
Well, yeah, it's a real. This guy seems like a very emotionally twisted man.
Yes.
That emotionally twisted, he was. I saw him in the movie Beetlejuice in the 80s. I didn't even know who Alec Baldwin was. I said, the actor, I don't even recognize him. He was so young and thin.
Right.
And his personality seemed much different then when he played the one of the leading roles in Beetlejuice.
Right.
And I said, wow, guy, I can hardly tell the difference. And I don't think he became as conceited or whatever. He's actually a very good actor. And the problem with actors is they don't know who they are. They lose their identity.
It's true.
And they can fool the world. And then he went through all sorts of hell with the custody of his, kids with Kim Basinger and whatever. I couldn't get into all that, but I'd see him complaining on the internet or whatnot. So he's a very tortured soul. And many Hollywood people are, what do you call it? very left wing.
Yes.
I don't know
Liberal
why they're
progressive.
left wing.
Yes.
I don't know what that's about. You'd think they're trying to preserve their assets so they'd be more right wing. I don't know. I just don't spend too much time thinking about it. But anyway, what I wanted to do was dedicate this program to Terrell. And Terrell and his brother, Tiandre, who are both excellent football players. And they also have a brother, Ronnie, the younger brother, who's very good as well. But they have a protest group where they do peaceful protests. They've both been arrested for protesting injustices. Okay. I was hoping maybe we could get him on, and I hope he has found the time to listen. But what I wanted to talk about tonight was, in respect to him, was because of so much of the bullshit unrest that has occurred on the football field. Mm-hmm. And he and I have sort of been at the center of it, because it's just the way it, he spoke up to some of the players and whatnot. And anyway, we had 24 guys out there today, and it was all peaceful. It was all peaceful and harmonious. There was not one issue that came up other than, arguments about, was it out of bounds, was it not? But they were not big. These are just things that get sorted out. There were no big arguments. Two of the guys that had the big issues just didn't show up, and they're not going to come anymore. So I guess that's all the way it is. So as long as we have peace, it's all great. But I wanted to talk about the subject of melanin. And I want to talk about how I was introduced to melanin. I don't even think I knew what melanin was, except that I heard, it's a chemical agent that causes blackness in the skin or darkness. It happened with my friend Elias Bay. Elias Bay had come to visit me and stay with me. Elias Bay, I dedicated my book, The Spandau Mystery, to. He was the first Moor to contact me after I wrote the book Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, which was a book that when Joe Matheny read it, and it does a lot of honor to Joe Matheny's scholarship, this book, but he said, I think he said it was the best book I ever wrote, but he also said it's going to throw my audience for a loop because it's going in a different direction. It wasn't a conspiracy book. Not that I ever thought of whatever it was. It wasn't on the same themes of Montauk. It did involve Montauk, of course, but it was an exorcism writing that book because, and it's over 450 pages, it was getting rid of all the occult accoutrements that came with my consciousness in exploring the Babylon working, Montauk, Aleister Crowley, so on and so forth. So anyway, Elias contacted me when he read the book, and I asked him if he was from the diocese. And he goes, "What diocese?" I said, "The Moorish Orthodox Church." And he says, "What's that?" I said, "No." And I didn't know that the Moorish Orthodox Church had nothing to do with Moors. He knew of the Moorish Science Temple. But I learned from him that the Moorish Science Temple is a real active thing. I didn't know that. I just read about it with Noble Drew Ali, and that he had one. I didn't know that it still existed. I know that Noble Drew Ali's people had been transferred, co-opted, whatever you want to say, by the Nation of Islam, and that Elijah Poole, later known as Elijah Muhammad, became the leading person of that movement. So anyway, I had studied all of that. I studied some of the history that I could find. Peter Lamborn Wilson's book, Sacred Drift, and other things I could find on the internet. And I think, so anyway, I met Elias Bay. He called me on the phone, and he introduced me to Sid Catlett Jr. Sid Catlett, who played in the greatest high school basketball game ever played. They have in the NFL, they have the greatest game ever played was the 1958 championship when the Baltimore Colts beat the New York Giants in overtime. That was called the greatest game that was ever played because it sort of made the NFL. Everybody in quotes watched that game, and then it made the NFL a very TV-oriented commodity. The greatest high school basketball game ever played was Sid Catlett, who was very tall, was playing a man named Lou Alcindor, who we know today as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Uh-huh. And Kareem was taller than Sid, and nobody could beat Kareem. Nobody could beat him. He's like one of the greatest basketball players of all time. And he was good in high school. So what Sid's coach had Sid practice by holding up a tennis racket, and his team would have to shoot over the tennis racket with Sid holding it, who was tall. And they'd have to shoot over the tennis racket. So they were preparing for him. And they beat Lou Alcindor. They beat him. It was the only game he ever lost in high school. And it was a close game. Sid was the leading scorer. And it's such a famous game that he was put into the National Basketball Hall of Fame for his participation in that game. He later matriculated and go with a scholarship to Notre Dame, where he played on the basketball team, but he got sick with meningitis, and Sid passed away 7 years ago or so. And I still have his friend Tahira Hughes on my Facebook. You know, I've met them both, and Sid was basically felt that he was a sacrifice, and he got meningitis at Notre Dame. I wanted him to write a book, which he never did, and I would have published it, but it was all about, he went into how the Notre Dame campus had OTO. If you look at overhead, you'd see OTO and all of these connections. And the book of the law he could understand and relate to. He thought that he was a human sacrifice on a big scale because he was the sacrifice of the Catlet. His father was a very famous drummer, Sid Catlett Sr., who was played with Gene Krupa, and he had a whole scenario of how his father was killed. He even showed a video. I think he was very touched when Kareem sent him a video late in life of his father that Kareem had run across and sent it to him. And it showed Gene Krupa doing I think it was a sign that, kind of like preparing his father for the sacrifice. Anyway, Sid took my introduction to the Moorish community further. he flew me to Chicago, where I spoke to the Moors in Chicago, made some good friends there, and was just in cultural shock and awe at the wisdom of the people that I sat with and had dinner. It was remarkable. The knowledge they had of the law and of various and sundry other things. And then there was, and I think this is kind of funny culturally, because at that time we were being bombarded with the fact that black people spoke Ebonics and they didn't speak English. And there was all this Ebonic stuff going on.
Yeah, jive. Go on.
And black culture was being portrayed in a way that was, kind of wrong. There were elements.
Yes, go on.
Yes, and there was an element of I remember talking with one of my Qigong fellow students, and this was like in Bedford-Stuyvesant, Bed-Stuy they call it, which is right down, we're next to Malcolm X Boulevard down there. And of course, all the students practically are black in there. And I was talking to this one guy, and somehow the subject of Ebonics came up. He says, "Yeah, what the hell were they? What were they saying we were talking?" He said, "What the hell were we saying they were talking?" There is an element of jive talk that does go on, and used to be very frustrating to my ex-girlfriend, who was a court reporter, when they would have these guys get up and testify and say, "Where did that occur?" And they'd say something like, over yo. See, what does over yo mean? And they'd have to, they talk in jive that nobody could understand except themselves. So that was, she got her proverbial balls busted as a court reporter in dealing with that. So, right. But there was, and then Bill Cosby spoke up and said, you got to speak English. And then the whole culture changed. If Bill Cosby ever did anything good in his life, it was probably that, to, say we've got to do that. Now, one of the things that Sid was very impressed with, what I found out, this is even before I met him, I did research, and I found out that the TV show, or the radio show, Amos and Andy, which became a TV show. Amos and Andy, for those who are new or don't know, was a TV show that I grew up watching, not because I liked it, but because it was on TV. And I was always very saddened because the lead player, Kingfish, was always being made a fool out of or doing something stupid. It was just, you felt bad for him. And of course, the humor aspects kind of went over my head. I was too young. If you watch it now, it's just lampoonish characterizations of black people. Now, what I learned was that the radio show Amos and Andy was the first nationally syndicated radio show in the history of the world. The only things that had been broadcast widely before were messages from the Pope via Marconi, right, who supported the Vatican, and also some big football games that went on in the 1920s. Football was syndicated, national and whatnot. I think that the star was named Red Grange. I think he was a big star that they used to do his games. So anyway, this radio show was done as a purposeful lampooning of the Moorish Science Temple. And it was done by 32nd degree Freemasons. Mm-hmm. And they would do the voices, and they were not black people doing voices. Of course, the TV show was black people, but the radio show was white people doing black voices.
Yes, it's just like white people used to do blackface in portraying blacks, and of course the famous Jewish individual Al Jolson, who even my father could imitate from back in the day. I do want to point out to you, dear Peter, that the link to be shared is the one that I've just entered into your message box, as well as the promotional banner for tonight. The link that you have shared is the wrong link. That's a link that goes to the transmission before tonight's. And so this is the one you want to share. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like.
And as well as that, the promotional banner, and that will help bring people over. They're both linked now, so they'll bring people to the right program. And in terms of the old blackface, just so people understand this, this is the kind of shit that aliens would see if aliens existed, and our sphere of ever-expanding communications, that bubble of electronics that is expanding into the universe at literally light speed. What would be at the forefront of it, aside from Marconi's ass, would be, of course, first my biological father Adolf Hitler's speeches, and then following that, they'd see some Jewish guy wearing a blackface, tap dancing on tables, and saying,
Al Jolson is part of that.
Yeah. Mammy! Mammy! And then, of course, you'd had all the people like Stephen Fetchit and, of course, Amos and Andy, which were, as Peter Moon said, this was an orchestrated campaign to make black people look like idiots. But go on.
and in particular, the Moorish Science Temple.
Yes.
Which was, now, the Moorish Science Temple had, and Noble Drew Ali had garnished such support that was vast, and it was to some degree, it mimicked the fundamentalist movement, because they would do the song "Give Me That Muslim," instead of "Give Me That Old Time Religion," they do "Muslims That Old Time Religion," Muslims That Old Time Religion, and it was so popular that it caused a lot of consternation in the white establishment. So it had to be, according to their beliefs, rounded up and brought into control of some sort. Yes. And Noble Drew Ali ended up going to court, ended up dying mysteriously. You hear different theories of how he died or why he died, but he just kind of did everything he could.
My understanding was that he disappeared. Was there a body?
It gets pretty sketchy.
Yes.
and I just don't know.
He's a true mystery figure. Yeah, he's one of those people. My understanding was he just basically disappeared and nobody was able to track him down. And there may have been a body left, but it wasn't necessarily his. And we didn't have the ID capabilities in those days that we do.
One of the things about him is that he was in a carnival or a circus. Yeah. So he used to make posters for them that were carnival. So there's an element of carny to him.
Yes. And
this is par for the, I mean, it's perfect if you're doing a drama, and so this is, he knew that, the carnival had to draw people. So he was part showman. So it was a sort of Jim Morrison type death, long before there was ever a Jim Morrison. But I mean, it kind of, all we know is that he's gone. Yes. And then the person who succeeded him was Wallace Farad or Wally Fard or Wally Ford. And he is equally mysterious, perhaps even more mysterious. Yeah. But we're not going to go into him. He has, much has been added to my knowledge of him through my friend, who we call Mr. Ford. He was the one that came out to meet me, but he didn't meet me. But we talk frequently or infrequently. So anyway, I'm going to go back to. Okay, I got a message from Terrell.
Good.
Let me see, but I don't think it's good. I've got this.
I like the tone. It's fine. We enjoy it. It's nice. It's very pleasant. And I do want to remind everybody of... Go on.
He said he didn't get the link. Hang on.
Okay.
and telling it to look at his email. Boy, you do one thing wrong on the cell phone.
Oh, it's incredible. They're difficult.
And,
yeah.
And it just puts up some other screen or something.
Oh, I get so frustrated when I deal with just the internet today. I went to see V for the first time in a while. I see her about once a month, and I did that to relax because of everything that I had done concerning my mother over the weekend. Communion with the ancestors is very intensive, and it takes a lot out of me emotionally. I really had to wind down today, and so I there's something so funny that she said. She sent me this email telling me about Oakland Police Department hiring, and they were on a hiring spree, and she sent that to me. The first thing I thought was that her email got hacked, that her Gmail account got hacked, and then it really put into perspective just her thought processes. For one thing, she views me as someone who's much younger than I am. I'm 56 years old. My lungs are stapled to my rib cage. I'm complexly post-traumatically stress disorder. And she sends me this email where she's articulating, hey, the Oakland cops are hiring now. Why don't you, this would be such a great opportunity. And it's like, for those of you who don't know, Oakland PD is infamous for, they police a combat zone. Oakland is like, it's a war zone. So it's like somebody's sending you an email where, hey, this war just broke out in Lebanon and you've got military experience. Why don't you sign back up with every, positive intent behind it? And I want to see it that way. I believe it is all positive intent, but it's coming from a perspective where the processing is very different. And, so there was that.
Well, it's interesting how people see you. How they see you.
Yeah.
How they view you.
Yeah. Like I'm ready to just jump back in, and sit in a police car where, in a combat zone. It's like being in the Israeli army. Anyhow, so go on. Yes. So
well, I'm still trying to.
Oh no, you take care of that.
Get him on, and or get him listening.
Yeah. Either way.
And
he's got
and
Skype,
so I was interested. But let me just say about that.
Yeah.
About how people view you.
Yeah.
I will often get overtures to me about aliens.
Yeah.
Or thinking anything about alien or channeling.
Right.
I would like, or that this is down my alley.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I even told that story. The girl says, "Oh yeah, you have that meeting about aliens." Now, there's no question that aliens will come into the parlor now and then as a subject. Right. Sometimes. A whole night could have been dedicated to it. Sometimes, right. Not by my origin, right. But by people's experiences. Mm-hmm. It's aliens were something that never mystified me. Right. I think so. Anyway, yes, and so
and I think you're very astute. You're very astute. You didn't let that distract you. There's a distraction. So go on.
Well, they're a huge distraction, but. My Scientology experience just kind of like nip it at the bud, it's like just nip it, because people who are indoctrinated under the influence of aliens are under the influence of, in magical terms, it would be Goetia or Jinn.
Yes.
Or egregores.
Yeah.
And, this is what you're trying to exterminate.
Yeah, it's just another engram.
Exercise from your mind.
Yeah, it's just another engram. Go on.
Yeah, but much more
insidious.
Worse. Well, see, it's an engram is like a dead tape recorder.
Right.
There's certain I could call them genius discoveries. They're literally genius, because a genius is a genie. It's the same word. Yeah. Is that you're in the lower levels of Dianetics, you're running out the tape recordings in your mind that are giving commands and telling you what to do. When you get to the higher levels, you see that they're not just dead commands, there's spirits behind them that are turning the tape recorder on and off at times and having fun with you, or creating ill elements. So it's kind of like an awakening. And then somebody like John Dee is dialoguing with the spirits. And they're not just on the level of wreaking havoc on a human being. They are representative of the entities which basically create and maintain, or under, it's like the custodianship of the material world.
Yes.
And perhaps that which is beyond. So he's dialoguing with the, I'm trying to give it a corporate mentality. He's dialoguing with the supervisor and the administration of a building, and the maintenance workers as well.
Yes.
He's dialoguing with all these creatures or entities that maintain and regulate the dimensions. So that's an interesting perspective, and that is when Hubbard called that the seventh dynamic, the world of spirits, and that bridges into the eighth dynamic, which is the God mind, or the divine being. And he says we don't go into that area, and it's and so there's a cutoff. This is where things can get very confused and screwed up. And aliens are somewhere in that realm of spiritual, or what we call aliens, and they're not necessarily benign or good or positive.
Right.
There is a dark side to that. Just as if you're talking about Hubbard's dynamics of mankind, not every mankind is good.
Yes. There you have it. Thank you. Yeah. And
I gave him the link.
And if he's got Skype, if he's able to download Skype, he can join us. Yeah.
Well, it's hard enough to get him
listening.
Oh, wait. He says. Okay, I sent that. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm going to continue with my narrative, and if he does, join us, fine. Yeah. But I was going into the Freemasons,
yes,
and the lampooning of the Moorish Science Temple, and this character was called Kingfish.
Yes.
Because Kingfish was the kingfish. That was his nickname in the story, but he was the king of the Moorish Science Temple. He was the Masonic leader, and he had a congregation of his fellow, they were called the Knights of the Mystic, Order of the Knights of the Mystic Sea, or something like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Knights of the Mystic Sea, Order of the Knights of the Mystic Sea. Right. And instead of calling the Moorish Science Temple, on the radio show, they did have a character named Ali Bendo. He was a crystal gazer, and they were directly lampooning Noble Drew Ali. So they had the congregation were called Sardines, and they had somebody called, the deacon was called the head mackerel. And this was just utterly ridiculous.
Right.
And he'd get involved in schemes and whatnot that would just be ridiculous.
You know, but this is very puzzling to me, because one of the things that I'll be covering tonight in Arc of Narrative, to give people kind of an idea of the Civil War situation that we're in, is I'll talk a bit about Huey Long, and he was nicknamed the Kingfish. What do you think was behind that?
Well, two things. He was kind of the Kingfish of the Black Panthers, and they were probably making fun, or I don't know if he was called that by his own people.
They both have the same name. This adds to the complexity of the situation. There was the black man named Huey Long with the Black Panthers, and then there was Huey Long, who I'm thinking of down in Baton Rouge, who was the white guy. Huey Long, who was the politician who was assassinated.
No, I don't know him. Okay. I don't know him.
All right.
So that's a different thing.
Okay.
But anything that goes down in New Orleans
is fishy. Yes.
Well, of the nature of Louisiana,
Yeah.
because the Louisiana Purchase and all that was more was never really Napoleon's to sell. It belonged to the Washita Empire.
Right.
And the Washita Empire is still has a tract of land today that they did give them. There was the Empress, she was known as, and she was the descendant of Nat Turner. And the Washita is where black people named Washington get the name Washington from. Washita, Washington. So I learned all of this from Sid, and Sid was very impressed that I put so much together about the Amos and Andy stuff.
You know, this is incredible because I remember now what my father told me, my late and sainted sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, who raised and guided me, the sailor, chief petty officer from the U.S. Navy. He told me that, I remember it distinctly now, that Huey Long down in Louisiana, who was running for president, or certainly ran for the U.S. Senate in 1930 in the Democratic primary, was ultimately assassinated. He actually, he was impeached for some office he was in, and then he was nicknamed the Kingfish after the Amos and Andy show. So he was actually given that character's name. And this was a white guy who died at the age of 42 when he was assassinated in 1935. And at that point, of course, Roosevelt, FDR was already president, but he was the guy who planned on running against FDR. And he was very leftist. He was like populism when it takes a left turn, which is a point I want to make, but as was Roosevelt. But so there you have it. Please continue.
Okay, so anyway, as they say, Sid had arranged for me to go to Chicago, which was a really a good trip, and I made some really good friends there. And also to Washington, D.C. In the case of Chicago, I flew. In the case of Washington, D.C., I drove down, which included a horrible whiplash accident less than 10 minutes outside of my house. Going down the parkway, somebody stopped suddenly, the whole chain of cars. I stopped about a half an inch in front of the bumper, but the guy behind me couldn't stop, and he bashed into my back, and he was an illegal alien.
Oh, God.
And I talked to the cop. He says, "Do you want me to arrest him? I'll have him arrested." I said, "No." I said, I just don't, I think everything's okay. I don't want to have an insurance claim.
Right.
And then I go down to, and then I think I might have gone home, but I think I just got in the car and just kept going because I didn't know I had whiplash. I didn't know I was hurt.
Oh my God.
Sometimes you don't know it. I said, I didn't, and I just drove down to Washington, D.C., and I picked up Elias on the way in South Jersey. And we got down to Washington, D.C., which I was not unfamiliar with from so many years ago. I didn't have GPS or anything. And we had, but we couldn't penetrate the area where we were supposed to meet Sid. And we were supposed to meet Sid and his wife with, and I think it was the Lady of Our Martyr, and it was, or some cathedral of Our Lady or something like this. And it was, we were meeting there as a central point. It was in a sort of a big park. And we were meeting Catherine Neville, my friend, who's a great author. She wrote The Magic Circle. She wrote The Eight. Is a really good novelist she writes about similar themes that I write. She wrote about the Moors in the book 8. It ends up at Montauk Point. And her significant other, as she called him, long-term relationship was Carl Pribram, the famous brain science.
Yes, Dr. Carl Pribram, who helped develop holographic technology.
Right, and so I had met Carl before in the Russian tea room. She wanted to go to the Russian tea room because she was writing it for her novel, and I had met them there and spent some time with him. I sometimes talk to him on the phone, and we were meeting them. And I was introducing her to the real Moors because she'd written about the Moors. But the problem was we couldn't get at this place. It was like the street lights weren't working, the trees were down. It was like trees in the middle of the road. What the hell's this? And when I got there, Sid says, what the hell are you doing? He says, what did you bring with you? He says, we had the biggest storm in the history of Washington, D.C. the night before the night before I came. It was in the summer. It was in July, and it froze. It was, and the telephone wires got so frozen with ice that they fell down and knocked the trees down. The telephone wires, so you couldn't drive into this park. You had to park way outside and walk into it, or park area.
Holy shit!
It was bizarre. It was like and he was blaming me for the weather. I mean, and I don't say that. It wasn't pejorative. He was just saying, "What the hell's going on here?"
Oh, I thought he actually was blaming you, as if you brought it in with you. Go on, yeah.
Well, it was kind of like, well, see, this wasn't new to me because the last time myself and Al Bielek, Duncan Cameron, and Preston were together, they had the biggest storm in the history of New Jersey on the night we were supposed to be there, and it was in Sparta, New Jersey, sort of the eastern part of New Jersey, northern part of New Jersey, and we were all supposed to be there, and I had a hard time getting there. I got there on time. Duncan got there on time, but Al and Preston didn't make it until so Duncan and I did the show.
The way you said it made it sound like they almost died.
Well, Preston almost did, because he got up, he came in, it was like the show was over for that night. It was I think 2 days. And Preston gets up on the stage at about 10:30 to say a few things. So he's going to talk tomorrow. And then somehow he falls over and hits his head real hard and goes unconscious. Jeez. And it was like a big deal. He had to be taken. He was sleeping at a house. I was sleeping at some alcove in the church right there. We were in a church. It was, and he was at a house, and they had to take him over. They had to get him out of his funk. He was seriously hurt.
Jesus. Not
hospital hurt. And then, of course, he comes back the next day and is having all these paranormal contacts as a result of his hitting the head.
Right.
So it was this was Preston. He's connected to the unconscious. But this was the biggest storm in the history of New Jersey at that time. I think they've had a bigger one since. And here was Washington, D.C. So I was told. So these things, and that was the last time the four of us were ever together. I was together with each of them at different times publicly, but that was the last time, might have been the first time we were all together in a public forum. Right. But anyway, so these storms were not unusual to me. And of course, then I spoke at the Moorish Science Temple in Washington, D.C. Or I don't know if they had. I remember the Baltimore people were there. It was to a group, and so Sid was a very supportive and educational person to me. He taught me so much about the cat, because he taught me that the name Moor was derived from the Latin moros, which came from the Greek moresh. And moresh is a Greek word that comes from Mau, M-A-U, the Egyptian word for cat, and resh, which is Hebrew for head or king. So Moors meant cat head or cat kings. And he would show me archaeology of a cat-headed person being crucified in North America. I think it was in Illinois, in cave paintings. Wow. So the cats were a big theme, and this is what, and of course, so I did a lot of research into cats, and Leo is the king of the zodiac, the cat, and he was the instigator of that. So he was a very interesting and educator to me. So he had opened many doors. And of course, it was eventually my concert with the Moorish energy when I was with the medicine man of the Montauk Indians. And of course, this was always a great puzzle, that why were so many of the Long Island Indians of melanated, dark color? They were declared extinct in 1909 because these people are too dark to be Indians. And there are no Indians. It's an extinct race, yet there's, dozens of Indians at the court representing themselves. And they say, no, you're not Indians. You're too dark. And then I learned that the first time the word Moor appeared in the lexicon of the American culture was in a court case in Delaware, the Delaware Moors. And they were tied to the Lenni Lenape, which were the tribe that had settled the Montaukes, one of the tribes that had settled the Montaukes. So this was revealing and revelatory. And
yes,
the excuse me.
Oh, take your time.
Paul just came in. So anyway, the Moors, I began to see the connection, how the Moors were related to the Montaukes, and the Montaukes were related to the Moors were pharaohs. These connections go even deeper, and I'm following these very deep threads. Now, when I met the Montauk medicine man, he's doing this Fountain of Youth Healing Center workshop, which I'm helping facilitate. This is the first thing that comes out of our association, is this. He's going to do this workshop, and I'm immediately, my first opportunity, I would, drive him back to the ferry, which was 2 hours away because he lived in Connecticut, and just to talk to him and exchange information. So we were right on the same wavelength. And then he said, anybody who wants to come meet my teacher, you come up to Connecticut on World Tai Chi Day. And that's how now the way I met my, first, I guess I had met Roosevelt Gainey in Connecticut, but it wasn't until the next year when I went back that one of his students, Sharia Jones Bay, she grew up in the Moorish Science Temple, and we were talking, and I think I gave her my book, and she says, oh, I grew up in the Moorish Science Temple. She was the one that told me that he had weekly classes and that I could go. And that was kind of my opening to Qigong, was through the Moorish Science Temple connection.
Wow.
And she was no longer a part of it. Moors have issues with the Moorish Science Temples. They often feel that the leaders are exploiting them, as congregations do. But anyway, it was through the Moorish Science Temple that I made my Qigong connection, which was, and although my teacher knew a lot about Egypt and pyramids, he was more of an energy person than trying to identify with cultures. One of the local martial artists who's very good, very nice man, that one time hosted me to do a talk in Harlem, he wanted my teacher to wear African dress, but my teacher refused because he says, I'm going, he didn't want that stigma.
I was about to say, it would have almost made him a cartoon character, almost like he would be lampooning himself or something.
Well, some people would have looked at this other martial artist wore it, and he looked quite at home in it. He didn't lampoon himself at all. Okay. But he did. But it's going to alienate. I don't know who it's going to alienate. It certainly is going to alienate white people.
Right.
But I think he was more, I don't know what he was concerned about. He identified, he would wear a Chinese gi for the indoor classes often. Okay. Seldom outside. But so he was comfortable in a martial art gi or whatnot. Mm-hmm. I even said to him the first time I saw it, I said, you look like you look Chinese in that, like you had a Chinese life.
Right, right.
And he says, yeah, many people have told me that. And I'm sure he did.
Yes.
That carried on over. So, but that was a sort of my connection into the melanated world, and then into the Qigong, which was, I knew that I was learning deeper Qigong here that I was going to learn by studying with an Asian. And of course, Rudy Curry, who had studied with many Asians, that's about all he studied with. When he came to check out, and he came to check out Roosevelt through his friend who had actually figured out the Egyptian language. And he was, I never got to meet this man, but he went to check out Roosevelt and soon learned that, from all the teaching he had, and he was a Tai Chi master in his own right, he said he'd never seen anybody like Roosevelt. He just never. Mm-hmm. So he was just in complete awe, and I think what kind of hit him was that he could not outmaneuver Roosevelt's students. They were beating him in push hands, and so he became a student, and eventually I got to meet him because he was already reading my work when I met him. So that it was so anyway. But to go back to Elias Bey, when I had picked him up at the train station, and he stayed with me, and he would attend a book fair with me with another man, Elihu Pleasant Bey, who actually knew Ndrombel Drew Ali's daughter, I think. Elihu Pleasant Bey had written a book. I think it had the name Seventh Seal in it. Forget what it was called. I sold a lot of those books, and what I had done was I partnered with him to have a booth at the book fair in New York City. And this was very economical, because if you want to have it's the only time I've ever had a booth at a book fair. And if you want to have a booth at a book fair and you're a small publisher, they put you down in the basement with somebody who wrote one book on the JFK assassination, and that's all they'll have. And, you might pay about $500 or $600 for the booth, and anybody who comes by your booth is not going to respect you, because they'll think you're just a one-trick pony.
Right.
And that if you were anybody, you'd be upstairs. Mm-hmm. So I was able to get a deal where I could be upstairs for about $1,500, and I split it with him, and instead of asking him for $750, I took his books, which I sold. Ah. And so we he had half the booth and I had half the booth, and we spent 3 days together. And it was great to get to know them. And of course, Elias I already knew. But I asked Elias, just as we're driving, I said, how come black people are such better athletes, by and large, than white people? Because they are. People will argue, and there are great white athletes. There's no question about it. But if you go play with them, especially the game of basketball, it's like there's things they do that are just, and then you watch the professional basketball. It's just incredible. So he said it's melanin. It's melanin. And wow, okay, melanin. So
do you think he might have said that just kind of in a humorous sense, or was he serious?
Dead serious. And of course, I asked a lot of questions, and I had developed a relationship with Nataki. I don't know what happened to Nataki, but he was the owner of African World Books in Baltimore. And I used to buy books from him, and he used to buy books from me. And because he was a distributor, I just don't know. And I would meet him at the book fairs. But I think he was from Trinidad. But the melanin. So anyway, one of the books I used to buy and sell I still have one copy. And there are other books you can buy. It's called Melanin, The Chemical Key to Black Greatness. Subtitle is The Harmful Effects of Toxic Drugs on Melanin Centers Within the Black Community. And it says Melanin Technologies, Houston, Texas. Now, I had looked up copyright 1988, Carol Barnes. Carol, C-A-R-O-L. I think that's a male, if I'm not mistaken. But Carol Barnes. So I had looked up melanin on the Wikipedia, which is not the right place to look, but it said that it was the most complex molecule known to man. Could not be broken down scientifically with any sort of ease. And it was a puzzle. And of course, they go ballistic over some of the things that are stated about it. But what this book says, that he's writing this to familiarize the Black human with melanin and its importance to life, memory processes, ancient African history, sunlight, music, dancing, anti-aging, anti-cancer, religion, electromagnetism, and many other scientific and cultural parameters. He says, much of the literature on melanin is highly technical in nature in this book and may require a science background to properly understand and convert the existing new technology into lay terms. And he wanted to put the technical lees into as much human lay terms as he could possibly. But he basically says that melanin is a unique biopolymer or life chemical found in high concentrations in various organs and or functional centers called melanin centers in the Black human. Now, white people also have melanin in them. There's no questioning of that. Of course, that's why we get a suntan. In the past, melanin was considered by Western scientists to be a waste product of body metabolism and serve no useful function within the body of the Black human. Because of prejudice and foolishness, scientific research on melanin moved at a slow pace or was completely ignored. Recently, scientists have discovered that melanin is a refined, complex, multifunctional chemical that has a wide variety of important functions within the body of the Black human and in the environment, plants, bodies of water, soil, animals. Melanin is located in important areas of the nervous system and major organs throughout the Black human. I would also say it's very much related to chi. One property or personality trait exhibited by melanin is its ability to combine or chemically react with various drugs and chemicals. It is proposed here that illegal toxic drugs such as cocaine, LSD, marijuana, heroin, amphetamines, etc., alter or change melanin's chemical structure, electric charge, and electronic configuration, thus altering many life-supporting activities. This is why they put drugs into the Black community, because it might have a worse effect on them than on other people. Not to say that it has a good effect. And he says it can lead to body disorders such as a reduction in the creation of knowledge, inability to retrieve memory from storage, a loss of motivation, skin rashes, cancer, a reduction in one's ability to phase into various spiritual states or energy states, high blood pressure, reduced physical activity, early death. He also says that tetracyclines, neuroleptics for treating psychosis, etc., all have a strong affinity for reacting with or binding to melanin and may be toxic to all melanin centers in the Black human. Agent Orange is another one that's very destructive. So he's basically not just doing that, but he says that the Black human is distinguished from other human beings in that he or she tends to have a higher number of organs and body systems that contain high concentrations of a chemical that is black in color. Of course, that's melanin. And it's located in the central nervous system, the autonomic nervous system, peripheral nervous system, diffuse neuroendocrine system, viscera, meaning major internal organs. Because of its pervasive presence in the organs, nervous systems, and glands cited above, you would expect melanin to serve some vital function, or nature would not have incorporated it into these systems. Just a second, Terrell's having problems getting through.
No worries. Yeah.
Let me see. Still didn't get it. Can't send me through text.
That's fine. You tend to that.
Just talk for a second. I'm gonna
call. You bet.
I'm gonna phone him and tell him what to do. I'm gonna put myself on mute.
Sounds good.
Just talk what you know about melanin, and I'll get back to this.
Sure. Yes. I'll let everyone understand that. Well, I certainly remember the case where a white man injected himself with melanin so that he would be mistaken for black, and then discovered that he did this, of course, knowing he would face prejudice, and he did that to prove a point, and he wound up paying the price for it by dying of skin cancer later in life, which is, I think, the message that our man Peter is sharing with us right now. Of course, what I've been doing throughout this time is, while Peter's been talking, I've been looking through some of my old father's remains, and by that I mean, objects that had meaning to him. And I've been refreshing my memory of some of what he had told me about Huey Long, who was known as the Kingfish, which of course brings to mind the Amos and Andy radio show that switched to television, that while our man Peter Moon was growing up, all he really remembers is the television show. And so when it comes to that, I'm flashbacking. So since I'm flashbacking while Peter Moon is talking, I heard him say all these negative things about melanin, and I think that what he's talking about is this is what happens when white people try to inject themselves with it and make themselves darker, right? Is that what he said?
I think what he's saying is that because of the systems in which melanin is found in concentrations of, in the black person's body, our reaction to drugs is the reaction that we have to certain artificial chemicals such as drugs and such as
it's more pronounced.
It's more pronounced because it disrupts the melanin centers of those organs.
Okay.
And this kind of makes sense, especially when he brought up the Agent Orange, because I would think that when they were developing that chemical, it would make perfect sense that they knew that was going to happen. I mean, Agent Orange, for those of you who don't know, was created by the Monsanto company, and it's a teratogen, meaning that it's extremely cancerous, and it fucks the DNA up so badly as to render it your offspring deformed.
Incredible. By the way, finish up your thoughts and then segue it over to our man Peter Moon. He's back, and our man is listening. So there you have that. Turn it over to him when you're ready. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, go ahead, Jameson.
No, I'll turn it over to you now because you can just build on it.
All right, thank you. So yes, Terrell is listening now, and Terrell, as I said earlier, I dedicated this program to you, and we've been talking. I was talking about how my whole orientation into the black community evolved, and so you can go back and listening to that. And Douglas is very open to having you come on sometime and talk about your group and whatnot. I didn't mention. I don't know that much about your group, but. You're welcome to come on, and you're welcome to in the stream, Terrell, if you have any questions, or even there's a chat you can say something to if you want, and Douglas will field those questions. Mm-hmm. So, and also, Terrell, just so you know, we're midstream here, but Douglas is, this is his YouTube station, and Jameson is his friend and assistant who facilitates that. Jameson operates out of Staten Island.
Right. And Jameson Reese, as our executive producer, will be continually looking in the chat room for what our man might say, and then he'll relay that to us and present the questions. So then we'll field them from there. It's a terror. So do go on, Peter.
Yes. So, but I just wanted, Douglas is somebody who worked at the Presidio Defense Department, research librarian, and he was supposed to burn government documents.
Yes.
He read them all. He's exposed them all. He's been a public informant for a long, long time. He's half Asian and half German American.
Yes.
So he's had to deal with minority issues his entire life. His mother was a very important, interesting, intriguing lady who was an interpreter.
Yeah.
She spoke German, she spoke English, she spoke Japanese, she spoke Chinese, and she was an interpreter as an envoy to the delegation which dealt with Adolf Hitler.
Yes.
And that's a whole nother story. She also was picked by the Emperor of Japan to do this, and also was negotiating treaties and backdoor deals as World War II came to an end. Negotiating them as a translator, not as a negotiator.
Right.
But nevertheless, she has all this inside information, and it has gone down in a very strange way in Douglas's experiences, which are very bizarre. And he's had all sorts of involvement in the occult and Asian world of San Francisco.
Yes.
Which also includes some of the bizarro stuff that happens in Oakland, California, across the bay.
Yes.
Which is often involved with black people, because Oakland is predominantly black.
That's right. And don't forget, of course, my mother's photograph is actually in the thumbnail of our live stream tonight, because this is her birthday. So this program tonight is dedicated both to Peter Moon's dear friend and my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother. So do go on, dear Peter.
Okay, so I was talking about the nature of melanin, because we got into this, and you can go back and re-listen to it and get more context. But melanin is the black chemical in our skin, eyes, and hair, but it's gone overlooked for many years. And it's a chemical and physical properties which distinguish it from other chemicals and is so fantastic it may be considered divine. The blackness of melanin is a physical property.
Mm-hmm.
The other properties that melanin has are odor. It is a pleasant smell, which is important in sexual attraction. It may be attributed to a highly aromatic trait. It has thermal resistance. Melanin can be exposed to 1,225 degrees Fahrenheit and retain approximately 50% of its original properties, which is rare because when you make something that high, it goes into vapor. It's also tough. It has a structure of aromatic rings, making it rigid but flexible like rubber or plastic. The physical property is why black human skin is tough and hard to penetrate with a medical syringe. He says it also makes people expressive, flamboyant, and cocky in nature. Toughness. That he goes deeply into the chemical background of it in this book. This book is, again, Melanin, the Chemical Key to Black Greatness, The Harmful Effects of Toxic Drugs on Melanin Centers Within the Black Community by Carol Barnes, Senior Research Chemist. Carol is Carol. And the whole chemical stuff, which I don't even understand all of it, but it's, even if I did, it's too much to relay in a talk like this, because there's so many graphic examples. Now it says here that melanin is black in nature because it absorbs energy. Now we know that black absorbs light, whereas white will reflect light or is an indication of light reflected. So when you have this blackness, you'll absorb energy. Now this is like taking in energy all around. Mm-hmm. It's not just absorbing sunlight into the skin. Mm-hmm. It captures energy, and this energy goes within you, whether it's sounds from the stereo, light wave leaves the sun of the stereo in the form of energy particles or vibrational sounds and travels in space until it contacts the melanin structure in your skin and other areas of the body where it is absorbed by melanin. It's like a battery that is partially charged. And he attributes this to the way black people have rhythm or dance or move. It's a free energy taken from the surroundings. And it's, now I came upon, I'm just looking for other, okay, he has different types of individuals. And he would say individuals who are white and cannot produce melanin. Blue eyes, blonde or red hair, white skin, and often have freckles. Celtic. They are prone to develop melanoma and other types of skin and organ cancer. Age starts to show 25 to 50. Type 2 is individuals who are white and produce very low melanin levels. Now, type 1 cannot produce melanin. This is the redhead. Now, I'm sure some people, because you see black people with red hair, obviously they're producing melanin because you have mixtures. But type 2 is white individuals who produce low levels of melanin. Hazel or blue eyes, red or blonde hair, often freckled, prone to developing skin cancer. Type 3 is individuals who are white and produce moderate to low levels of melanin. They could a little bit more. Blonde, brunette, or lightly pigmented hair. They show a moderate to high risk of developing skin or other organ cancer. Type 4 is individuals who are whites who are lightly tan and can include Japanese, Chinese, Italian, Greek, Spanish, and Red Indians. They produce moderate levels of melanin. Moderate risk of developing skin or other organ cancer. Type 5 is individuals who are brown skinned and include Mexicans, Indians, Malaysians, Puerto Ricans, and other Spanish-speaking people. They produce moderate to high levels of melanin. Their eyes and hair are deep brown or black. They show aging after the age of 50, seldom develop skin or organ cancers. Type 6 is black in color, includes Africans, Egyptians, Ethiopians, Nigerians, American blacks, and Australian Aborigines. And I would comment that Australian Aborigines are dark, but they're not Negroid. They're classified as Caucasians. So this is about the melanin. It's not about the genetic whatever. Their eyes and hair are black. They virtually have no incidences of skin cancer. And those are types that is laid out in the book. Now, where I ran into this was very interesting from another angle. And it was in my book, the Montauk Book of the Living, where I don't remember how I arrived at this, but in studying different sources, which led me to the Bible. And the Bible has a mention of a disease called Zaraat, TZ, I think it's AARAT or ARAAT or something like that, Zaraat. It's not hard to find. It's on Wikipedia, and it does appear in the Bible. Zaraat is a disease, which means Zar is sort of like the wrath of God. Think of Zar is like czar, and Rat is like wrath, the wrath of God. And this disease was what happened in Egypt is that people contracted a disease that the Greeks called leprosy. And the leprosy made the skin spotted white. Now, that's not white spotted black or orange spotted black like a leopard. Leopard is the cat with spots. And they called this leprosy because leprosy comes from leopard. And the people had spotted skin. And there were 3 exoduses in Egyptian history. The third one is the one you read about in the Bible, Moses, which is identified with the pharaoh named Tutmosis IV. Tutmosis IV is in Egyptian history, and he is the leader of the 4th Exodus, or the 3rd Exodus from Egypt. And these exoduses were expulsions of people with leprosy who had skin disorders. And you can read about what Zarath was, but it's basically when the white pustules, and then sometimes they'd have a red dot in the center. And this was a lack of melanin, and it was literally a disease because the people then were not functional. And at the same time, there is an exodus from a religious exodus that takes place that goes from we know in the character Moses, he goes out with this, eventually builds this tabernacle in the wilderness, which is taking, like, the way it was constructed is the capstone of the Great Pyramid would fit precisely measurements into what's called the Holy of Holies inside the tabernacle of the wilderness. So you have this Egyptian ancient religion being co-opted and exported into what becomes Judaism. There's a book by Ralph Ellis. There's quite a few books by Ralph Ellis, an English author, who goes into basically saying that the Hebrew priests and the Egyptian pharaohs were one and the same. They just have different names. It's kind of like Batman and Bruce Wayne. They had a name for the Egyptians and a name with the Hebrews. Right. And he goes into this in great detail. His books are very interesting. And one of them is called Jesus, Last of the Pharaohs. And you have this in biblical literature where Joseph goes to Egypt. Moses goes to Egypt. Jesus, he goes to Egypt in the New Testament, but there's also alternative scripture which has him doing initiations in the Great Pyramid and whatnot. So he is identified with Egypt and the actual knowledge of the pyramid. In fact, Jesus is called in occult tradition the rejected stone. And the rejected stone means the capstone of the Great Pyramid, which is all the energy is highly concentrated, and we have a missing capstone. The capstone, meaning the top of the pyramid, has been missing. Nobody really knows what has happened to it. The traditional history is that the Mamelukes of the Ottoman Empire took the casings or whatever it was that was up there, and I don't remember. It was covered with limestone, the whole pyramid, so it glistened and shined. And then there's also a theory. It's a very interesting theory. Vincent Bridges has done some very interesting YouTubes on that the capstone, he says, was moldavite. Moldavite is a substance that's used in alchemy, and it was the only place they really have it is in Prague, which was once the center of the Holy Roman Empire. And the moldavite was a special property, which could theoretically or maybe pragmatically turn base metals into gold. But he says that this was part of this. The capstone of Egypt was covered in this, or was this, and they kept using it for their alchemical purposes. And the only stuff that was left of it was taken to Mecca, where it became part of the Kaaba. The stone you have, the black stone, is really a colored stone, and you have the stone, which is said to be a meteorite. Now, we do know that moldavite landed as a meteorite in Prague and formed a whole weird topography, which mimicked an occult symbol called the Sigil DIANNA, which is John Dee's work, Dr. John Dee. That's a whole nother story, which we won't go into, which we had already alluded to previously. So that is a story of some of the aspects of the Great Pyramid, and it represents a whole, I guess what you'd say, the acme of consciousness of mankind, and the fact that it's lost, and the fact that Jesus is called the rejected stone. He represents, at least in the Christian religion, and perhaps even in some other traditions, including the Islamic traditions, the endpoint omega reconciliation of the heaven and the earth. So this is just, so I was talking about the exodus of people having a disease. Now, one of my friends, Rick Smith, who I have really lost touch with, I do get emails from him frequently promoting what he's promoting. But Rick Smith is a white person that I met him at the Eyes of Learning metaphysical group that I used to attend and would occasionally speak at. And Rick was a high school student at the time, and his mother wanted me to meet him. And he was an artist, sort of a budding artist. And I got to know Rick over the years. He considered me his mentor. Well, when he discovered everything I wrote about the Moors, he went hog wild on it. And he ended up writing a book himself called, I think it's called The Moor and the Alien. Now, Rick is somebody who's had experiences his whole life, and his artwork was involved with alien consciousness and all this sort of thing. I've never really sat down and talked to him too much about that. He was an experiencer. He connected with the Moors. He became a speaker with the Moors. Now he's in New Mexico. And he tries to, he does events and whatnot. But this kind of like, he really went into it. He sort of got an audience and whatnot. But he really, I was always felt bad that I never got to introduce him to my Qigong teacher. Because he just kind of left Long Island for other pastures.
Yeah.
And he, he would have gotten a much better education if he had that opportunity. But he went into that and really just took off in his own direction, which I have not been able to keep up with. There are different books if you go on to Amazon, and I haven't had time to check them out. I just had this one sitting in my book pile because it's such a informative book and goes into so many things that we don't know about melanin. But I would also say to all of you people of pale skin out there, you do have melanin in your system because you couldn't function without it. And it was explained to me, not by doctors, but by my Moorish friends, that a white person can have a high concentration of melanin in their brain. You can have melanin in other. Obviously, everybody has melanin. But black people have it in their skin, and a lot of this is predisposed by where they live. In the tropical climate, in the Nordic climates, you don't need. And I'd also give you something educational. This isn't on melanin lines. And a friend of mine who grew up in Ohio, West Virginia and Ohio, he explained this to me, which he got from an article, because we lived in Florida, where he was my best football buddy in Florida. And he said that when you move into a warm climate, you have something called brown fat. And if you live in Ohio up in the cold weather, you move to a warm climate, it will take 7 years for your brown fat to go away because you don't need it. Now, in my case, when I moved from Florida, and I'd lived in California and Florida my whole life, I moved to Long Island. I didn't have any brown fat to speak of. And I used to just freeze. I couldn't, go out in the cold, in the 20-degree weather without long underwear. I even wore long underwear in Florida because it can get down to the 20s there, and I would just shiver. So when I first moved to Long Island, I would wear long underwear. And then I found, indeed, after about 7 years, I wouldn't even think of wearing long underwear now. Wouldn't even think of it because the brown fat builds up over a period of 7 years. So I have all the brown fat I need.
Jesus.
And this is something I learned. I don't know.
Quite the walrus you are. Go on. By the way, he looks very thin. I've met him personally. He looks quite svelte. Go on.
Well, in like say, yeah, like football 20 degrees is not a problem. It's not a problem because you're moving around. You'd prefer it to be in the 30 degrees. But in any case, and then San Francisco is a problem where you live, Douglas, because I don't know if it's cold enough to get the brown fat going, but you sure freeze your ass off.
Yes.
On a nightly basis. Yes. I think summertime in San Francisco, particularly on that western end where all the fog is, it really sucks.
Oh God! Well, our dear Pac One Morales just had Amazon. Amazon sent me a Amazon heater, and this little portable space heater that he sent me, made in communist China, of course. I carry it with me now to different parts of the flat that I live in, as if it were an oxygen machine, at least through winter. But go on. Yes, my electric blankets died a few nights ago. Rather, I neglected to turn them on twice in a row, or different little stupid things behind that happening twice in a row. But honestly, I was concerned I might have contracted pneumonia. So I'll certainly be checking into that. And in the interim, do continue. There's no brown fat on me for whatever reason. And it's just bizarre because honestly, my mother, she could take the cold like it was nothing. And that's, so this is definitely the human part of me that is overwhelmed my genetics in this regard. So there you have that. Please go on.
Does the heater he sent you work?
Oh, yeah. Wonderful. It's a wonderful instrument. Yes.
So it solves the immediate problem.
It does. Yes. To a degree. It's small. So, it's obviously, projected more like a light beam than it is more like an overall space heater because the space is simply too large. There's simply too much cold for it to be fighting. So it's definitely to point at your head to keep your head warm sort of thing, or your feet, depending on where you're at.
I think the best fan, and I learned this from my friend and I bought one, is a Dyson fan.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. I've read about those. They're very fascinating. They certainly look spectacular. They look like interior decorating porn. Go on.
Yeah, well, they're well designed, and I was so impressed just by what my friend said about them that I went and got one years ago, and I still use it frequently. But I was gonna suggest to anybody out there in the listening audience, if you want to buy Douglas a Dyson fan, if you want.
Oh, bless you.
But do you need blankets too?
It's electric blankets are far more important. It's always good to have those as a backup. Believe me, right now I'm pretty much set. What I had done was I forgot to, in one case, turn the alarm clock on, and these stupid electric blankets, they die after 10 hours. And so I woke up frigid. Then the next day, I actually went to bed and I fell asleep without turning the blankets on, something I almost never do. And so then I woke up frigid. So I did that twice in a row, almost like I was intending to join my mother. It really was more the depression concerning my mother's birthday. Whenever we come around to periods of time like this, these sorts of things happen just because people like myself are very sensitive to the other side, and we kind of enter that vortex where we might cross the other side or, subconsciously sabotage ourselves in a almost suicidal fashion. But I certainly survived, and I'm getting over the hump of that now, thanks to seeing V earlier today and getting myself, realigned, so to speak, as she does with my meridians. And, I should be set for the rest of the month. I honestly, I emerge out of the depression I have during my parents' birthday and, get back into living. So it's, but definitely I produced a painting of my mother, which people can find on my Facebook timeline if they want to read the poem that I wrote there as well. And it's understand this is her birthday today, and
today's your mom's birthday?
Yes, December 5th. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, and so it's formally this transmission is dedicated to her as well as your dear friend, both of them, and she is so that's what I was trying to get across, was just how depressing birthdays can be of dead relations that you love and actually care about. But with that having been said, let's return to the subject at hand, dear Peter.
Yes, and I have some very distressing news to relay.
Oh.
It says here, I'm looking on Amazon. Well, maybe this is good. it says this book is selling on Amazon for $280. Now,
my God.
this is what happens when a book goes out of print. $280 is for this information. It's ridiculous.
Yes.
And it's because it went for whatever it went for. Publication date is 1985. This is not good. That it has gone this route.
Right.
Just, Carol Barnes has written another book called Jazzy Melanin. It seems to suffer from the same fate. There are other books. I can't say, this is kind of it's a big book. It's like 8.5 by 11 and 91 pages. It's really hard. There must be some websites that complement this information, or perhaps
there have to be
deeper. There are other books on melanin moon magic, discover how to manipulate lunar cycles, phases of the moon, and energies of the cosmos, by Jade Asakawa. I don't know the name.
Interesting.
Jade has also written a book called The Melanin Empath, Discover the Knowledge of Melanated Beings Born with Empath Energy. These are more spiritual books. Another one called Color Me Melanin, an affirmation coloring book featuring a collection of stress-relieving designs. I found it bizarre when I found out that I think she was a teenager at the time, niece, used to like coloring books. She was far too old for coloring books.
Oh, well, it's a thing now for adults, so she was just pioneering. She was ahead of her time.
Well, and then I actually got my publisher or my printer to send me coloring. I said, do you ever do coloring books? She sent me a bunch. And I sent them to my niece.
Cool.
And now she's got kids. And I will ask her about coloring books. I don't think she has so much more time to color books anymore. But and one of a lady I used to know who had an art gallery, she told me that she would get adults in doing art. She used to do art therapy. And she said it was so invigorating for people to go back and just do crayons and stuff. It was like they were back in kindergarten or something. But how adults would just love the hell out of it as art therapy.
Yes.
Okay, here's the book. Yeah. Melanin is worth more than gold. Is this the era of the blessed generation? What Makes Black People Black by Lila Africa. Melanin, $9.95 paperback. This might have it's got 4.5 stars. That looks more educational. Let me see what it says. Reviews. I wouldn't call it a book, maybe an introduction to melanin and why it's so important to understand the nature of the amazing biochemical substance. Person calls the author a bit of a nerd who doesn't show much of his personality. Knowledge is power. Share the word.
I'm sorry.
One would have to read the book to make. I don't think I would ever review a book like that and say the author is a bit of a nerd, even if I felt it. It's not a very professional way to say something. Now, this one looks much better. Dr. Edward Bruce Bynum, PhD, Dr. Richard D. King, MD, paperback, 1995, $0 if you buy it with Kindle Unlimited. The anthropology and clinical role of melanin and brain or neuromelanin in the evolution and development of the human body and brain, including the higher cognitive and psychological functions, is explored in this well-documented book of studies by some of the leading figures in the field. So this is probably a better book. And you can go on and find Melanin on Amazon if you want to read about it, anybody in the reading audience. But back to my friend Rick Smith. Now, Rick Smith had basically concluded that white people had basically taken over civilization. He's talking about Europe. He went into some pretty interesting avenues.
Could you put this into context for us with what the Nation of Islam believes, that a mad black doctor created whites basically by leprosy, kind of like the leprosy afflicted them, and then he somehow made it inherited as an inherited trait? It all reminds me of that.
Elijah Muhammad referred to the white devil.
Yes.
Now, he said about the white devil. Now, I never really paid too much attention to that till I began to study this. And then it made sense what the white devil was. Now, it's a very polarizing term. Very polarizing. So in the Nation of Islam, more so Louis Farrakhan would say things that were polarizing, particularly when he went off on Jews. And when you talk about Jews, you have to talk about with a lot of delineation between stuff that we've covered before, what people who are denigrating the Jewish religion and calling themselves Jews. So you don't want to polarize people. This is very dangerous to your own cause. Now, when Louis Farrakhan got involved in Scientology, he began to make himself more publicly relatable, and he became less polarizing to a significant degree. But then he's a whole nother, I guess, faction. He's a faction that had broken off from what was the original teachings of Wallace Farad, or Wally Farad, or
Right.
Wally Ford, whatever you want to call him.
Right.
And he and I had learned this through Mr. Ford, who's a original Moor. In fact, some of these Moors have their own identities, their own identity cards,
Right.
and they are a phenomena, if not a problem, to the courts, because the courts have to deal with indigenous Moors who do not necessarily agree with the system, and it creates a lot of problems and backups, and so it's something the court system, and you never hear about it, but the court system has dealt with it forever. And sometimes they will, cut off their nose to spite their own face, they'll get in trouble. Sometimes they won't. You end up in endless bureaucracy.
Right.
If you end up fighting the court system. And the court system has changed. And there were people who used to go after that you're not really in a United States court, you're in a, what do they call it?
Right. Admiralty law, a court of Admiralty law. Go on.
Yeah. And this is actually true. The problem, in other words, the court system is false. It's not what you think it is. But they've changed a lot of things in the court system. And basically, if you challenge the jurisdiction of the court is not going to treat you with any dignity or respect, and they will rule against you. So if you're going to go into the court, you had better play by their rules. Otherwise, they're going to railroad you and ram you out. If you want to fight them, you have no chance. You're better off to leave the country, because you're not going to beat them if you're under their jurisdiction. It used to be easier to beat them, not that it was easy, and they have changed the rules. They have changed lawyering to where, at least in New York, you could practice in front of the court, defend somebody without being a lawyer. You can't do that anymore. They've changed the rules. So, and they've taken all of these quote unquote conspiracy theorists, and they've beaten them at their own game by changing the rules. So consequently, you don't hear too much about this anymore. It's not that the people were wrong, it's that they got corralled in. And of course, they went off on the United States of America. This was at the time of the militia movement in the early 90s. They had all of this information, basically showing that most, if not all, of our legal representatives were operating falsely, on false information illegally. This is like going to the sheriff in the Old West and telling him he doesn't have jurisdiction when all you have is a pea shooter. So, and this is what happened with the militia, the head of the Montana militia. And somebody was trying to put me in touch with him, and I was mildly interested. President Nichols told me to stay away from it completely. He said it was too dangerous.
Right. I feel he was pretty prescient there, but go on.
Oh yeah. He knew where when to stay away from trouble. But the head of the Montana militia had all of this data basically showing so much of the mortgages that take place and all of this stuff to be scams. He had them dead to rights on a legal matter. He went and the government agreed to meet with him out in an open field somewhere. And they basically knocked him over the head and took him into custody. In other words, what they did was not legal,
right? But
they have all the guns, so to speak. And that became the end of the militia movement because he had no power. Yeah, he was legally correct, or we can theoretically say, because we're not in a position to review all this.
Right.
But if he wasn't legally right, why did they care? The only other reason they would have cared is that he had so much people behind him. And I think in the case of Randy Weaver, the white, I think he was a white supremacist, was he not, Douglas?
Yes, he was.
He was, I think he was not paying his taxes, and they had this whole, they went to his place and surrounded him, and I think shot his wife and his baby.
Yes.
Killed them.
He was awful.
And this was over taxes.
Yes. Yes.
And I think he was proved to be right on the tax issue. I don't think they could ever find him wrong.
That is correct. That is correct.
And this was the madness we went through in the 90s.
Yes.
And it was
late 80s, early 90s. Yes.
More early 90s. Yeah. And this was right as I was becoming an author, and these people would, the people that read my books read these, and it was all part of the same sort of underground conspiracy circle. And this was before conspiracy was a household word.
Right.
Conspiracy is now, it's something that everybody knows about, thinks about, hears about. Back then, no, it was different. It was more interesting. Yes. But you had Randy Weaver, the Waco massacre, and all this stuff, and the government was, and the internet was not under control because it was resulting in a revolt. And then the government spent a long time getting the internet under control, and all of a sudden we had something popping up called Google, which became the search engine of default instead of the others that were out there. Yes. Like Yahoo or Alta Vista. They had other ones, and it's almost kind of, unless you go out of your way, you're going to end up using Google.
Yes.
So they know everything that you're looking at and all of that. So this is what we were dealing with the legal system. And I would even say that I knew a gentleman. He used to read my newsletters. He was a banker, international banker in Costa Rica, which is known as the Little Switzerland.
Right.
Little Switzerland of being the economic center of the Western Hemisphere, where they have very, advantageous banking laws. And Costa Rica is on both coasts. It's got a Pacific side and a Atlantic side, or more of a Caribbean side.
Right.
And it's got nice beaches. It's identified with the movie Jurassic Park, which is, of course, fiction. And it's a tropical paradise or semi-paradise, however you want to look at it. And the guy, he was a banker down there, and he had this case against the biggest one of the biggest banks, at least it was a Cayman Island bank. He had them dead to rights. They had basically, he had a partner who stole all his money, and
jeez,
and he had a case against this bank, and this the guy who stole the money, somehow they went to John Gotti, and they got some Italian mobster went down and said, "What's all this trouble about?" And my friend pulled a gun on him, or pulled a gun out and says, "Look it." He says, "This is, I don't know what this is." And the guy he backed off.
No doubt.
He heard the story. He heard the story. And he basically saw that this guy was ripped off. And I don't think it was just the pulling of the gun. I mean, he let him know that he wasn't a pushover.
Okay.
And guy went back, and, I guess the Gambino family wanted nothing to do with it. Because what is in it for them? That, they go down and check the guy out. What is this going on? They don't like to be hired killers. The mafia does not like to be hired killers. That's reduces they do their own killings.
Right. Understood.
So what happened is this guy hired some. Okay, now this wasn't. I don't think it was the guy who had stolen the money that was doing this. It was, this guy had a lawsuit against this bank in the Cayman Islands, biggest bank in the Cayman Islands, and he said it was unprecedented. He went into the initial details, told me, and the next thing I heard, this guy my friend was shot in the head 6 times, in the head, by a Costa Rican gang, because this was the bank. This was the bank that killed him,
right?
Not the guy who stole the money, because the bank facilitated it. The bank facilitated it and were guilty.
Right. Incredible.
So this is how the bank will protect themselves.
Yes.
In other words, the point is that if you can have the law on your side, but again, it's like holding up a restraining order in the Old West. Mm-hmm. They didn't have restraining orders in the Old West. Yes. They had guns, and you can't go up against this stuff if you don't have. It becomes a losing game. That's not to say that you can't make changes, but when you get into their ballpark, they play by their own rules. Mm-hmm. So you have to judge your enemy and find out whether or not he's a worthy opponent, whether he's a beatable opponent. And if he's not a beatable opponent, you go somewhere else. You do something else. And these are important factors in dealing with the law. And I once had an issue, and I talked to an attorney friend of mine. It was a local town, and he says, "Do not fight the town," because he used to be a town attorney. Mm-hmm. He says, "You're not. These things never come to any good. You just have to basically follow their rules. Mm-hmm. And if you follow their rules, you won't run afoul of them. It's not that it's always good or easy to follow the rules, but this is an important element in dealing with legalities, and it doesn't matter if you're right in this culture." Mm-hmm. And even the case with Muhammad Ali, there was a show on it which was interesting. When Muhammad Ali had been stripped of his championship because he didn't want to fight in the Vietnam War, mm-hmm. and this went to the Supreme Court, and he eventually won, and it shocked everybody, because this was a time when social justice was peaking in the 1960s and whatnot, and he actually won the case. But this documentary showed it was actually a legal clerk that found some loophole or technicality and brought it up to the judge. The judges weren't going to vote for him because they were racist as hell.
Right.
They weren't racist because they were quote unquote evil people. It's just a culture. It's just a culture. There was a culture of not just racism and white superiority. It was an old boy network.
Right.
That was quite disgusting in its own right. So I would now ask Jameson if he wanted to bring up any issues, because I'm a little talked out. I kind of said most of what I had to say there.
Oh my God. Yeah, go on.
Jameson might have something more visceral, being that he has more melanin.
Well, yeah, that melanin certainly gives me the endurance, doesn't it?
Yes.
Well, all jokes aside, what I was going to say is, yes, the Nation of Islam, supposedly the name of the scientist who supposedly created white folks is supposed to be named Yaqub, or would they spell it Yakub? Yeah, I only heard about it peripherally because there was a movement in the black community where black people were trying to this was like a sort of subculture that must have been that at this point by now I wouldn't be surprised if it's co-opted, because every subculture becomes co-opted. But it was sort of like trying to reclaim the Kemetic heritage of the Egyptians, the Moors, and things like that. And so it was there was a guy I used to listen to way back in the past named Bobby Hemmett, who would go into things like this and would talk about the importance of melanin and whatnot. And I suppose at some point I kind of drifted away from that because I started to realize that the black people who I was bumping into on a daily basis were just as fucked up as the whites. I mean, that goes without saying, but they seemed it at some point became I think at some point that movement became the Black Kemetic movement, or the attempt for us to reclaim our heritage, so to speak, through one, they only ever really focused on the Egyptians, oddly enough. I mean, some did go to other African places, but damn, where was I going with this?
Basically how there was a kind of everybody's co-opting each other's cultures. And...
Yeah, everyone's co-opted now. I mean,
Jameson, I have a good thing for you to look into here. A guy named Paul Guthrie, Guthrie, who goes into the history of Black Islam or Black Islam, and particularly Wallace Farad, the founder of the Nation of Islam, and he goes into of course, he's very controversial. But I have a friend who's my friend the one who visited me, who's a member of the Nation of Islam, but he sends me this stuff. He's very, what's the word? Eclectic. He's embracive. He'll be part of the Nation of Islam, but he's also involved in other things. And this one completely shows that what Wally Farad taught was not Islam, but Buddhism. And it traces back to New Zealand roots of Wallace Farad, which ties to the Maori people of New Zealand, the indigenous Maori, and also the religion of Jainism, or Jain, G-A-I-N, not J, J-A-I-N. And that's the 24 pathways of the, called Tirthankaras, the 24 pathways, which I thought was very interesting because to me it tied to the 24 gene pairs of the human DNA. I don't know if they correlate, but it's a very interesting. So Paul Guthrie is very interesting to look into some of, because he would tell you that much of the Nation of Islam is gone off in a different direction.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that were really good, like in the 90s. I mean, a lot of these guys were they were doing the Egyptian thing with the on and whatnot. And after a certain point, I think past 2012, I didn't hear of these people anymore. And then after another, and at some point now, there's like every dude who's like all of a sudden, like everything does a 360, and now we see like guys who are supposed to be a part of this what do you call it, guys who are supposed to be a part of the Black spiritualism movement, and they're like telling you things like, oh yeah, you don't, they're advocating for like anti-vax, and then they're I don't care about the vaccine issue, but what I'm saying, but what the information, but what it seems to me is that the information that they're getting their sources from seem to be right wing. So it's a complete co-opting.
Well, there was the guy, what was his name? Lamar Hunt, little football tag. He used to own the Kansas City Chiefs. His family probably still does. He was responsible for the silver market crash of the 1980s. And he also, I believe, used to fund Lyndon LaRouche.
Ah, that's right. And if you're talking about the infamous, yeah, go on. And
the black Muslims.
Yes.
Lyndon LaRouche was right wing. So and sometimes these things they'd be fed data that was very close to the truth or was true, and then it would be compromised with other stuff.
Yes. And it depends on who's paying. It depends on who's paying them behind closed doors. This is what I found out, and this is why I splintered away from, having to do with anyone at all. But that's just the safest way to do things these days, because I guess what I do know about the melanin issue, and as for why black people are more athletic, it has to do with a certain gene. I think I went into this before. It's the oh my gosh, it's a certain gene that encodes for how your musculature is going to be, and more people of the black ethnicity have the expression of that particular gene than people of other ethnicities. And oddly enough, people of the white ethnicity, I think, have the lowest amount of expression of that gene. And so I think that is like really what's behind this whole black-white thing, who's got the better body, who cares? We're all going to die anyway, but, you know what I'm saying. There is something to it. And there is a very real fear of black people having a sort of independence from white structures, white society, and white spiritualism as is fed and sold and marketed to the masses. They definitely do not want to encourage. They definitely are doing the best they can to discourage a sense of identity.
This is yes, and it's sort of yes, because actually, the more you get into the research of it and the actuality of it, you see there's always a tendency to put people down. And what I noticed in my own experiences, that I am put down more by white people than by black people. This even goes back to when I was handing out literature for Scientology once. It was a piece of paper. I was in Washington, D.C. They were doing a protest about some court case, and it was just the only time I ever handed out flyers in my life, I think. And of course, the white, and there's plenty of white people in Washington, D.C., but it's mostly black. But when I would hand out the piece of literature to white people, they would just reject it, refuse it. The black people say, "Oh, what is it? What is it? What is it?" They'd look, they'd listen to you. And I also noticed that when I would network in business, black people would take me at face value and listen to me, whereas a white person would think I'm lying, and I'm coming at some angle when I was not. And I said, wow, this is different. And as I've told Terrell, many times, I get much more respect for my athleticism from them not just him and his brother, but from the other players, as opposed to the white ones. I get more respect and acknowledgement of my ability, even at an advanced age, than I would ever get from, white players. And it's just, okay. Because what is it? What is this? If I look at somebody that has a gift, like this one guy who's really short and he's so fast you can't believe it, and he's not always utilized. So, but you use him. You're playing out here to win a game, not to, minimize people's abilities or not take advantage of their abilities if they're on your team. So it's like, and this goes all across the boards. People will minimize you, and sometimes it's because they don't want you to be as good or better than they are. That is a psychological phenomenon that happens.
Yes, I think that nails it. But pretty much.
Sometimes they do it just to do it, and also this is also part of psychology of rich people. And this was my friend who I've talked about who passed away. This guy knew boats. He knew boats backwards and forwards. And somebody come into this, and he was, I guess, doing a job. He was a boat mechanic. He knew everything about boats. So this job had been worked out where he was going to sell these bay liners. They were like, $600,000 or $300,000. I don't know what they were, but he was going to get like a $30,000 commission, a 10% commission for selling boats. And the guy comes into the showroom. Now, this guy's a rich guy. And my friend can show him, this is how, and he shows him how to run the GPS, how to run the boat. He knows all the ins and outs. And the guy, God, I want to do this. And then I guess the owner said, well, you can't. He doesn't want to pay him the commission. So the guy then, he comes back to the showroom. Where's Greg? Greg's not here anymore. Yeah, okay. Walks away. He didn't want to buy the boat. In other words, could the guy afford the $30,000 commission? Easily. He's going to make God knows what on the boat. Mm-hmm. But he doesn't want to give the $30,000. And it even gets to the point where if you go to certain rich people and they're going to make $20,000 on something, and you're going to make 5, they would rather have you not make the 5 than them make the 15. It's more important that you don't make the 5 than they make the 15, right? Because they don't really have to have the 15.
Yes.
I've seen this repeatedly with situations of where you're dealing. My wife had it where she was billing out huge amounts of money, and when she stopped, and she wanted more money per hour, which wasn't a lot.
Right.
I mean, but it was a lot to him. So rather than to pay out $5 more an hour or whatever it was, he's losing like $30,000 a month by when she quits, because the other people aren't going to pick up the slack. So it's, again, rather than pay you an extra, whatever, 100 a week or whatever, a couple $100 more a week, I'd rather not have the $30,000. It's like, and it's like, if you explain it to them, they wouldn't really see it that way, but it would be that way. It's like you put people on an incentive, and this is just a ridiculous state of it helps explain part of why the world is so messed up. It's like, let's hold other people down. Let's not care at all. I mean, you don't have to take on the burden of your neighbors, lock, stock, and barrel, but to help them a little bit is just, this is the world we live in. So
that's just so bizarre. I mean, if you're gonna do greed, do it properly.
Well, there's nothing logical about greed. There's nothing logical about greed. There is something about saving enough for you to be protected. But when you're talking about greedy, when you have you know, when you have $1 million in the bank, not as much as it used to be, but it's still a lot of money. But then instead of that, you want the $1 million of your neighbors too. You want their money, so that you can create a scam to get their money out of them. That's where you really get sick. And as I run into areas of healing where people are vastly wealthy and they can't buy proper healing. Steve Jobs, I could have had him fixed up easy with his condition. I think the biggest problem he would have had was, I can't go to Peter Moon. That would be outrageous if he even knew who I was. You know, even if he says, well, you know, because the ozone therapy would have saved him.
Right.
And not that I do the ozone therapy, but I could have directed him properly. And people get, you know, it's just, I mean, all that money, all that intelligence, which he had a considerable amount of intelligence, he couldn't buy his own health, and he faked it as good as he could, and he expired. So this is like, you know, what is all that money worth? It's
that becomes more of a pride issue then.
Yeah, you can become pride in you know, yeah, I can't be healed by this. And he was somebody who was so left wing that he married Joan Baez. I mean, that's about as left wing as you could be.
You'll need to clarify that for our younger listeners.
Joan Baez was the sort of the quintessential folk singer who was very left in her bordering on communism. She was famous with the Newport Folk Festival in 1962 or 1963, where folk music became the thing before the Beatles blew it out of the water in 64. But you know, I grew up listening to the folk music of the Kingston Trio because it was played in the house. And then Joan Baez and Bob Dylan was her boyfriend. And she later in life turned the other way towards women. But she had that streak in her all along. And she was also part of her father was in charge of a mind control program at Cornell. He was a mind control scientist, Joan Baez. And she wrote a story about a song about her ritual abuse. I think it took place in Tennessee. And so anyway, I mean, you know, but I say he was very left wing, but it's very ego driven. In other words, I can't get healed. I can't get healed by this person or by that. The ego gets in the way. And of course it's all driven by lack of knowledge and ignorance. And what I was going to say about when you get into the black roots tying back to the original alchemy of Egypt, the most knowledge and there are some people with real knowledge, but it doesn't come out in a cartoon form. They're not, although I have to admit, the big-headed scientists, the YouTubes, I used to love the big-headed scientists they were kind of a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but they were also serious, the big-headed scientists that talked about Moorish issues and whatnot. I really liked those. Even though they were corny and lampoonish, it was like he was having a good time with them. But the most intelligent thing I ever saw was from my Qigong teacher who knew the pyramid backwards and forwards. The Great Pyramid, he knew all of this stuff about the pyramid. And it's integratable into the human body. So it's all in terms of energy. He was teaching energy, not so much about all of these iconic stories of doctors making weird things. I mean, there's plenty. And not to say that doesn't exist, because Douglas has taught us so much about the island Dr. Moreau and weird stuff like that. But it's all about energy, and the energy of the pyramid and integrating it into your human body because your body has pyramids in it. And he once said to one of, and I have to give your book, Douglas, to Stan.
Yes. Stan
Okrent. Stan is he's somebody who married a beautiful Japanese girl.
Wonderful.
And he was studying. He's black. He was studying Aikido in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
He worked in Japan. He speaks Japanese. And he, I guess he came home and his mother was studying with my teacher, and the mother taught him a thing or two, and he came and became one of my teacher's favorite students. And because he speaks Japanese, and he's got a son who's half Japanese.
Wow.
And half black.
Yes. And
he must be pretty old by now. I saw him when he was just fairly young.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to give him your book because he's gonna, and he's formed a connection with the Montauk medicine man because he once went to a powwow with us. So I want to give him his book. But his niece studied with us, and my teacher said to her, he says, she was asking him about the pyramids. He says, ask Peter Moon, he knows, which just gave her a tremendous amount of respect for me, which she wouldn't have had otherwise because he endorsed my knowledge of the pyramid.
Right.
But what I learned about the pyramid, I learned from him. But because I could contextualize what he taught into the pyramidology of Egypt.
Yes.
I don't claim myself to be because I knew people who knew the pyramid backwards and forwards.
Yes.
Howard Metz had his Institute of Pyramidology. Nobody will ever hear Howard. But, and Chelsea Floor, who knew the pyramid. But she didn't understand the energetics of the pyramid to the knowledge which my teacher did. And the pyramid is basically, you have what in the martial arts they call the kwa,
yes,
which is your lower dantian, which is like, you imagine an upside down pyramid, an inverted pyramid around your crotch area, upside down. And that's your kwa. And that's where your whole movement gyrates from and moves from. And within that kwa, you have the equivalent of the capstone or the king's chamber of the pyramid. The capstone would be at the very tip, down by your, what's the name for that? Pericardium? No, what's it called?
I forget. I'm so sorry.
It's between your testicles and your hole. I forget what it's.
Yes, I forget. I'm so sorry. That sacral sac and your
whatever.
Penis.
It's like that would be the capstone, the upside down. But within that, you have what the equivalent of the king's chamber, and that is where you're going to have a fire. That's where the fire is going to be, and you're igniting a fire. This is also as part of Taoism. You're going to take in dark energy. From dark energy, you're going to breathe in through the breath, and you're going to light that fire in the equivalent of the king's chamber. And that fire is going to radiate all the way up your spine.
I was about to say up your anus, but go on. Yes.
No, it comes through that.
Yes.
When you breathe and when you pull in.
By the way, this is all vagus nerve stuff. This is all vasovagal. So go on. Yes.
When you pull in the anus, and to do it consecutively, 9 times 9, 81, and then do that 9 times, 81 times 9, it's going to fix prostate problems. It's going to fix all sorts of problems. And it's a very healthy thing to do. But anyway, the whole idea is you're bringing this energy into your system. Right. This is consistent with yoga. Yeah. It's consistent with other disciplines. But that pyramid is an inverted pyramid, and that's the kwa. And then you have an upright pyramid on top of that goes up to the sternum. And so you've got a pyramid on the bottom, inverted, a pyramid on the top. And then from the sternum up to where your clavicle or collarbone is. The collarbone is another inverted pyramid going down to your sternum. And that's the middle dantian. And then on top of that, you have a right side pyramid going from the top of your clavicle or your shoulders is the base going up towards your head. And thereabouts in the king's chamber is your pineal gland. So, and that pyramid shape is why the pharaoh would wear a headdress that looked somewhat like a pyramid. That's the pharaoh. He's like the head pyramidologist. And then above your head, you'd have another inverted pyramid, which is your higher dantian, which is where your energy comes in through your crown point, also referred to as the 1,000-petaled lotus. Now, these things they're almost like, what would you call it, rarefied? Right. They're not necessarily things. There are people who can relate to it because they experience it, but it's mostly sort of like academic for most people. And you need to concentrate on the more functional aspects of life. And these are things that, that's why you need to learn the foundational aspects of Qigong or whatnot, because for most people, they're not ready for it. And
right.
I personally don't spend a lot of time contemplating these things. Part of me lives up there, but most of me lives down in the real world, so to speak.
Yes.
And but these things, this is so, like, he would teach knowledge of this, but then again, he'd have students come up to him, why don't you teach me about the pyramid? Why don't you teach me this? What were you teaching these students back here years ago? Why don't you teach us this? Yet he'd look at me and just, kind of laugh, because they're asking him for information. He's not, they don't, he'd say they're not ready for it. It was very, he could have sat down. He wasn't going to sit there and explain it like I just did. He wasn't going to do it.
Right.
And, he had a very interesting way about him. Like, it was like more important for him to tell me that I knew it than it was to explain it to them. It was like, it was just very interesting. Like, he'd just look at somebody, okay, they're at that level, they're not going to learn.
Right.
It's like, okay, all right, let them go, bye-bye. It amazed me. It amazed me that he just didn't care.
Well, I think that of course is indicative of a true teacher. By the way, I just want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat room who is participating, and I want Clarice Claudette. She's entered a lot of comments in the last several minutes, so I hope she's listening. I just wanted to know that I'll be on the lookout for her second care package coming my way. The first one is still delivering, and certainly I couldn't have rebounded from waking up frigid for 2 days in a row without what she provided in terms of vitamin C and medicinal teas. Guided tea inside of our chat room. Guided tea the tea is spelled T-E-E or T-E-E. He says, great show. And Ballistic Boopa is very much laughing at some of the jokes that Peter had made earlier. And Louisa Gibson was talking about Vask Tech or Vask Technology. And certainly there's been a lot of feedback from all of these wonderful people. If Brandon Young is still listening, Ballistic Boopa was talking about the Waldorf School of Rudolf Steiner is still teaching cursive. But then again, if you go into Waldorf, you're going into a whole different lifestyle. Your kids are going to come out, kind of like hippies, which isn't necessarily.
I got to tell you something about Waldorf.
Yeah, okay.
When I went to put my daughter, and we were able to send her to a private school up to the 4th grade.
Yes.
They petered out after that. And it was very important that she got the private school because they treated her as an individual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it was very good for her. Mm-hmm. She needed it.
Yes.
But I went looking to the Waldorf school.
Uh-huh.
And I think we started off paying about $2,900 a year. Uh-huh. And I think by the time she finished the fourth grade, it was about $4,000 a year, which we could afford. Uh-huh. As soon as I got divorced, no, I still paid it after, but then it was like, okay, that was done. Mm-hmm. But when I went and looked at the Waldorf school, which was in Garden City, and Garden City is a very rich place, and they were famous in the 1980s for outlawing basketball hoops. They didn't want any basketball hoops.
Interesting.
Because these things, they're kind of palatial mansion type houses, and very sort of a snooty atmosphere. So anyway, with this, God, I forgot what I was saying.
Oh, we were talking about Waldorf and your daughter.
Yeah. So Waldorf, I said, I went there and I got their brochure and they say, $15,000, but we'd like you to send more. And it's like, wow, what an attitude. So you realized you really wouldn't want your kid going to a school like that.
Right.
Because, and it's like, it's like,
well, they're just fucking elitist, obviously, in their own right. By the way, Halikaditis Kiefer asks me in the message box. She sent it to me in the Facebook Messenger system. She says, has Peter ever crossed paths with Patrick Flanagan? Just curious, with a heart.
I don't talk to her anymore, but I became very close with his ex-wife.
Wow. Like, you mean intimate? Like,
No, not sexually. We could have been, perhaps. Mm-hmm. We were very much aligned astrologically. And she's a doctor of psychology, a PhD. And she told me about him, and I did not know this. Of course, for the audience who does not know who Patrick Flanagan is, he's very famous for writing a book about pyramidology. He wrote the book Pyramidology that made pyramidology a thing in the 70s. Pyramids, the magic of pyramids. If you put a razor blade in a pyramid, it will become sharp, and this sort of thing. And he was a prodigy, sort of a psychic prodigy. But what I didn't know until he used to be on my mailing list, he bought some of my books, and but he was in Scientology.
Wow.
He was a Scientologist, and he got out of that. I don't know how much. I mean, there was a relationship there, but I think he was a prodigy when he was young. I think Scientology helped him, but somebody with talent like that's kind of going to run afoul of Scientology because of the administrative whatever, plus maybe some other things. But I found out from her after he passed away, because he passed away, that he was just scared to death of L. Ron Hubbard, scared to death. And it was a paranoid scare, I can tell you this. It was more of an astral like fear that they were coming to get him or something like this. So he was very knowledgeable about the pyramid, but she also said that he got involved into scamming. In other words, he had real ability, but he would compromise himself because he was pursuing money or success. He really didn't need to. He was an inventor. And this is a problem with some geniuses. They have real genius, and then their integrity goes out.
Yeah.
Just like
sad.
I met a couple of women who are still my friends to this day, although I don't really interact with them anymore. They were very close for a while. and they there was this guy that one was a girlfriend of, and the other was used to like to make fun of him because he couldn't speak English as well as he should have. And he was a kind of a famous psychic. He had real ability, and he was always trying to invent scams to draw people to him because he felt because he had ability that he should have more of a following. So he was trying to do bullshit to attract people to him, like it was justified. In other words, the ends justified, or the ends justified the means, because he had something to give, and it wasn't honest. And this is, I think, what is it? Adamski did that in the 1950s. He had some real live information of some sort, which they would have called contactee information, but then he started falsifying it because he wanted to have an audience, crowd. Yeah. He had to impress the audience.
He started generating content, yes, like today's YouTubers.
Well, yes, exactly. It's like we're in show business, so let's put on a show.
Yes,
and it becomes
pathetic. Come on.
Well, that, as I say, that's the nature of show business, and that's why I never wanted to do my own show, because you're trying. It ends up like recruiting talent for a carnival. You know, because, I mean, if you're being a host, you're doing most of your own.
It is. It's that way with almost everybody, except me. But go on.
Well, you're doing your own content.
I'm sorry.
And you're having me in the context of your own work,
right?
And then you have other people to buttress you or buffer you.
Yes. So
it's like, you know. But yeah, this is a problem if you're doing live interview show.
Oh yeah.
You have to, you know, entertain the crowd, and it's there's other ways. Well, and then you look at what Alex Jones goes to.
Oh God.
He starts emulating wrestlers, or trying to.
Yeah, pathetic. It's just awful.
It's crazy.
Yeah, no, just horrible. I was speaking of him earlier and how he was saying nobody died at Sandy Hook and all the rest of that crap. It's just, he did so much damage. I'm glad he's somewhat contained now. Somewhat.
You know what? I had heard, and I didn't really follow it, but that there were a lot of lies told about Sandy Hook by the media and whatnot. And it seems to me, and I really don't know what happened there because I don't get into the Batman killers and all this stuff. What you had to say about that was interesting.
Thank you.
But I don't, because, see, everybody's an armchair conspiracy theorist these days.
Yes.
And I try to keep my work professional. And if I have something to say, I want to know that I'm not going to follow all these trends. But from what I heard about Sandy Hook, there was far more to it than what the media was telling us. But when Alex Jones comes on and starts making all this stuff, it's like he ruins it for everybody, sort of like the QAnon movement.
Thank you.
It's just, yeah. So, I mean, I really don't, I had friends who looked into Sandy Hook and thought it was abysmal what was going on there, media-wise.
Yes. There was definitely a lot more going on at Sandy Hook than was being covered in the media, that's for certain. But, you know, what he was doing was just taking everybody in the wrong direction. But that's to be expected from him. That was his purpose in life. You know, that's why he basically fingered our man, oh, Jesus Christ, I'm forgetting his name now, Mr. Behold the Pale Horse. Thank you, Jesus Christ, it's been so long. Oh, yes, so, yeah, and definitely, so with this, I do want, if the gentlemen are with us, I do want them to say good night to our dear friend Peter. I'm not ushering him off the stage at all. I want him to stay with us as long as he feels comfortable. But Sammy Romero went out of his way to stay with us, and I do want him and Brandon Young, who was with us earlier before Peter came on, as well as Salman Sheikh, to all say hi to Peter. And this is our chance to say hi to him in the last half hour that he's with us before midnight, because he usually tends to leave at the stroke of midnight. So if you gentlemen would come on before before I suck all the oxygen out of the room soon enough, that would be deeply appreciated.
And Douglas will be
Good night,
sucking
Peter.
the oxygen from about midnight till about 7 in the morning or thereabouts.
Yes. Oh my fucking.
Holy crap! There's that much going on.
Oh yes. I do want people to understand that I am well aware
Holy crap.
of what's going on with Vladimir Putin and President Biden. They're going to be holding a video summit on Tuesday. So what we can...
Oh man, disaster porn.
Yeah, what we can... Yes, and what we can conclude from that... We can conclude that nothing is going to happen. I mean, if Vladimir Putin wants to play this is the next Cuban Missile Crisis, then he can, like, shall we say, he'll just, he'll have to wait on any invasion until he talks to Biden, or there's no point, right? So we
It'll
know...
be a push-up contest,
Yes. Yes, and so there we have that, and so with that we turn over to the other gentlemen who are with us. Okay, and let's see if anyone.
Gentlemen, are you?
Hello.
Yes.
Hey. Hi, Peter. Good evening. How are you?
Hi, Salman. Nice to talk to you.
Hi, Peter.
Hi there. Is it? Who else was with us? Is that Brandon?
Brandon Young, if he's still with us. Otherwise, he probably went.
Who was the other hype? Oh, that was Sammy.
It's me, Sammy.
Yes.
It's
Okay.
Sammy.
Yes.
All right. Hi.
Hello, Peter.
Hello.
I have a question for Peter.
Yeah.
Sure.
Peter, when it comes to you playing football,
Yeah.
do you get intimidated by the younger players, or do the younger players purposely try to hurt you because you're older, or do they take it easy on you? This is just me
Well,
wondering.
let me put it this way. Nobody intimidates me. It's not that type of a game.
Okay.
We're playing touch football, and
Okay.
we're not out there to hurt each other. That's not the purpose. If we were out there to hurt each other, it's mostly passing. Sometimes there will be blocking, and I like blocking because it's a skill that I've learned since I did qigong, because I was not it wasn't something I really specialized in, because mostly I'm was speed or pass oriented. But let me put it this way: we had an incident today where I collided with somebody pretty hard, and I don't feel it at all because of the qigong I do. I know, boom, boom, and this guy had been labeled as a troublemaker, and he says to me, "Are you okay?" About like 30 seconds later, he said, "Hey, are you okay?" I said, "I'm just fine." And somebody said, "Yeah, he doesn't complain like the other guy." Because it was a big kerfuffle between him and another guy that they collided too hard, and it was just no. So it's just like this is not a factor. What I would say is today, I got my finger hit again. The one I had injured the Sunday before Thanksgiving. I really jammed it. It really swelled up. Well, I hit the finger again today, and I had to take myself out of the game. And it was pretty much the last series, and it hurt. And then after about an hour, the swelling was minimal, and it's almost back to normal now. It almost feels better than before the game. I injured it the second time. It's like, it's the same damn finger, and it's like, wow, this is from the qigong. It's like stronger, and I realized there's a technique in qigong. Well, there's a technique in martial arts, and you can see it all over the web. It's called iron palm, and you see these guys smashing their fists or they're into rocks or whatever, and they're actually damaging their fists when they do this. And sometimes, my teacher once saw a guy in the subway. He had this swollen hand, and he looks at him, and he goes, "Iron palm?" He goes, "Yeah, how did you know?" He says, "I don't do iron palm. My teacher would teach steel palm." And steel palm, see, iron palm is you're just, pushing your hand into whatever you're hitting it, and you're beating up and you're bruising your hand. And often the person will get a swollen hand. He might become, I once knew a plumber, and the plumber said, I gotta get out of plumbing because it makes my hands big. Now, other plumbers don't agree with this, but he got these big fingers because he's, working with all his pipes and stuff made his fingers too big. So he had to get out of plumbing. So anyway, you're beating your hand. Now, the difference between steel and iron is steel is tempered. So there's a way to do hand pounding. I don't like to call it pounding, but there's certain ways to drop your hand. Instead of using a bunch of gravel, you use a towel to soften it. And you do it to temper. See, the way you turn iron into steel is to heat it, to temper it and strengthen it. So you're conditioning your hand. And steel is harder than iron. So he taught us steel palm, which is, I'm not currently doing it because I do the towel squeeze. Now, if I would do steel or the steel palm exercise, which is, it's kind of hard to do. You have to have, I'd use the kitchen counter, and I don't like to use the kitchen counter because I'm afraid I'm going to bust it or something. And you're just letting it drop relaxedly. You're not like, you're letting it fall with gravity. And you don't want to, bust up your kitchen counter. It's better to have a concrete pillar, and you put a towel, and there's a certain way to do it. Don't try it listening to this. I'd even be reluctant to show it on video because I'm afraid people might hurt themselves because it's very easy for people to do it on their own and screw themselves up. But the thing is, if I would do that steel palm exercise, I go on the football field, I'm not going to drop any passes because the fingers are just conditioned. The other secret about steel palm is when you do this and you're making your hand stronger physically, it has more healing ability. So you could sit there and, like, say, I could put my hands over you energetically, vibrationally over your knee or over your head, and you would feel it. You can feel it. It wouldn't be my hands. You could feel your brothers, your girlfriends, your friends' hands. You'll feel the energy around the head. If I do the steel palm, you're going to feel a lot more energy, or you would do it. It energizes you, and it increases your healing ability because everything that's martial is healing. Now,
is that because of the chakras that are in the hand, right? The energy centers, right?
We're bioenergetic characters, yeah. So you have energy in your hand, and it's going to be more. In the case of my teacher, boy, you'd feel it because he had so much. The other thing I was going to say is that I'm not doing it because if I do the towel squeeze, I get the benefit of the hands. I'm not going to miss the ball. If I did the steel, I missed a couple balls today. If I did the steel palm, I probably wouldn't have missed them. And now, when they're hurting the finger, there's also something which I would call steel finger. He didn't call it that, but I call it steel finger. In other words, you get a towel and you put your fingers into it, into the towel. You're not going into the rocks. You're just going boom, boom, boom. So like if you were going to attack somebody, your fingers would be so strong, you just reach into their throat and, kind of screw them up for the rest of their life. And probably a few more lives, if your fingers can just go into penetrate a body if you had to. But it's like strengthening the fingertips. So if the fingertips go straight, my fingers are already pretty strong, but there's an exercise I can make them stronger. And I hope, Sammy, that answers your question.
And by the way,
that's very interesting.
Thank you, and no, thank you so much, Sammy. That was wonderful. Holly Kaditis Kiefer also writes us in the message box on Facebook. She says, "Thank you, Peter. Fascinating." So she really appreciated what you had to say about Patrick Flanagan and all that pyramidology and his death and your shall I say your flirtation with his wife or your.
She. Well, I mean, we could talk. I love talking. We love talking to each other. Mm-hmm. We have planets. I think we both have Venus and Mars in Pisces. And when I talk astrologically, that's a perfect blend. Mm-hmm. I don't even think we're like personality likewise. But what I was going to say is astrologically, what you want to have is somebody with their Venus on your moon, or is trining compatible with your moon. Your moon is your emotions, your feelings. So if their Venus is corresponding or on top of your moon, they're just going to love you. You'll love you emotionally. You're going to just love them. And vice versa, if you have your Venus on their moon, they're just going to feel good around you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter what they look like or what they are or however things, you're just going to get along. You might not want a relationship with them for whatever reason, but you're just going to get along with this person splendidly. The relationship between the Venus and the moon. Venus is, of course, the planet of love. It also involves money and security. Mars is also a planet of sex. They're both sex planets, but Mars is more of the raw sexual energy.
Yes.
So you can do the Mars. So if somebody has their Mars on your moon, you're going to feel a sexual vibe there. And it's interesting because I learned this from one particular astrologer who never practiced, but she studied astrology her whole life. And she, different astrologers I've known have shared their insights with me. And I could say this to some astrologer and they'd say, I never heard of that. The real good ones would at least appreciate it.
There. Thank you so much. And Salman Sheikh, please come on.
Yes, Peter. I really appreciate the information and knowledge you have provided tonight. And it's very important how you detail the aspect of Qigong and why it's important in today's world, especially in the age of chaos, to have some kind of spiritual practice or something that keeps you going and strengthens you mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. And that's the same discussion I was having with a Sufi group earlier in the Philadelphia area, that it's important right now to keep up your spiritual practices, because right now we're in this time of change and time of basically great occult warfare in many ways, with the many changes that are taking place throughout the world. And an uncertain future right now, even with the all of the events going on, not just in America, but all over the world. So I really thank you for the information that you share. It's always a pleasure listening to you. And I thank you for how you detail these teachings of Qigong and other events going on, of how you should stay active in your life, like what you do with the football, and also why it's important to have these spiritual practices. And I think that has something also that has helped me as well to basically center myself and ground myself. And 2022 will have its own challenges as everything is kind of changing in its own way. So I thank you for the great knowledge that you have provided tonight. It's always a pleasure listening to you.
Well, thank you, Simon. What I would also say, what inspires me to say, is that I had gotten involved with, very interested in the whole alchemical tradition. Of course, I was introduced to it in my book, The Black Sun, by my friend Chelsea Floor, introduced me to some of the alchemical concepts. And then when I did this book, edited this book, Transylvanian Moonrise, it goes into a real alchemical tradition, and there was this prospect that I might meet this alchemist with a real tradition, and I kind of put it off. in my own mind, sort of negated the meeting because I wasn't ready for it. And now I've had such a reinvigoration between the Qigong and what's happened in my life recently, also having a younger wife, that I thought maybe I could link up with this tradition. And now what's happening in my life currently, it's almost like, it's like these dreams I shared last transmission. I have to provide the answers to myself. I have to come up with it's all inside of me. So like I'm feeling like challenging to be younger. Like there's certain things I can do to make myself better on the field. I can run a few sprints. If I run a few sprints during the week, and this is not much, it's a lot for an older person maybe, but it's not much. It's like running about 4 wind sprints in the park in the back. Wow, it makes a world of difference on the field. A world of difference. If I were to do it more, like more intensive training, it would be even better. So what is the limit? What is the limit? And if you have a reason to live, I've also been watching some specialized Tai Chi people on the internet. A lot of stuff I wouldn't want to watch or don't want to watch, but I can find certain people that speak to my frequency for what I need to learn. So it's like the sky is the limit for all of us, whatever discipline, tradition, even Jameson.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that.
Thank you. And by the way, some clarification is needed here. Beth McCall in the chat room says, just started the live stream, which means she's hearing what we were talking about before Peter Moon came on, and says, wait, why are these people working with demons? Of course, what she heard was Jameson Reese at the very beginning.
Yes.
Yes. And
well, I mean, to each I'd say I'm not encouraging people to go down my path. It's just, something that works for me. I would ask, like, why would anyone want to work with a god, or why work with God at all? But, it's, again, to each their own flavor, I guess.
I don't want to do a defense for demons here, but what I'm saying is demon is originally, what a demon is a two-headed side of a coin.
Yes.
An angel is the same thing.
Yes.
One side is what we would think of as an angel. The other side is a demon, but they're really one and the same. And the word deity comes from double, or dios, or deus. And you have, what is that word? In diabolos is the double.
Yes.
Diabolo is the double. And the gypsy have for their word for God is debel. Debel. So the deity is double-sided. You have good and you have evil. You have yin and you have yang. Yes. So when you are, of course, and also Jameson's study of the dark side is what brought him to Douglas, because Douglas had answers that weren't being provided by the darkies.
Correct. Absolutely correct.
And also, it's very important. This is common yin-yang stuff, but the yin is in the yang and the yang is in the yin. So if you penetrate the darkest corridors of hell, or whatever you want to call it, you will find in there a light. You will find a light. And by the same token, if you have... you go into heaven and you go God, you're going to find darkness, as exemplified in that TV show Family Guy. Whenever they portray God, he's like reading porno or trying to get sex. It's very funny.
Yes. That is. By the way, we have somebody in the chat room. I'd like everybody to look at and tell me what your instinct is on this. Is Tiandre Tuosto?
Tiandre is my buddy.
Okay.
He's my quarterback.
Got it. Okay, now I got it.
Yeah, that was the impression I got too. That was why I left it.
Okay.
Yeah, I assumed Tiandre might be listening, and I have presents for them all for Christmas. I'm sure they'll arrive this week.
Wonderful.
And I hope to bring them to the game tomorrow.
Yes.
But there was a plot to separate. DeAndre always picks me to be on his team, which is really honor because, sometimes he'll pick me first. He shouldn't pick me first because there's younger, better players, arguably better, definitely younger and faster. So, but they separated me from him today, and
by the way, guided T with the T with the double E, it says this is Terrell. So that is Terrell in the chat room. There we are. He says good to hear you and good to have you with us. Hopefully he'll get Skype downloaded, or someone will help him get Skype downloaded. He can join us in the near future.
Well, yes, I told him that, and if you can, and DeAndre, but they both have their group, their protest group, and we can have them if they're in the same place or whatever. We can have them come and talk about their group and what they've done and what they went through with their arrests earlier during the protest period.
Wonderful.
And whatever they want to say about their group for social issues.
Yes, social justice. Wonderful.
Exactly, which is very much a part. And Douglas talks a lot about these issues on deeper levels, but the downside is you have to listen to him all night, which takes up time. And
Peter, that's actually
a lot of your time. And if you're driving across country in a truck, that's the time to listen to him. And then, of course, one of my friends listens to him and catches up on it, or if you're doing work around the house or whatnot.
Yes, or your Tai Chi, yes. And
I would also say that just to say Douglas is listened to around the world by different people in geopolitical situations. He hasn't gone down that path tonight, but they listen to him to find out what's going on in Asia because he knows more about Asia than anybody. Because aside from the fact that he's half Asian, it's a simple way to put it. He's born in Taiwan, and he knows the geopolitics of Asia even better than the Asians themselves.
Yes.
He understands the ramifications of them. Yes. So you'll have people in the White House or whatever listening to get some sort of a beat. I think the Trump White House listened to you more than the Biden White House.
I agree.
I don't know.
Yeah, I actually agree with that because Trump did act on Taiwan in a way that everybody was puzzled about, and it makes sense. And it did indicate that he knew something about Roswell. There was that indicated that he was onto what we were saying. All of this is quite true, and these are elements that cannot be overemphasized. And this is why here I'll ambush Peter a little bit, quite affectionately. The other day when we were talking about Biden, and Peter was bringing up Biden's business interests I haven't even followed up on that yet, but I'm sure they're there. I mean, this is normal. These politicians are rich. They put investments in all over the world. I'm sure Biden's relations, Hunter Biden and Biden himself, they probably both have.
Guided T says he has the Skype. He's asking for the.
What's the radio station? Don't worry about it. We'll get him on
he's
here.
Asking he needs to send you a friend request, or does he need to send it to Jameson or to Douglas?
Yeah. So you need to give us your Skype ID, Terrell. If you give us your Skype ID here, then I'll send you a friend request. Or here's my Skype ID. I'm going to enter this right now. So look for it right now here in the chat room. Douglas Dietrich 1. And then you send that a friend request and we'll go from there. I'm not bringing you on tonight, but we'll bring you on soon. And this way, so there's my Skype. You just send a friend request there. I friend you, and then the next time Peter's on, we can bring you on if that's possible. Or as soon as you're able to come on next time with Peter. And that way we can bring you on.
Wednesday's your next show, correct?
That's correct, which is, like nothing. That's like the day,
It depends on their work schedules.
Yeah, of course.
And all that.
Of course. Yeah, depending on your work schedule. It would always be towards the beginning of the show, obviously. Your average person's not going to be coming on.
Yeah, because they're on the East Coast with me.
Yeah, of course. And so one of the things I wanted to say in this very affectionate ambush of Peter was he brought up the other day Biden's business investments in China. And he said, and this is logical, this might weaken his stance on China. And I said he couldn't afford to do that because that's one of the few popular things he inherited from Trump was the Cold War stance against China. Then I brought up, Trump's business interests in China, and it didn't seem to stop him from starting the Cold War with China because he just felt that was something that had to be done based on, he had very business-like, shall we say, a filter to look through it, to look at it through, which was his concept of the deficit, that there was a supermassive trade deficit. But in terms of that, Peter was saying, oh, there's no need for equivalency. But honestly, Peter, you don't tell me that you imagine it's going to be Pence 2024. It's not going to be Pence 2024. It's got to be Trump. There's no other name that's going to hold the Republican Party. You do know this, right? That Trump threatened to leave the Republican Party fairly recently. It was just only a few weeks ago, saying he was going to start his own independent party. And then the Republicans said, no, we're going to lose forever after that if you leave. We can't let you leave. And they told him they weren't going to pay for all of these expenses they were maintaining for him, legal expenses, etc., if he left. So he stayed with them. So he's obvious.
That might have been why he threatened to leave.
Yeah, it could have been, but I think he's very serious about running again. Certainly the Republicans want him to. There's nobody else who's going to hold.
Well, yeah, I mean, I could be wrong. I just have a feeling he's done. I just have a feeling he's done. But
I do too. I agree with you, Peter.
Yeah, and it's just, who knows? I mean, who knows what the world will be like by the time that election rolls around.
I mean, it's a very good point. I mean, obviously, that's the excellent point. Whenever there's a survey taken, they ask, how would you respond if this man were running against this man right now? These surveys are always worthless in the sense that the moment that the two men are running against each other, the world has changed around them. And so whatever's said at the time of surveys being taken is irrelevant. And but I do believe he's the only name brand that the Republicans have, and certainly that's the way it looks now. And as you say, we've got a little while before 2024, but I can't imagine it would be Pence. Well, whoever's running, that Pence would be a farce, and he's too much like Biden. I mean, the two are like clones. You can't tell them apart. So, but in terms of I'm getting some incoming questions in my emails about my mother's photograph. So I do want to point out while everyone is here, and I do want to point out something that some wonderful person said, and I have my own, shall we say, reservations about it as well. I'm going to turn on the screen share for everyone before Peter leaves for the night. And so do tell me, Peter, if you can see the little cursor moving around your name, and everybody else, yep. Hopefully they can see the cursor. First, we're going to check in on Tyrell, who says, sounds good. Next weekend should be good. Most excellent. So thank you. So there we are. There you see Guided T, and this was Tian's Retusta. I was wondering who the hell was Vincent at Vincent. That's is that our friend Tyrell that he's referencing?
No, I'll send you a private message.
Oh, okay. There we are. So he's going to deal with that. And while Peter Moon is dealing with that, oh, yes, here we are. Here's something that was said that I'll point out to dear Peter while he's here. This might distract you while you're sending your message. So just tell me when you're ready to look at it. And there we are. There's the private message. Oh, right. Yes, forgot all about that. So that's so funny. Okay, we got that going. And let's see now. Back to the live stream, was it? Yes, here we are. So when we take a look at this person sent me this, and YouTube did not show this. So I do want this person, Shiva Krishna, to know that I have not hidden their comment. So YouTube, for whatever reason, shows some comments, like it always shows or displays Salman's, but it didn't display this other one. So what he said was, I'm super new. So Douglas, interestingly, he spelled that with 2 S's, is the son of Adolf Hitler, transvestite assassin, template for advanced artificial intelligence computer intellect, It would take forever to verify all this, so I will accept this. Love your spirit, love your transmission. So I gave him a heart, but it's very bizarre because, first off, this doesn't sound like he's super new at all. This sounds like somebody who's either been listening for an extraordinarily long time, or it sounds like somebody who listened to that one latest transmission in depth. Like he listened to it repeatedly, because usually this is always brought up in passing in such a way that nobody comments on the various times I bring up these very factors. So it's not like anyone pursues it to any great degree at any given time. Usually I come up with different elements of these experiences and phenomena in different transmissions. So it's really interesting that he came up with this all at once. And I do, I look at this positively, but at the same time, another interesting aspect of it was my latest transmission. I was going into analysis of, first off, the German bombing of the port of Paris and how that was so strategically important and stopped the American attempt to create a German, quote unquote, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, hoping that they could get the Germans to sue for peace by completely chemically annihilating the populations in the two major cities of Dusseldorf and Cologne. And then after that, I went on to analyze the economy, and then I went into jurisprudence, the judiciary, and then jurisprudence. I mean, with all this in-depth analysis I was doing, he notices this. That's what's bizarre. It's like, okay, so it's somewhat odd,
Yeah, maybe it could be someone, a previous stalker of yours, or
who knows. I'll take it as a positive for now, unless
yeah, we could take it as a positive.
Yeah, in terms of
but
yeah.
what we do know is usually people who are set up or sicked upon you seem to focus on certain types of information. So this is someone to look at much later on in future time. If they come offering us help, then we should be suspicious. I'll just put it like that.
Well, we wouldn't know who it is because their name Shiva Krishna is kind of like a cover, right? So it's obviously an avatar, but it's an interesting, whoever took that on would likely, you would assume they were Asian Indian or something, but you never know. Honestly, avatars are just not known. For those of you who are asking about the photograph, what people have noticed about my mother is this was after she would return from basically getting blood, in other words, off the streets. And you can see she's bandaged. She has bandages because she would basically, everybody thought of my mother as an amateur criminologist, and it was one of the reasons why I got into criminology and criminal psychology. She would always say she was a fan of murder mysteries. She very much was a fan of Sherlock Holmes because Sherlock Holmes was very simply written and easy to learn English with. So it was one of the original works that she learned English with, along with The Little Prince, etc. Different works like that really struck her as milestones in her love of the English language. One of the original franchises that got her interested in English was the Sherlock Holmes franchise. And so you'll even notice she's even wearing kind of a theme in that regard. And she would basically ask people about what was new in crime. She would maintain very much a kind of an ear to the crime scene. And she was always very interested in basically serial killers or child predators. And she would ultimately track down a number of these fiends, and basically they would disappear. A lot of times you'd hear about a crime wave of a serial killer and you wouldn't hear about the serial killer again. The serial killer was never caught. In cases like that, I do bring to people's attention at this point in history, it's safe to say, my mother put an end to them. And that was because she encountered them and drained their blood. She would track them down by newspaper clippings, very similar to what Mae Brussels used to do. So there was that element of her. And of course, some of them would resist. One of the things you might notice, and a very astute individual asked me about this. They said, "Is she wearing a bulletproof vest?" And I said, "Yes, she's wearing a Kevlar vest." Or rather, I'll answer that now. So it's obviously not a normal T-shirt, and the person actually noticed that. It's not a normal, and obviously women don't wear T-shirts. Certainly not underneath their clothing the way men do. They would wear bras. And instead, what my mother wore was a bulletproof vest because the Kevlar would weigh down her breasts and make it look more like she was a man. That way she would hide her gender to a good degree. And so there you have that. And it was... hopefully people also realize that here she is, a World War II veteran. And we're talking about this photograph was taken around the 70s, 80s, late 70s, early 80s. Obviously, her aging was very much retarded in terms of a retarded aging process, and that has to do with the vampirism. And so there we have that. When she took these people down, it wasn't due to combat in the conventional sense. It was certainly she was far stronger than your average woman, but it was more that combined with the fact that they would think of her as prey and allow themselves to get completely vulnerable because of their overconfidence. And I guess that's all that I remember about that right now that bears relating. So hopefully that gives people some information. Marky Milk says, "Hope you're all having a fantastic night." And we had many other wonderful people checking in earlier. Daniel Arola, of course. Amor Fadi saying, "Such a good question, Douglas. How do we prepare our kids for the dystopic future?" Yes. And he said,
buy them all, I'd say you buy them all guns.
Oh my God.
I don't know. That's the best I could come up with as far as an idea at this point. That's how bad it looks.
Right. And yes, there we are. Sarah Thomas was talking about her son is 13 and can't attend school currently due to anxiety. No way I could homeschool him, right? So that she says they have a school board teacher come to the house twice a week. Quite true. And James Forsyth was saying, "Good evening, Douglas, Peter, and all." And so there we have that. Kathy Bennett just caught up on the school shooting. Another school shooting. Fuck! Like she just heard about it. So she's very fortunate. She probably lives off the grid. Marcus Griggs was here earlier down in Australia telling us we came in. And this is Brandon Young, who's Brando. So my love to you all, and our love to Peter Moon. It's 12 minutes after midnight, 12 after 12.
I'll sign off now.
God
And
bless you. We love you dearly and share that love with Paula.
thank you very much.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. And
Good night, Peter.
Yes.
Good night.
Good night. And so with that, our dear Sammy is on my time zone, but Salman Sheikh has to go to bed right away. He gets up so early tomorrow. Say good night, Salman, to our listeners.
Yes, Brother Douglas. First, I would like to say that you are a blessed and heavenly soul, because the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that those that serve their mothers, they are truly blessed in all the ways possible. And heaven lies at the feet of your mother. And that's basically it. No enemy of yours or any aspect of darkness or any of the cultists can stop you from the great work that you are doing, because that is the Sufi tradition, that those that love and honor the legacy of their mothers and the great work that you are doing, you are personally protected, and you will have the intercession and interference of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in your life and on the day of judgment against your enemies and against all the darkness that is trying to stop you, which they will fail ultimately. And the most beautiful thing that I can say is that it's just wonderful, and it's an honor to see this in today's world when there's so much division going on. To see that love and respect for our mothers being portrayed in this world, it's very important, especially with the divine feminine and how it's under attack in many ways. So for all of the audience listening, please support Brother Douglas. Put a thumbs up on all of his videos. Get his books. Report his gang stalkers, and support him financially, morally, in any way that you can. Share his transmissions, and then also to basically be a part of this fight against these cultists. and to spread this information wherever you can, because he is our Vulcan interventionist. But at the same time, this is our collective war. So all of us have to do our individual parts in it as well. And I give my greetings of peace and love to brothers Douglas, Jamo, with the greetings of Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you, my brother, your mother in heaven, and all of you and yours, and all of our brothers and sisters on Team Dietrich. Much love to all of you, and I look forward to catching up on the transmission in the morning.
God bless you. We love you too, dear brother.
Good night,
Assalamu
Solomon.
alaikum. Yes. And
Much
Sammy.
love. Good night.
Good night. Yes. And dear Sammy, do me a favor, speak with Jamie for a few minutes while I refresh myself.
I'm just curious as to how voluminous what you have to go
Yeah,
into
we'll do.
is tonight.
It's quite a bit too much, really. And Sammy Romero will get us started. He'll help us get there. When I come back, I'll transition it immediately into solicitation, and which, of course, I had called up on screen. As you can see, I can't even remember it. I always have that up there when I say it, because for some reason, as soon as I say it, it just disappears from my brain. Our man has been trying to call us, Ben Estenius, the man who sponsors me, to say this, and hopefully things are going well with him. I think so, but as well as they can be. But definitely, let me leave the stage to you two gentlemen for a bit. I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the longest, and get started. Just really too much to go into to do otherwise. And my love to both of you gentlemen. Of course, I'll say that to you both again when I get back. But honestly, this would be impossible without you. And Pac One has probably gone to bed, I presume. Yeah, because he's on East time. He must be. Being a parent, he's the last few days he sounded like he was really just going through a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could not comprehend the amount of anxiety a person with kids this day and age would have. There's a reason why I have no desire to drop any.
That's a good thing to start with. Sammy, do you think Isaac, while I refresh myself, I'll come back and, catch up. But do you think Isaac wants kids? He and his wife? Are they?
He relate to me. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. What he relate to me is not at the moment.
Okay.
But here's one of the only, I think one of the things that it makes it quite challenging is, the environment of what this country is continue to go through, and it's almost like a revolving cycle. And unfortunately, because it's more prevalent now because of what information is accessed at your fingertips, it's just more discouraging too, and everybody's trying to find I think any parent's trying to find a medium where they can introduce a child to this world and not feel like they have to watch their back because their child might be killed.
Well, the first thing I would probably introduce my child to is the violence. I would show them gory websites as to why this world is fucking scary and why you have to be careful. Because I think that would really more or less drive the message home. Of course, someone who's really a parent would find that decision macabre, but they're going to, especially if they're children of color, they're going to hit that grim reality fast. It's unavoidable, unfortunately. It's unavoidable. I mean, when I was growing up, my parents were trying to shield me from all this stuff, violence and sex and all that stuff, and I was like, why are they wasting their time with that? I already know about this shit. So it's just kind of strange, how you learn things in the real world, in the real world as a child out there, when you're either in school or wherever, So I mean, it's just not, my thing is I just couldn't bring anything into this world that I wouldn't have the ability to protect. And right now it's difficult enough to try to even protect myself.
Right.
With the way things are.
No. I think you're correct. I think what a lot of people have to also keep in mind, it's not always public, or just general people. It's law enforcement. Us being people of color, a lot of the times, we don't even want to. If something does happen, we really want to. I sometimes don't even want to approach law enforcement, especially where I live at. It's like a gang. LA County Sheriffs is like they're just another gang. They're just an extension of the other street gangs, and they're lazy. They don't really like to do work. A lot of them have their own cliques to begin with. So, in fact, a lot of them are in biker gangs. It's almost like it's like pick your poison.
Yeah, there is literally no way out. That's what's making this so bizarre. It's really going to reach a point where the only people policing are going to be the people having to police themselves. That's the worst case scenario, because that's what you have in third world countries, where people just pretty much they take care of criminals on their own in their own ways. I've many a video I've seen of people like cutting hands off of people who steal things from them, or stoning people to death due to allegations of things. It's completely different world that I don't think people in this country are ready for. And the odd thing about it is that's where we're headed, and they're complicit in it.
Well, like I said, there's going to be a breaking point, and it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. I have a question for JMO, okay? You being a New Yorker, did you ever hear of Montauk before Peter Moon? Did you ever know of it?
Briefly. My only because of the fact that my father was the one who introduced me to the Philadelphia experiment, and I think when I was a kid, I must have been like, I don't know, 11 years old or so. We went to like one of the libraries, big libraries in the branch of Brooklyn, to see if we could find a book on the Philadelphia experiment, and we couldn't find anything. So it's definitely something that they kept under wraps. But having read the book, it's quite interesting. None of it's surprising.
Do you think regular New York kids don't know anything about that? Montauk or anything like that?
I don't think many care. Yeah, I don't think much of it. If we're talking the younger generation,
right.
I can't comprehend where their minds would be. I mean, I couldn't comprehend how one would. I could tell you what I would do if I was a young person. I would be stoned out of my mind to try to stay away from it all.
Have you been to the location?
No, I have not been there. Because I'm on Staten Island, so I'm like,
Staten Island, okay.
Yeah, I'm far from where Peter Moon is. He's literally at the edge of Long Island, and it would be faster for me to get to upstate New York than it would to get to Montauk, Long Island. That's how deep they are.
I have a question, dude. Do you know who Star is?
Star.
Star and Buckwild. Remember Star and Buckwild, Hot 97?
Oh yeah. I used to remember that. Yeah. I used to.
Okay.
Yeah. What about him?
He does internet radio now, right?
Yeah.
And he's really into the whole. Oh my God! He's one of those Iranian. He's supposedly, he claims he's from the school of Iran, meaning he's like a atheist capitalist.
Yeah.
And I mean, he does celebrity talk, which is sometimes funny. It's usually just rap, and it's funny, but he sometimes tries to intertwine his Iranian philosophy. And I had to do research on that, and it's like, Dude, you're
Yeah.
saying this, dude. You're saying this. Stop.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. There's a difference. There are people who are actually Christian who do follow the Ayn Rand thing too. As far as Satanism is concerned, it was Anton LaVey who took Ayn Randianism and ran with it. And we also have to remember there are different types of Satanists because
See,
there
that's
because
that's my.
because
That's, go ahead, go ahead.
because there are people like myself who are theistic Satanists, meaning that we're not using Satan as just a metaphor. We work with these beings as if they are real extra dimensional intelligences. So it's a different ball game.
Well,
Yeah.
and this is my thing, Jameson, because I'm on the other side of that paradigm. Because it's not that I don't. It's not that I respect what you come from. This is one of the things where I realize what point I want to come across, especially someone that follows a left-hand path like you.
Yeah.
It's more understanding the cosmology, but like I said, I'm more on the right-hand side. But it's very interesting your take on it. Not necessarily am I going to take it, but from far distance, I can respect where you come from.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. What I can say is that the atheistic mindset is probably the more destructive one. Honestly speaking, because what they don't believe in anything.
Well, and his thing is, he doesn't believe in devils and genies. He says knowledge of self and I'm God.
Well, there you have it.
And it's undertoned because he does use, and that's the thing about it, where it's almost like his audience is not really not intelligent, but aware of other I say beliefs. And when I say beliefs, is you got to keep in mind the way I see the quote unquote the devil. I see him in a different aspect as you, but I also understand too that it's part of the cosmology as well. You have to think of things in a whole, not just the devil's the boogeyman waiting for me around the corner. When a lot of the times we do damage to ourselves. It's not the boogeyman waiting for us under the bridge, waiting for us to trip us. It's, you know what I mean? It's almost like kind of like I invite Christ in me. It's the same thing as far as the other side of the coin.
Yeah. Well,
am I making sense?
That makes perfect sense. And there's a saying to it that there's a good saying, which is the devil is in the details. Basically, it's not in the execution. It's not in the choices we make. I like that as an analogy. What it is it's a sort of design, the way these it's sort of like the way these synchronicities fall into place.
Well, and I give you
when certain things happen, I mean, the perfect example, it's like people being in the right place at the right time or being in the wrong place at the wrong time, where things just seem completely out of whack. It's like the odds of something happening that occurred is just like aren't there. It shouldn't have happened, but it happens anyway,
Well, and here's one of the things that I've been understanding more, that, for example, my girlfriend gets sleep paralysis, and she has nightmare sleep paralysis. Like last night, she had one where she was trying to. It was almost, like a panic sleep paralysis. You're trying to talk and you can't. No one can hear you.
Yes, I've experienced that all my life.
And she woke up and she was like, "Oh, my dream, I saw you, and I even saw our dog, and I was trying to get the attention of our dog." And I told her, "Look, I understand what you're saying, but when I experience these type of dreams, I hear these entities. I hear them. I've always been able to hear them. But I also understand too, and I kind of use like a kick out method, almost like, how do you say it? Like a kick. I get out of my sleep, my breathing technique. I start breathing hard, and I'm aware of what I'm doing, and then I wake up.
Yeah.
So kind of like a kick out. You kick out of the
what you've done is you've created triggers to get you out of the sleep paralysis episode. And this is also the same. This holds true with night terrors as well, which is also something. Sometimes these things can be caused by entities, such as astral nasties in the lower astral planes and whatnot. And other times they can be the product of us not breathing while we're sleeping. It could also be something like sleep apnea. Narcolepsy also has these sort of attacks. The narcoleptic attacks are actually probably, if someone has narcolepsy and they had a cataplexic attack, they would swear that something was happening to them, like a demon was doing something to them or whatnot. And so, the question is, what's the actual cause of what's happening? Who knows?
Something like that. Well, and that's I think that's to each individual case. What I've had found though is that because there's that state of fear, there's that fear when you get out of it, and especially when I have mine, and I hear the voices of these entities, they're very ugly. Okay, the best way to describe it. Okay, they're very ugly, and you can tell just the feeling of it. It's very ugly, but at the same time, because of my faith and my background, I'm also aware that if I didn't have these, then I'm not closer to my faith. And I think the closer I get to my faith, the more I put into my faith, then the more I'm going to be challenged. I don't know if that makes sense. I mean, as far as how I perceive things.
I see. Well, with in the path I've chosen, the opposite seems to hold true. It seems to be like the closer I get, the more things are locking into place in a way that seems favorable for myself. So it feels like certain obstacles I used to have, such as those chronic night terrors and being harassed by the Cho, as I advance more and more, up the levels, as I become more proficient at my, craft in the arcane, it seems to be like these things become, they happen less frequently.
Here's another aspect of, and I don't mean to cut you off, it's just because I don't really get to talk to someone like you, and as far as your background, I mean, Doug is Doug, he can translate certain things how he does, but to kind of bounce it off of you have to understand too, and especially when I start talking to my Christian friends about all this aspect of what I've discovered and still discovering, and still understanding why someone like Jameson is who he is, and I don't want to pray for him and go to church, and it's not, how to say it, it's not black and white is what I'm saying. It's not cookie cutter how you think, because this is my paradigm, this is my matrix. Now, what is very interesting though is, like you said, the devil's in the details. I've been a part of manipulation where you do trust people, and it's not necessarily because I wouldn't say evil. It's more like they themselves are damaged. So damaged people are going to damage other people.
Yes, that is true.
And you add on a quote unquote authority, and you add on quote unquote doctrine and religion. What I mean by religion is, people saying, "Oh well, I'm over my flock. I'm over my, my congregation. I'm a authority figure because of God placed me here." And it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's mostly, I've noticed when priests or pastors, especially pastors, when they start getting older, they start deteriorating in that self-righteous, I want to be, transparent type of thing. You can tell, because one of the things that Doug speak, and even I've heard, in preachings that because they do encounter, entities, they do encounter beings, extrastellar, or, from the left-hand path, they're going to be corrupted. And it's not necessarily because they're corrupted, it's you tack on the authority, and you tack on other things, responsibility, like counseling people, maybe counseling women,
Yes.
And because their authority, you start seeing temptation. That's why you see a lot of pastors that they cheat on their wives. That's very common.
Oh gosh, I hate to generalize like this, but almost all of the pastors
biggest
at some point.
Church.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, dog. Like it is what it is. It's not a bad thing. It's just understanding why people. And I'm talking about my paradigm. Understanding people are people. People, just because they go to church, they're still assholes.
Yeah, they're still flawed human beings that
exactly. And what makes it very perverse, not perverse, but it makes it worse, is this. They try to mix the right-hand path with it. God sent me here to tell you to be like this. Oh, well, I'm like this because God ordained me. Or you're spiritually sick because God told me. When you know well that it's about a personal relationship, everybody has a personal relationship, or whoever they choose to serve, or they choose to give their time to. And this is where, like I said, it's one of the things that Doug talks about, when people don't have time to really study, and they do go the path of a pastor or a spiritual guide, of someone that does a spiritual guide for them, where you have to understand what it is and what it's not, and the agenda people do play.
Yeah,
because it's no different. It's just sometimes it can be a little not confusing, but it does get a little. There's a lot of gray in between. Like, okay, at least I know you're from the left-hand path, but at least it's clear.
Yeah, and the clarity here is the fact that I can own my evils, and this is the thing that I noticed when I was in the left-hand path, was that there was this sort of hiding, sweeping it under the rug, or or trying to justify it somehow, as if as if it's an excuse, it's and that's the thing. Like, what I saw in religion, especially the Christian religion when I was growing up, was just not only the hypocrisy, but it was also a sort of understanding that if I don't like much of existence anyway. So, my thing was, if God created this existence out of love, and so that must mean that this thing loves my suffering, because that's all this existence is. So it was like, so the thing that, crossed, this is just my mindset, but what crossed my mind was, well, fuck that. If that's the case, then I'm not on board with that. I might as well be the opposition.
Well, and see, here's the thing though, and for example, does the church of Satan target Christians? Like, do they meet every week? Okay, what are we going to do to attack Christians?
No, they don't.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you, is that in the aspect of, I'm not saying every denomination, every church, but you get what I'm saying? It's the unrealistic that there's team good, there's team white, and team black. And that's not necessarily the case, because go ahead.
Yeah, it's almost never the case. What I can say is that the same problems that Christians have, where they're fighting each other and ripping each other apart, that's exactly what Satanists are doing. That's exactly what people in every religious sect or every type of spiritual practice you can name is doing, because that's human.
Yes, exactly, and that's one of the things that and look, it's mostly talking about, because when you talking about this stuff, you're breaking people's paradigm. Because I've had to step back and say, okay, Because some of the stuff that Doug talks about, it is very, it's like you're being debriefed. Okay.
Yes.
And seriously, Jameson, it is because you're being debriefed. And it's not necessarily bad, but it's introducing you to the world. The world that, because my background, and even when I talked to Penny Bradley told me the worst people that I encountered are from church. The witchcraft that I've learned is from church. And she's right. Yeah. In a sense that because there is that corruption through time and it brews, and you add on, how can I say it, self-entitlement, then it can be very dangerous. But like I said, it's part of the debriefing process, but not necessarily I'm saying I'm going to the left-hand path. It's not what I really mean. It's more of understanding the world in the spiritual realm, as in it's not black and white, and there's many shades of gray. There's not a meeting where, the left-hand path has every week to say, what are we going to do to, combat them, when, unfortunately, most Christians are not really educated in Christianity. They are educated in religion. Yes. What I mean by that is, like I said, the best way that someone from the left-hand path uses to quote-unquote combat Christianity, and not really combat, it's mostly understanding what it is that the art of inversion. If you're going to invert somebody, if you're going to practice an inversion, then you have to know what it is to invert it, correct?
Exactly. And so what you do as a left-hand path practitioner is you learn everything about Christianity. If you're going to be a Satanist, and you know everything about it because you had to know that in order to know what to invert.
Right. No, and it's practical in a sense, but here's my thing why it's very difficult. Not difficult, but it's very challenging to be quote unquote Christian is understanding where people are in their place. Example, the whole homosexual thing.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen it, you've heard it when it comes to the quote unquote the Christian community. There's a lot of gays in there's a lot of gays in the church. That's the worst part about it. There's a lot of gays, and this is what I don't understand is, look, just be honest.
There's a sort of masochism there.
Well, I have a friend that's a keyboard player, okay? He's a keyboard player. He's a musician. He's gay, bro. He's so gay, my ass hurts, okay? He's so gay. Oh, sorry, Doug. I'm sorry. I didn't.
It's fine. It's perfect. I mean, okay. Yeah, go on by all means. It's like the way I feel. Look, honestly, when I go to the States, it's always like I feel I'm in the television series Queer Eye on the Straight Guy. Honestly, so I know what it feels like. Go on.
What I'm referring to, Jameson, is and he's part of the left-hand path. I'm the right. What I was talking about is the gay community in the Christian church. There's a lot of gays in church, a lot. And there's nothing wrong. Like, it's not that. It's just a big gay community. They're just suppressed. I have a friend as a keyboard player. He had to sign a contract, quote unquote, that he has to oblige by these social standards, quote unquote. Uh-huh. He's like, he's gay. He's like, you just shake your head like, just be you.
Thank you.
And this is just the whole morbid dysfunction where, and this is where you kind of have to break out where it is social programming in a sense that if it was true Christianity, there would be a gay community represented. It's just, excuse me.
Yes, that's fine.
Sorry, dog.
No worries.
This demographic would be represented, and it would be represented in a healthy way and less perverted, and there wouldn't be people on the down low, getting BJs in back of the pews. And it's not like, what I mean? It's very, it's just very
prison rape culture-ish kind of.
Yes, you nailed it. You nailed it.
And it's embarrassing. It's just embarrassing because, like, oh my God, we're still doing this.
Thank you.
And because, and my, my denomination, we have a convention and everything. I really don't go to them, but my brother was telling me about it, and he's like, man, there's sure there's a lot of gays, and they're walking around. Everybody knows it, everybody knows it. But, everybody just, hey, let's all play along, or, oh, no, it's almost like, okay, give your tithes and, we'll look the other way. But it's almost like, and the funny thing is my friend goes to a very radical evangelical church, and he's, it's almost like, oh, well, in my church, we don't really watch TV. We don't really, it's almost very robotic, but you're gay, okay. And it's almost you roll your eyes because, I'm too old for that. Like, it's just, I'm really out of it when it comes to that social programming. But it almost makes me shake my head because, it's, you talk to different people like James saying, or even Simon Shake, and even Peter Moon with this whole Scientology background, and you realize how closed-minded that community is because it's almost like the blind leading the blind.
Yes.
But anyways, yeah, that was just my little take,
No, I think
oh my gosh. Beautiful. You know what was funny? You say mention the blind leading the blind. I think the year was like 2011. I can never forget this because, well, I saw a guy, he's blind, right? And he has this, the walking stick. He might not be 100% blind, but he's blind enough. And the people following him, they were all literally blind. And
hey guys, I'm gonna step back for a minute, okay?
Oh yes, I'm going to start talking soon. So by the time you get back, I'll probably be monologuing. So good night. We love you. Have a blessed
Doug.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good night, Sam.
Good night.
Yes.
What was
what
was so hilarious about this shit was that there's like it happened to coincide with a thought I was having, and it was like the blind leading the blind, and it was like, there you go, literally.
Interesting. Well,
this is
go on.
Then again, I'm fairly certain that in real life, of course, they have the senses to make up for it. Of course, who knows? They could probably navigate better than I do half the time.
But. It's incredible what they can do. Yes, it's Crystal River insists that. I could go into this some other time, but I was telling her about one experience that I had that may or may not be paranormal, but I'll share it on a night.
Tell.
No.
I want to hear it.
It's not that, it's not even that it necessarily is traumatic. It was at the time. I'll tell you that.
Douglas, it's just that your paranormal stuff compared to everyone else's paranormal stuff. Come on, I gotta hear it, man.
Oh no, I understand. Just remind me. I'll bring it up on Wednesday. We'll open with that on Wednesday then. Which is just like the day after tomorrow. It's like nothing. That'll be here before any of us know it. By the way, I want to thank everybody in the chat room. Vicky Johnson, God bless you, honey. I'm so sorry I didn't acknowledge you earlier. She says so many broken systems, and yes, US is looking quite outdated. It's sad. So, hey, love you, honey. Sarah Thomas, love you, darling. And everybody else who has been here so far, certainly you all help. And of course, I remind everyone, do put the thumbs up, simply because the agents of chaos, the gang stalkers, put their downvotes to prevent the video from distributing. This is the only way we can combat them. Use whatever IP address you have. If you have an iPad, a personal computer, and your laptop, and they all have separate IP addresses, use each one of them to put a upvote, because it helps to distribute the video based on these popularity aggregates, which are rather silly. But nevertheless, this is what we have to deal with. And so our dear executive producer, Jameson Reese, makes this possible. Both he and Sammy Romero were sharing something. When I came here, they were talking about the gay community, and and he was
Well,
talking.
we were more or less talking about Christianity in the church, and I think what he was exposing to me was just how, how through listening to this program, through listening to how many different paths that we have, just how larger the world is than what he hears about with people who just like are your regular churchgoers.
Well, they're just stuck in their church, yeah. And he brings up the fact that a lot of them are gay, yeah, and it's like they're trying to deny their gayness through this Christianity or something, or they're simply using, as he said, the church as a social hub for them to meet and fuck. Really, so he's talking about BJ's or blowjobs between the pews. This is like in prison.
It's like self-flagellation plus sex out of plus porno out of
Right.
nightmarish proportions.
Yeah, I mean, though, of course, there are for those of you who don't know, obviously, I live in San Francisco. I'll be talking a bit about that. It's got gay churches, so there are gay churches, and in other words, Christianity is not necessarily something that is antithetical to homosexuality.
Yeah.
It's people concentrate on a few parts of the Bible and they read what they want, and everybody cherry picks. There are Christians who are gay and they have their own faith. As a matter of fact, I mean, that's the kind of church that my son was married in. At the time that I really came out as a cross dresser, not as someone who's gay. Of course, when I go to the estates and I'm dealing with all of the blood boys, there's two questions that I can consciously remember that literally kind of stopped me, and I still am in deep thought about to a degree, where somebody may be trying to. Well, they were said by people who did not like me or were angry at me, and remind me to bring that up on Wednesday as well, because that I can tell people a bit about the estates, about questions that were tossed at me. One was by a person who was very antithetical to me on YouTube, and I didn't take his question, as bad. He meant it to be, but it provoked me to think. There was and then there was one of our members of the Tong who was angry at me at one point and said something that provoked me to think as well. Just make a note of that we talk about the supernatural experience and the questions that provoked me to think, that were hurled by people with hostile intent. And in the interim, so all love to my mother, and this transmission is dedicated to her. She understands, of course, why I have to go in the direction of domestic affairs in terms of the United States, as opposed to the geopolitics I want to bring this back to. But as I said, if they've got a Skype meeting set up, but our man Biden and Putin together, they obviously aren't going to be doing anything till Tuesday. So when they talk to each other on Tuesday, what's going to happen? Putin's going to get angry at something Biden says and says, I'll invade right now. I mean, it'll still take a little while to mobilize. So by the time I'm transmitting on Wednesday night, if anything's going to be happening at the soonest, it'll be on Wednesday. And I'll have, I'll just address it as the invasion begins, so to speak, as soon as I start transmitting. But other than that, I don't think, we got anything happening right away.
No. I think this is going to be like World War II had like almost decades and decades of buildup before it. So yeah. We're not going to be lobbing freaking nukes and neutron bombs at each other anytime soon.
By the way, that's very astute. You have a very astute grasp of history. Whether you got that from listening to me or that was, your own wisdom, probably both, but I'm impressed. Just so people.
Well, I was able to pull that from the book that you wrote about the Roswell demystification and
Give the full title if you would. Roswell
The
Deception.
Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. I go back to this stuttering tongue tripping when I have to read that title for some reason.
Yeah, we all do. It's an awkward title. But yes, just like Jameson Reese says, and it almost tempts me to go in that direction, but that would just take all night. But remind us of that on Wednesday as well. Yeah, write that down as your third no. The fact that there were so many, the headlines that were coming out on almost a daily basis for years prior to the Second World War were heart-stopping. You would have, if you had lived in those times, it was like every day was war was in the headlines, and it was just this inevitable, inexorable. Just you knew that it was going to engulf the world. Certainly, you had the president himself, who was determined to get America involved in the war. So the American public was they were just sheep. And
well, they have to spend a decade or two just to normalize war in the public mind, because people are, especially Americans,
that's an excellent
slow.
point. No, that's an excellent point. It's an excellent point. So at any rate, I hope what I said about my mother was coherent.
It was very coherent. It makes perfect sense.
Oh, thank you. Yes. And with that, I'll get started with the solicitation and then go into our just everything we're going to get into tonight, and my blessings upon our dear Jameson Reese again for making this possible. Don't want to overwhelm my computer. Let's shut down a few of these screens I had open. And you wouldn't believe it, the search engine of Firefox was monstrously fucked up today. I have no idea what was going on with that. And thankfully, I could ask this Google to make some corrections. I was so angry with myself. It was very frustrating. I don't know if you noticed this. When I did the promotional banner, I did it very early in the morning, just before I went to CV. Wound up putting in the words natal dies, the birthday in Latin, and the solar return twice. I wound up saying the same sentence twice in the promotional banner, and I had to go back and correct that. So I always hate it when I do things like that, but little things like that can drive a person mad. And I noticed that Justin White, bless him, shout out to him if he's listening, he put a heart on one of the individual pictures. He put a heart on my mother's black and white photograph from World War II, where she's holding up the death card, the Ace of Spades, as opposed to her later in life. I wonder, I guess he just liked that photograph better for some reason. So that's interesting. And yes, and of course he's been around forever. And like our dear Sarah Thomas Lyons, he's a Canadian, and Michelle Grigorich has disappeared completely, probably because her daughter would refuse to talk to her if she continued supporting myself, but seems to still be a friend on Facebook, as is Michelle Carmela Saldana, who I haven't seen in forever and will have to deal with sometime. Hopefully she's, in a positive sense, I would hope, and hopefully she's doing all right. All right, then. So here comes solicitation. If you want to, you can take a short break and come back.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Barron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind these stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Eddie Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an Aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published work of that very title, The Unfinished Man, and a review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently under production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejertine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson is spelled as you would Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520//323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Also, shout outs to the lovely Jolena Tate, who contributed $50 United States dollars, and she wrote in her PayPal contribution, "God bless your beautiful mother," a nice big red heart, from Jojo Mikolejic, saying Ascension Together, and I believe that's her organization, as a matter of fact, where she probably teaches some form of meditation or something. That would be my stereotype, but 50 United States dollars from the lovely Jolena Jojo Mikolejic Tate. And 60 United States dollars from Stephen Myers, our brother from another mother, in the heart of New York, the concrete, encased, beating heart of New York City, Manhattan Island, the real New York, that small island of hostile warring tribes, in which our favorite Blasian, Black Asian, Stephen Myers, does dwell, and he contributed 60 United States dollars. God bless him. If you're out there, Stephen Myers, hugs be unto thee. Sammy Romero, our wonderful brother in battle, Sammy Romero, contributed 100 United States dollars. He, as his note added on the PayPal contribution, "Prayers of remembrance and joy is what I'm sending to you, Brother Doug, in these days of reflection, in the memory of your mother, Diana Lynn Sujin, Takebayashi Hideko Dietrich. I am thankful that you choose to honor her by not conforming to this dark continent of white, savage, anti-culture. Your brother in battle, Sammy Romero, with the peacock and hands clasped in prayer." God bless you, Sammy Romero. Love you deeply, as I would a brother, as I love your brother Isaac, like a brother. Wonderful, the twins. So wonderful to have twin brothers in struggle. Wonderful pair of people. And just to update everyone on what's going on in San Francisco, just what we're going through here, you would not believe it. San Francisco is, of course, all of my Golden State Republic, well, you know, the Golden Bear Republic of California is what we once were, like Texas. We were an independent nation state. And dear California, which, of course, you know from your stupid Fallout games, where you see the two-headed bear as the symbol. Our symbol on our state flag is the extinct bear, the California bear, which was hunted to extinction, the golden bear. And hopefully we will clone them and reintroduce them at some point. We've got bears coming into the greater Bay Area in great numbers anywhere. Not the old golden bear, but plenty of other bears. And lots of nature out here has been returning ever since COVID. And aside from that, the king tides have come in swamping San Francisco Bay Area coastlines. The moon, earth, and sun all came into alignment this weekend, causing the California coast to see literally astronomically high king tides over 7 feet high come flooding in. Now, the term king tide is a popular non-scientific term that people often use to describe the exceptionally high tides predicted as the highest high tide and lowest low tide events of the year. King tides occur during perigee, when the moon is closest to Earth. Spring tide, full and new moon. In other words, a full or new moon must co-occur when the moon is closest to Earth in its elliptical orbit. It's when we have a new moon or a full moon coupled with perigee, which is when the moon is closest to us each month, coupled with perihelion, which is when the Earth and the Sun are closest during the Earth's revolution round the Sun, which takes a year, altogether meaning that we're going to have a higher than usual high tide, as well as lower than usual low tides, which we had this weekend. I know all of that is confusing as fucking hell to modern sensibilities because people don't grow up in tune or attuned to nature. So another way to put it is that the astronomical tides usually occur in December and January when the sun and moon reach their closest points to Earth, aligning the celestial bodies like a perfect cue shot to create maximum gravitational pull. Or put most simply, king tides occur when the moon, Earth, and sun come into alignment and the moon is at its closest approach to the Earth as the Earth swings closest to the sun. And due to their astronomical nature, king tides are regular and predictable events, reoccurring multiple times a year. And so did the king tides flood the Bay Area this weekend, raising the high tide to 7 feet and swamping the seawall on the San Francisco Embarcadero, which goes back to the Barbary Coast days. In fact, the Embarcadero was pretty much the name for the city. Now, the king tide at Pier 41 hit 7.3 feet Saturday at 10:43 a.m. That measurement is more than 2 inches higher than at the Golden Gate. And the Bayside Walkway along Pier 3 and Pier 5 is a low point on the Embarcadero Promenade, and the king tides caused waves to wash over the sidewalk. The National Weather Service issued a coastal flood advisory from Friday through Sunday afternoon, warning of minor flooding during high tide periods in low-lying areas on the bayfront. The Friday high tide was 6.95 feet at around 10:30 a.m., and it rose to a height of 7.1 feet at the Golden Gate Bridge itself yesterday, before rolling back slightly today. It's still yesterday here on the Pacific Coast because it's not midnight yet here. And as water levels rise along the coastline, high tides can extend further inland and lead to local flooding. This is of particular concern when a king tide occurs under storm conditions, causing extreme storm surges that can lead to significant damage to property and coastline. The phenomenon is still infrequent, happening once or twice a year, but climate change, coupled with sea level rise, is occurring. So today's king tide is tomorrow's regular high tide. Drew Peterson, meteorologist with the National Weather Service, warned that king tides are offset by unusually low tides, and anyone going to the beach this weekend should have been aware of the timetables because the tide can rise as much as 10 feet between the low and high for the day. These tides are about a foot higher than average for this time of year. So to quote Drew Peterson, who's the lady, it all has to do with the positioning of the sun and the moon in their orbits. It always happens in December and January because the moon and the earth are at their closest and we are at maximum gravitational tidal forces. Higher high tide is an insight to what normal water levels will be in the future. We are expecting gradually increasing tides over time. So these king tides give us insight into what mitigating strategies we can use. So the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency's Climate Ready Estuaries Program, confirms that king tides are a preview of how sea level will rise, and how sea level rise will affect coastal places in the future. To reiterate in emphasis of the gravity of the situation, these king tides events are important because they show what average water levels might look like in the future based on sea level rise projections. So for further study, the Exploratorium of San Francisco hosted a royal walk with the king tide starting at 10:15 a.m. in the morning, Saturday on the waterfront between Pier 3 and Pier 5. The event was free. All participants, of course, were required to wear masks. And the science educatores, Lori Lambertson of the Exploratorium, was there to explain the king tide phenomenon. And Matthew Wickens, an engineer with the Port of San Francisco, discussed the measures that the city of San Francisco, the city and county, is taking to adapt to rising sea levels, because San Francisco is one of the few places in the United States that's both a city and a county. So my son and I took a tour of that to give me a break from my communion with my ancestors, approaching my mother's birthday. And that's when we were there to hear Lambertson go on record to say, "We invite people to come see the future because the king tides of today will be the normal high tides of tomorrow. Sometimes people's feet get wet, and it is exciting to see the water come up over the sidewalk once or twice at this time of year. But when it starts to happen more frequently, when it becomes an everyday event, it is not going to be as exciting. It is going to be a nuisance, and it's going to damage infrastructure and create a lot of problems in our communities." So with such foresight in mind, the California King Tides Project encouraged anyone near the coast to send in photographs of the high tides as part of its effort to increase understanding of what the state of California will experience as climate change causes sea level to rise. In terms of shall we say, my son's participation in this sort of project, he loves to take photographs. And he does a lot of recording. Now, he's able to do this on his cell phone. I don't know. I've never seen anyone else do this on their cell phone. I don't know how he does it. But he records what people say, and he can transcribe them. He's very good at transcription. He just types it out. And you'll hear me read some of his transcriptions later on in Arc of Narrative tonight. I'll point out when I am doing so. But the air in the Bay Area is so fucking gross right now. They call it haze. I mean, haze. We used to use the term smog, believe it or not. And the fact that we have changed that term is got to be for some reason I have no idea about. And so in terms of smog itself, the term, it actually was an acronym in the past, and it really had something to do with the smoke and fog. It was of course, I'm trying to remember what the acronym was for, but it's otherwise a bit of a nonsense term. But when it came for the original smoke and gas definition, which it was supposed to be kind of like smag, but here we have instead a kind of let's just put it this way, it got vulgarized, and so it obviously indicates air pollution by a mixture of smoke and fog. Our man Jameson Reese is back, so let me give him a kind of thumbs up while I go into this area. We have so little time left for me to go into everything that we have to go into tonight. Let me take a look at live stream and see how little time we have. 7 hours. It's like nothing. Mine is already 7 hours, 7 3/4. Well, no, 6 3/4 hours. There we have it. All right. In terms of continuing with what's going on in San Francisco, Basically, a brown haze has floated in the air over the San Francisco Bay Area in recent days. It's obscuring the city skyline and hovering above the bay. There are many reasons for this gross-looking air, this brownish smudge. But a key factor is what's called a temperature inversion, which is concentrating the pollution resultant of emissions from vehicles, and especially from wood smoke, near the ground. The Air Quality Index, or AQI in its acronymous form, operates on a scale from 0 to half a thousand, 0 to 500. The higher the AQI value, the greater the level of air pollution and the greater the health concern. An AQI value of 50 or below represents good air quality, while an AQI value of over 300 signals hazardous conditions. Both Purple Air and the Air Quality District use this scale. Purple Air is kind of a organization that produces technology to measure this shit. And when I went into transmission on Wednesday, midweek last, the management district's air quality map showed moderate, meaning yellow levels in the 51 to 101 range on the air quality index, which Purple Air showed levels as, well, that was simultaneous to Purple Air showing levels as unhealthy for sensitive groups in the 101 to 150 range. So depending on their measurement technologies or their methodologies, which should be universal, these different organizations have different results. By the way, for some reason, when I go over to the Google search engine, they're celebrating pizza, of all things. Very bizarre. Google has these celebratory days they put up for. Anyhow, the Purple Air it's a corporation. Purple Air Incorporated. They do real-time air quality monitoring. They make sensors that a community of citizen scientists use to collect hyperlocal real-time air quality data and share it on a map. Just so you know, when I talk about Purple Air, you don't think that I've gone Prince on you and that's my version of Purple Rain or something. Anyhow, the hazy polluted conditions that we got now, they're expected to continue for several more days. The meteorologist, Jeff Lorber, with the National Weather Service, said he doesn't expect the haze to fully clear out until next week. To quote his T, there's going to be a change in the wind direction to more onshore over the weekend, which may help, but it's not going to be strong. It could help improve visibility over the weekend. Next Monday into Tuesday, we're having a system dropping down from the Pacific Northwest that should lead to stronger onshore breezes. By Tuesday, things should be cleared out. That'll be when Putin and Biden are meeting, and they'll mess it up again. Now, the Air Quality District pulls its AQI, Air Quality Index readings, from highly accurate sensors monitored by the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency itself. Purple Air sensors are installed by everyday people and connected to the company app, the Purple Air Incorporated's app. And the Purple Air site has a filter that you can apply to the map to correct the inflated numbers. And in the upper left-hand corner of said map on your cell screen, your cellular unit screen, under the Purple Air logo, you can click on US EPA and apply the LRAPA filter. That's the LRAPA filter. And this is shit my son does. It's still kind of magic to me. In other words, to me, he's casting spells. But the LRAPA is the Lane Regional Air Protection Agency that's headquartered in Oregon on the west coast of the United States, Springfield, Oregon. And there you have it. In other words, a lot of this shit is privatized, which is seems to work, but not necessarily what I would approve of. Christine Roselius, who's a spokesperson with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, A governmental agency, albeit municipal, has reassured us that whether you look at purple air or the air district numbers, the air quality in the Bay Area is concerning, her words, albeit it's not severe enough to declare a spare the air day, meaning turn off your goddamn engines and stop burning wood, all that good shit. To quote a she at some length, the Air District calls spare the air alerts when we expect federal air quality standards to be exceeded, and we're not expecting that at this time. We've definitely noticed some hourly readings that are elevating, but it's a 24-hour standard. What's happening is we're seeing high AQI numbers in the morning, and then it's dropping as the temperatures warm up. And you see more mixing and less concentration of pollution. These are people who buy these and put these in their yards. She's talking about that kind of purple air sensor technology. If you put it in your backyard by your dryer vent, that humidity will throw off the sensor. If you're barbecuing in your backyard one day, that will throw it off. We have 1.4 million fireplaces in the Bay Area, and when we have temperature inversions, the wood smoke gets concentrated and makes the air unhealthy. That's why when we call a spare the air day, we ban wood burning. As it gets colder overnight, you have warmer air over the colder air, and it acts as a lid, pushing that air down and concentrating the pollution more than it would normally. As temperatures warm in the afternoon, you get more movement. It allows for more mixing, and it really helps dilute the pollution down. But what's been emerging from out of this fog? You've watched the Stephen King films, you've seen the old horror stories, going all the way back to the Victorian era's Gothic novels, their version of Pulp Fiction, wherein Varney the vampire is, who was the first literary vampire to hit the public's consciousness before there was the literary Dracula. London fog, of course, is infamous, even though it's nowhere near as foggy as San Francisco at times. Basically, it helps to set a mood out of which, well, things emerge from the fog. Well, out of this incredible smog, they call it haze these days. I have no idea why haze instead of smog. I'll have to look that up sometime and find out. But in the interim, out of the haze, we have murders of crows that are taking over the Bay Area right now. My totemic animals, so it means it bodes well for myself. You will hear them long before you see them when we've got the haze. Just a cacophony of squawks echoing through the streets of San Francisco as a mass of birds with shiny black plumage descend upon a skyscraper or a grassy expanse in Golden Gate Park. And similarly, they're often spotted congregating around Lake Merritt in Oakland or just about anywhere in Berkeley. And as winter looms, their numbers appear to be stronger than ever. Their numbers might also appear more heavily concentrated during the winter as they're seeking out food sources, food resources. You know, crows are known for their intelligence and adaptability. They're creatures of habits with a keen memory and will often return to favorable roosting spots every winter. But their transition to an urban area such as San Francisco, the second most concentrated city in the United States, or second most congested city in the United States after New York City itself, is likely due to an abundance of food waste and garbage available for them to sift through. The downtown high-rises also provide an ideal environment for my totemic ravens because they not only offer safety from predators, but also shelter from the elements. And though people may have mixed feelings about the audacious and predatory crows, you know, I almost said voron, but that would be the undead version thereof, the real symbol of vampires in the old world. They're here to stay, at least for a while. Most crows depart in the spring to nest and disperse into wider territory, which It's anticipated will happen in early March, my sister's birth month, my late sister. And their numbers just keep growing. Last year's Christmas bird count in San Francisco tallied 1,520 crows, an increase from 738 crows in 2019 and 1,274 in 2018. So new data will become available after this year's count on December the 28th. Now, Glenn Phillips, executive director of the Berkeley-based Golden Gate Audubon Society, routinely monitors a large roost near the Fremont Street exit ramp off I-80 in San Francisco, as well as another near the Grand Lake Theater in Oakland that's been a popular gathering place for the crows for at least a decade. And while year-over-year data from the Golden Gate Audubon Society's Christmas bird count has shown impressive growth in San Francisco's raven population, the number of the birds observed here during the annual count has increased from 9 to 1,520 in the last 40 years. There's a reason why you might be seeing so many in the coming months. It's simple. Safety in numbers. In some cases, this is important during overnight roosting, as it's less likely that the crows will be attacked by predators such as red-tailed hawks or peregrine falcons. It's also worth mentioning that juvenile crows tend to stay with their parents for several years to take care of nestlings. So there we have all of that. In the meantime, there is someone that I knew of from the Audubon Society, Glenn Phillips. And he reminded me so much of the man with the big band who was assassinated in World War II. To quote his T at length and verbatim, he said, "Winter roosts of crows can be quite spectacular, or terrifying if you've watched too many Hitchcock movies. It's pretty remarkable, and it's definitely a statewide trend. While they can be a nuisance in large numbers, they won't be here that long, so it's a small price to pay for the privilege of getting to see these amazing creatures in action." And, of course, my son took the notes on what this man was saying, rather recorded it and transcribed it for me later, after we took a tour with the Audubon Society to see my totemic animal family. And he went on to say, "They're very smart and fascinating to observe. When they're gathered together in a flock like that, they'll chase off a raptor in the area, making a lot of noises until it moves on. And it's not uncommon for birds to do this. American robins and cedar waxwings also gather in flocks, but crows are so much more noticeable. They're big, they're noisy, and they're relatively unafraid of any people, so you can observe them easily. They're opportunistic foragers, and they'll eat just about anything. In the colder months, those resources tend to be more patchy. Having more eyes means they're more likely to identify places where they can find food or larger amounts of food in small areas. Because crows are so well adapted to human landscapes, what we're doing is essentially subsidizing them. There are more crows simply because we've manipulated the city infrastructure in ways that work for us, but also work for them. Now, the Los Angeles County, amidst all of this, in our golden state of California, is the real reason the crows have all shown up. They're taking breaks in San Francisco from their trips to Los Angeles for the bodies. You see, as I said, what becomes a real Skodalak, that is the Voron, the vampirized raven, the true symbol of the vampire of the old world, not vampire fucking bats, which are creatures of the new world, and were simply introduced into literature of vampires by, of course, Bram Stoker, simply because he knew what Darwin wrote about blood-drinking fucking bats. The real old world symbol of the vampire is the Vraioscoldalak, the vampirized Voron or raven. So in terms of these ravens, they would become vampirized by public definition because of the interminable wars and plagues in Europe over centuries, which enabled them to adapt to carrion, feeding off of dead bodies, to the point where when they didn't have dead bodies to feed off of, they had acclimated to eating human meat, they would sweep infants out of their cribs. And yes, they can fucking do that. Well, the reason they were all showing up in San Francisco out of the haze was they're back from feeding in Los Angeles, where Los Angeles County buried over 1,700, that's 1,700 unclaimed dead bodies in a mass grave. As I went into my latest digital transmission midweek last, the local officials held an online ceremony on Wednesday to bury 1,780 unclaimed dead in a mass grave of people who died in Los Angeles County in 2018 after their remains were never claimed. Burying the unclaimed dead has been a tradition for the Los Angeles County since 1896, back in the days of the Barbary Coast, when Los Angeles was just beginning to grow. At that time, San Francisco was 20 times the size of Los Angeles. Now, it's just the opposite. However, the earliest marker for using mass graves was dated 1962, just the year before my sister was born. The mass graves before that time are completely unmarked, meaning that every time they build a new parking lot or establish a new facility, they check around and they exhume thousands of bodies. Albert Gaskin has been the caretaker for the county cemetery for the past 45 years and estimated in 2020 that there are 6,000 individuals' ashes that are kept in a room if relatives ever want to claim the remains. These individuals, 6,000 of them, have died and no one knows who they are. Or if they are identified, but nobody's claimed them, then they are burned and incinerated for these people to claim, should they ever want to do so. The state of California offered that to Judith Ager for her dead brother, and I don't believe I don't know what she did. I can't remember. I know she didn't. She came over, did something, but yeah, that was at the time that she was basically mutating into something different. I should send her a copy of that wonderful letter sent by these wonderful women who sent me some fiscal contributions. And these lovely sisters, McCragen, and let me see now, and that's Christine McCragen, I believe. Let me see if I can read this correctly. They spoke of Judith Ager, how fond they were of her, and so her and her sister Gail, God bless them both. Oh my God. Let's hope I'm able to maintain myself tonight, because, when our dear V works on my meridians, sometimes I get quite sleepy or even nauseous. And obviously, it's been very warm because I'm keeping on the heated blankets and everything, and sometimes that impacts me and gets me rather nauseous. So let's turn down the heat, and let me get into a different headspace here. Talking about the dead, of course, and how it gathered all the crows, and they begin haunting the area, looking for other food. And but of course, since they fed off human meat, they attack people quite often. So the ceremony that Los Angeles held for burying the remains, it's held at Potter's Field, as they call it, meaning the beggar's mass grave, honoring both Jane and John Does, who were never identified, and those whose remains were never claimed. And many of the remains, excuse me while I take my t-shirt off here, because it's becoming sweltering probably have a fever. I probably contracted pneumonia, but I'll find out. Make an appointment with my doctor sometime soon. Make certain that didn't happen. If it does, what a royal pain in the ass, and I'll go on an antibiotic regimen. One of the things I should start carrying around the house, it's lost it with my parents' death at some point, was the thermometer. And I should buy one so that I can measure my own temperature at times. At any rate, so as I said, we have a very large potter's field in Southern California. Thousands and thousands of unidentified bodies are interred into the shallow graves, mass graves actually, buried one on top of the other. Nobody came to claim all these people who came to California just to die. Many of the remains were from people who died on the streets of Los Angeles, or they died in nursing homes and were completely forgotten about, left there to die by their children who paid the nursing home to effectively kill them. Now, following a service held in 2016, our previous county supervisor, Don Nabe, was quoted as saying, "In many cases, they were identified, but there's no family, or the family's too poor to take the remains. At the end of the day, the county's the ultimate safety net." The ceremony, with prayers in multiple languages, was held Wednesday as I went into transmission, midweek last, at a mass grave containing the ashes of the dead at the Los Angeles County Crematory and Cemetery. And like last year, the event was streamed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. County Supervisoress Janice Hahn noted that the tradition of burying the unclaimed dead with dignity dates back to 1896. To quote as she, "We don't know the life stories of the people we are burying today, but we know many of them were homeless. Many of them were children. Many of them were immigrants. Almost all of them were poor, and for one reason or another, they had no loved ones who could claim them when they passed." Well, that's a lot of poor homeless children to be fucking burying that nobody seems to know about. This is the offal, the refuse of the human trafficking industry. And the crows fed well while they were on top of the soil. And once they were all interred beneath whatever layer was placed atop them, the crows migrated back to San Francisco. So the greater Los Angeles County attempts to find next of kin, and they wait 3 years from the year of death before burying the ashes to allow time for family members to come forward. Unclaimed ashes from that year are then placed in a single grave with a marker. It is recorded that Dr. Christina Gailey, Directoress of the Department of Health Services, has said, "We know that they were loved by God. We know that their lives mattered." Well, obviously not enough where anyone rescued them from the streets or the human trafficking that ultimately put them in that shallow grave. Now, when it comes to the latest mass shooting, you heard it here first. Yes, you know that a teenager opened fire in Oxford High School in Michigan on Tuesday, fatally shooting 4 students and injuring 7 other people, including a teacher. In the aftermath of Tuesday's shooting at Oxford High School outside Detroit that left 4 students dead and 7 other people injured, dozens of Michigan schools remained closed on Friday into this weekend after what the local sheriff's office called a tidal wave of copycat threats. The Oakland County Sheriff, Michael Bouchard, said that at least 100 threats or threatening social media posts have emerged since Tuesday's shooting in Oxford, Michigan, emphasizing that the total is completely off the charts and has strained law enforcement resources. The number is so high that the FBI is assisting the sheriff's office with its investigations. Now, into this weekend, a criminal complaint was unsealed late Friday afternoon, 4 days after a 32-year-old Minneapolis man named Cortez A. Rice was booked into jail in Waukesha County, Wisconsin. Yes, that Waukesha, site of the Republican Red Truck Massacre, it was not being released why he was even in that part of Wisconsin, while charged with the felony of tampering with a judicial officer, in this case attempting to intimidate the Asian Pacific Islander American judgess presiding over the Kimberly Potter manslaughter trial of the former officer charged in Daunte Wright's death. A warrant has been issued in Hennepin County for his arrest and return to Minnesota. Cortez Rice went into the Loring Park condominium building where he thought Justice Regina Chu lived. Of course, where she does. I meant to say where he knew she lived, but where he thought she would be present, and he was trying to reach her physically and assault her. He's certainly being unable to break through her apartment door, her condo door, made comments meant to intimidate her into allowing broadcast coverage of the trial of former Brooklyn Center police officer Kimberly Potter, who is charged with manslaughter in the fatal shooting of the 20-year-old Daunte Wright in April. Rice live-streamed himself on November 6th, standing outside the door of the 12-floor unit belonging to the Judgess Chu as protesters gathered outside, demanding that Potter's trial be broadcast. Now, Justice Chu has since approved live video coverage of the trial, but she has made clear that the demands of protesters were not a factor. And in update, as I said, to tell people just how important the case that our man Pac-1 intuits is so important, in a rare legal maneuver that breaks new licit ground, Michigan's Oakland County prosecutoress Karen McDonald has charged the manhunt apprehended parents of the mass murderous school shooter Ethan Crumbley with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter in absentia based on the fact that they acted as irresponsible gun owners. There is little precedent for the criminal charges against the recently fugitive parents of Ethan Crumbley. Instead, I should use the word indeed, the case appears to be the first against parents of a teenage school shooter. But prosecutors have a strong case nonetheless, I can tell you that. While other parents have been charged for deaths resulting from unsecured guns, those cases have involved much younger children. In one case, in a neighboring Michigan county, the owner of a gun used by a 6-year-old to shoot a classmate pleaded no contest to involuntary manslaughter in 2000 Anno Domini. April Zioli, a professoress at the School of Criminal Justice at Michigan State University, said that prosecution offers the closest parallel to the Crumbleys and a legal precedent for holding them liable. That case also targeted an adult for failing to secure a gun used by a student in a school shooting. Now, Lawrence Dubin, a professor of law at University of Detroit Mercy, said that the parents knew that their son had a dangerous state of mind, but gave him easy access to the gun anyway, so it supports the manslaughter charges. However, Robert Leader, a professor at George Mason University's Antonin Scalia Law School, said that and other cases were different from the Crumbleys because young children legally cannot have criminal intent. That's why you go after the parents. Yet Leader also concurs the facts seem egregious. Here you have a teenager who can form his own criminal intent, That weighs in favor of breaking the chain of causation between the Crumblies and the shooting, but they clearly knew their child was very troubled and seemed to have gone out of their way to arm him. So Michigan prosecutors have charged the couple with involuntary manslaughter for buying their son the weapon as a Christmas gift and ignoring warning signs as late as the day of the shooting. Michigan law prohibits those under age 18 from buying or possessing firearms except in limited circumstances, such as hunting with a license and a supervising adult. Oakland County prosecutoress Karen McDonald took a news conference. Well, she told the news conference the charges were intended to, as she so stated, send a message that gun owners have a responsibility. There is no playbook about how to prosecute a school shooting, and candidly, I wish I'd never even had. It didn't occur, so I wouldn't have to consider it. But when we sat down, I wanted to make sure all of the victims were represented in the charges that we filed against this individual. If that's not terrorism, I don't know what is. So, charging an accused school shooter with terrorism is already rare in and of itself. In 2018, an Ocala, Florida student who shot through a door and injured another student was charged with terrorism and later pleaded no contest to that count and other charges. That incident occurred 2 months after gunman Nicolas Cruz shot more than 30 people as he moved for more than 10 minutes through Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. Cruz was charged with 34 counts of premeditated murder and attempted murder, but he never faced a terrorism charge. He recently pleaded guilty and is awaiting sentencing. Michigan law defines an act of terrorism as a willful and deliberate act that is all of the following. An act that would be a violent felony under the laws of this state, here referring to Wisconsin, whether or not committed in this state. An act that the person knows or has reason to know is dangerous to human life. And finally, an act that is intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population or influence or affect the conduct of government or a unit of government through intimidation or coercion. Now, the criminal complaint against Crumbly refers to the third condition and indicates that said act was committed against the Oxford High School community. In terms of in-depth analysis, we're going to dive here and we're not coming out. It appears to have been the deadliest U.S. school shooting in years, and viral videos of terrified students desperately climbing out of windows to save themselves have raised yet another round of debate about what must be done to end this uniquely American affliction, I'll call it. And as usual, concerning this affliction, a great deal of the media coverage of the shooting has focused on the possible motives of the suspect. Still, in the struggle to overcome mass shooting cynicism, guns are more important than the motive. The debate surrounding the recent Michigan school shooting reveals the urgent need for a change in gun culture. Reporters have pointed out evidence indicating the 15-year-old domestic terrorist Ethan Crumbley obviously flaunted a semi-automatic handgun on social media days before the shooting. He wrote in a journal about his intention to massacre students. That investigators said he had videos on his cell phone showing him talking about killing students, and that in the run-up to the shooting, 2 teachers had separately flagged his behavior as concerning. Now, prosecutors have emphasized indications that this was premeditated and have charged Crumbly with, among other things, terrorism. He has pleaded not guilty, as instructed to do so by the couple who spawned him. The details are always important, and reporters and investigators are doing their jobs. But when contemplating solutions to this recurring problem, a lot of the discussion over the suspect's character and intentions may effectively be a diversion from another major culprit here, the gun itself. Without such easy access to a gun, the suspect's apparent fantasies of massacring his fellow students may have remained just thoughts scribbled in a journal. Or if he had pursued such a massacre with a less potent weapon, less powerful weapon, like a knife, he would have had a much harder time killing and injuring as many people as he did, and may have been disarmed more easily. He's believed to have fired at least 30 shots from his semi-automatic handgun in just minutes, and had 18 rounds left as he was detained by the police. Three 15-round magazines were evidently found on scene. So using a gun gave the shooter a lethal kind of power and speed while stalking the school halls, so that no other easily accessible weapon could have. Both common sense and data on mass shootings indicate that weapons that fire bullets more quickly enable shooters to fire more rounds and hurt more people. That's the sales pitch. In Michigan, the shooting has prompted state lawmakers to debate access to guns, with some Democrats calling for stricter gun control. Remarkably, some Republicans who control the state legislature, they've argued that the incident is proof that more guns were needed in the situation. One Russell collaborationist, Red Republican cultist official called for arming teachers. And a Republican lawmaker announced plans for a bill that would let teachers place personal weapons in lockboxes at schools. In addition to the fact that this doesn't address the central issue, many public health experts have pointed out that evidence suggests using guns for self-defense does not reduce the likelihood of injury. At the moment, the prospects for fundamentally reforming gun culture and access to guns looks quite bleak. According to Gallup, 52% of Americans say laws covering the sales of firearms should be stricter. While that is a narrow majority, it is the lowest it's ever been since 2014. The reality is that while there is partisan agreement on issues like background checks, more robust progressive gun reform proposals are irreconcilably divisive. The Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School shooting in Parkland, Florida, that resulted in the deaths of 17 students and staff members in 2018 seemed to trigger a surge in concern about regulating guns. And some of the state laws were enacted in winter, in its wake of what happened at MSD, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. But that interest has since completely ebbed. Gun purchases have recently hit record highs. So high, in fact, that there are now more gun dealers than grocery stores in the United States of America. America has turned into a country of guns, with almost double the number of gun dealers than grocery stores in country. There are around 65,000 gun dealers in the USA as per an estimate. The easy availability of guns is also seen as a reason for the growing gun culture in our country, which has 270 million guns against a population of 320 million. These are licensed guns, mind you. Only the licensed guns, and many states require no such license. The younger Crumbly used the gun his father, James Crumbly, had purchased on Black Friday, just days before the shooting. Investigations are ongoing and more details are coming out, but it's worth noting that so far it seems there was nothing unseemly from a legal perspective about Crumbly's father buying and owning the gun, other than Ethan accompanying his father for the gun purchase on November 26th, and shortly thereafter posting photo pictures of the firearm on social media via an Instagram account and captioning it, "Just got my new beauty today, Sig Sauer 9mm," with heart eyes emoji. His eyes were lighting up with gun lust. Nor is it any issue of legal repercussion that his mother, Jennifer Crumbly, also posted about her son's new gun on social media, calling it his new Christmas present, in quotes. Now, while following up on that by taking him to a shooting range the weekend before the shooting at the school to prepare him for the act. They were hoping, let's get rid of this kid by getting him arrested and you and I can run away and live without him. Well, the issue, rather than anything I've articulated, is the aggregate of it all in how easily a conspicuously disturbed teenage boy was obviously able to get his hands on a weapon that's advertised as a tool for military and law enforcement personnel, by all evidence using it for target practice, and thenceforth casually take it to school and begin shooting at his fellow students. Now, the context for this is an environment in which American civilians own more guns than the goddamn United States Army. If the number of licensed guns held by civilians in the USA is distributed among all the entire population, then out of every 100 people in the USA, 89 people have a gun. But there be no license needed to own much guns. Well, to own guns in much of America. The southern and western regions of these United States has much more gun ownership rate than the northeastern region, with 61.7% of people holding guns throughout the Sun Belt. Alaska has the highest ownership rate, as well as the highest firearms-related deaths in our state of union. States like Alaska, Idaho, and West Virginia are among the 8 states in the union which do not require any license to hold a gun. Moreover, there be no strict background check or even any waiting period in these states. You just walk into a 7-Eleven and buy a gun. So, as proven by the research group known as the Geneva-based Small Arms Survey, with about 121 firearms in circulation for every 100 residents, the United States is by far the most heavily armed society in the world. We don't need a fucking army. Why are we spending trillions of dollars for Space Force, a Navy, an Air Force? If anyone invades us, they're dead meat. We don't need any of these branches of armed service shit. Certainly not the way they stand now. We'll certainly need them for future war. However, because communist China, well, the Sino-Slavics and Axis, the pure power of China and the rogue power of Russia must be taken on after we win the civil war back here at home. And we've got plenty of guns to wage that with, don't we? Our country has more guns than people. It's going to take a radical change, not just in our policy landscape, but our culture, to fix the problem. On Monday, opening last school work week, the very day before the shooting, school officials became concerned about young Ethan Crumbley when a teacher saw him searching for ammunition on his phone and reported it. Jennifer Crumbley was contacted but did not respond to school officials when they called her about that conduct. Yet later that day, subsequently sent a text message to her son saying, "Laugh out loud, LOL. I'm not mad at you. You have to learn not to get caught." Then, on Tuesday, Yester Septimania, the day of the shooting last week, a different teacher became alarmed after finding a note on the self-proclaimed aspiring mass shooter Ethan Crumbley's desk and took a photo. It was a drawing representing a semi-automatic handgun pointing at the words, "The thoughts won't stop! Help me!" That's, the last thing you want to find in a fortune cookie. But there was also a drawing of a bullet with words above it, "Blood everywhere." Now, between the gun and the bullet was a person who appeared to have been shot twice and is bleeding. He also wrote, "My life is useless," and "The world is dead." Now, the school quickly had a meeting with Ethan and his parents, who were told to get him into counseling within 48 hours. The parents refused to take their son out of school, and he was allowed back to class. The Crumbleys refused to ask their son about the gun or check his backpack. The teen returned to class, and the shooting subsequently occurred, as later that day, Crumbley opened fire outside a bathroom, aiming at students in the hallway as well as those who were hiding in classrooms. So be it. The price of freedom? Let me tell you about the American gun cult. It's one of child sacrifice. The very idea of child sacrifice evokes primal horror in believers and skeptics alike. We like to think of the practice as an abhorrent relic of a long-forgotten past. But Americans continue to practice child sacrifice today. Every year, we offer up our children up to the god of the gun and to the NRA, the National Rifle Association, the high priests of the American gun cult. The gun has become an absolute and unquestionable object of American idolatry. It demands from us blood offerings, and we oblige every day. The Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence reports that 46 children and teenagers are shot every goddamn day, resulting in half a dozen deaths by way of murder, at least 4 murders, and suicide, at least 2 suicides or self-immolations. Every day. By the numbers, then, Americans have reckoned that 312 children a year, every year, amounts to an acceptable yearly sacrifice. Consider Sandy Hook and its aftermath. After 20 children were gunned down while in elementary school, Americans decided to do absolutely nothing. like parents in ancient Canaanite culture, who stood powerless before priests, or who willingly offered up their children unto them. American parents now stand powerless before the gun cult and their paid congressional devotees. Thereafter, 59 more people died, and nigh 1,000 were critically injured in the subsequent recurring ritual of blood sacrifice in Las Vegas circa 2018. And in true cult-like fashion, Bill O'Reilly would throw up his hands and intone, as many an ancient priest might have, "This is the price of freedom!" This is freedom? This isn't freedom, this is fear. This is the price of Moloch, and we dare not disobey. Who is Moloch? Moloch is an ancient Near Eastern deity to whom children were offered. On account of child sacrifice, the Hebrew Bible depicts Moloch worship as a particularly barbaric form of idolatry. Moloch worship ceased millennia agone, but the connection between idolatry and child sacrifice offers us a helpful test to discern between worship of the true God and the false. If child sacrifice is required, then what you worship is not God, but an idol. The Bible routinely repeats its prohibitions against idolatry, so often, in fact, that the repetition suggests that idolatry remains an ever-present threat. That threat still abides. We moderns may not anytime soon melt down our gold to build a golden calf, but most forms of idolatry are subtler, so subtle that we are captured by them before we realize it. The late German-American, the Deutschen Amerikanisch, Lutheran Protestant theologian Paul Johannes Tillich, a Christian existentialist philosopher who passed on the year before I myself was born, and is widely regarded as one of the most influential theologians of the 20th century, argued that idolatry is a matter of ultimacy. He defined faith as the state of being grasped by an ultimate concern. The object of your ultimate concern is your God. A Christian community might affirm that they worship Jesus, but in practice, its true ultimate concern is demonstrably the gun. Worse yet, we all too oft confuse the twain and we invoke Christ's blessings upon the gun itself, as we routinely do when we conflate God with flag and country. In all these cases, idolatry is in play because the true ultimate, God, is replaced by something penultimate. Tillich was, in a modern idiom, channeling the historical French theologian, pastor, and Protestant Reformationist John Calvin of Geneva, who famously called the mind a perpetual factory of idols. How can we determine whether we be in bondage to an idol? Intensity of reaction is a surefire marker that we traffic with the sacred. We know that the gun has become a sacred object because it commands unquestioning reverence. Interrogating its sacral status triggers anger, and yea, even death threats, because the sacred calls for unconditional loyalty and obedience. Theologians sort out true worship from the false by insisting that the true God demands justice and mercy, never blood sacrifice. By contrast, the flag, the marquee, and the gun, the true American Trinity, can never be questioned, and all three require blood. Only by recognizing the gun as an idol can we explain why we stand in helpless thrall to it, even though more Americans have been killed by it, children especially, than in all of America's foreign wars combined. Idols are bloodthirsty, and they are never satisfied. And guns are in almost all American homes. There is a nigh pervasive gun culture in these United States of America. As per a survey done by Pew Research this year, it was found that 48% of Americans grew up in a household with guns. Moreover, there be no aversion for holding guns, as in the same sampling, 72% of Americans now have a short gun, something that can be held in the palm of your hand, meaning they can all pack concealed. 72% of Americans have a concealable weapon. You would think that would keep us all honest towards each other. But nay, apart from a religious analysis, the NRA's power defies comprehension. Money alone affords insufficient explanation. Shockingly, a new survey proves that a mere 3% of American adults own half of all the guns in these United States. The unpublished Harvard Northeastern study was obtained by The Guardian and also proves that people within that small group of American adults own at least 17 guns each. A veritable arsenal. Campaign contributions from gun manufacturers, funneled through the NRA, exercise powerful influence over legislators. But for the 3% of the American population who own 50% of all America's guns, and others who read the Second Amendment as holy writ that sanctifies the inalienable right to individual gun ownership, something more primal is at work. On Sunday, many Americans may worship in church, but the rest of the week, the God whom Americans actually worship and in whom they all find refuge is Smith & Wesson Brands Incorporated. At the Oxford News Conference held on Friday into this weekend, the aforecited Oakland County prosecutoress leading the case, Le Grand Madame Karen McDonald, opened by obligatorily delivering prepared remarks to preemptively placate all the militant Molochian gun cultists. My son transcribed everything she said. I will read it all to you now, because she couldn't even swallow her own bullshit and had to veer into her true feelings. But she started off with that disclaimer. Kids dead, injured, a maniacal family. Straight out of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Still on the loose at that time, still fugitive. And the first 5 words out of her mouth: gun ownership is a right. No, honey cunt, it's a fucking privilege. But she went on, and with that right comes great responsibility. While the shooter was the one who entered the high school and pulled the trigger, there are other individuals who contributed to the events on November 30th. And it is my intention to hold them accountable as well. It's imperative we prevent this from happening again. No other parent or community should have to live through this nightmare. I want to be really clear that these charges are intended to hold individuals who contributed to this tragedy accountable, and also send a message that gun owners have a responsibility. When they fail to uphold that responsibility, there are serious and criminal consequences. We need to do better in this country. We need to say, enough is enough for our kids, our teachers, parents, and all of us in this community and the communities across this nation. But, to my appreciation and to her credit, she then went off script, speaking candidly to reveal her anger and frustration as both a law enforcement officeress and a mother of 5. My son took down her words, and they read as follows. Michigan's laws are woefully inadequate. We don't have a safe storage law. You're not legally required to store your weapon in any safe manner. We don't have strong enough laws when you give your child access to a deadly weapon, when you indicate that you're buying a weapon and you sign that it's for yourself, yet clearly based on the statements of the shooter, the statements of his mom, that was his gun. Then we have the searching of ammunition, and we have his mom saying, at least you didn't get caught. We have the next morning drawing essentially, almost explicitly, what he was about to do. I expect parents and everyone to have humanity and to step in and stop a potential tragedy. There was absolute reason to believe this individual was dangerous and disturbed. They, the parents, did not indicate to school officials or to their son and inquire about the whereabouts of the gun or the existence of the gun, to my knowledge. He, the suspect, was not removed from school. He was returned back to class with his backpack, where we have every reason to believe the gun was stored in that backpack. I have tremendous compassion and empathy for parents who have children who are struggling and at risk for whatever reason. And I am by no means saying that an active shooter situation should always result in a criminal prosecution against the parents. But the facts of this case are so egregious. Reading this document, looking at it, reading the words, "Help me," with a gun, blood everywhere. This doesn't just impact me as a prosecutor and a lawyer, it impacts me as a mother. The notion that a parent could read those words and know that their son had access to a deadly weapon that they gave him is unconscionable and, I think, criminal. It is criminal. I have spoken to the victim's parents and indicated the nature of the charges that might be coming. I have not spoken about the school. These people are in incredibly deep, horrific pain and grief. Their reaction is as you expect. They will want anyone who had the opportunity to stop this from happening to have done it. And when the reporters pressed MEMqədAY McDonald, asking how was the suspect sent back to class, she paused for a period, and then shared her views about parents who are angry at school officials. What she said is as follows. I'm not going to give you a political answer. I'm not going to cover for anybody. And I'm just going to say what I think. Of course, he shouldn't have gone back to that classroom. Of course, he shouldn't have. And I don't have ill feelings or negative feelings about anyone. He should not have been allowed to go back to that class. I believe that is a universal position. I'd be angry too. And I am. But that doesn't mean that there's a criminal culpability. But yes, I'd be angry. I would be angry. I am angry. I'm angry as a mother. I'm angry as a prosecutor. I'm angry as a person that lives in this country. Oh, she actually said county. I misread that. I'm angry as a person that lives in this county. I'm angry. Now, her final words focused on rapid response to signs of trouble and gun responsibility. She said, I am not here to say that people shouldn't own guns. I know a lot of people who own guns, but they do so responsibly. And it's your responsibility. It's your duty to make sure that you don't give access to this deadly weapon to somebody that you have reason to believe is going to harm someone. It is our position that, on that morning, particularly that morning, but also the day before, but that morning, looking at that drawing, it's impossible not to conclude that there was a reason to believe he was going to hurt somebody. There were a lot of things that could have been so simple to prevent. And yes, there was a perfectly executed response, and he was apprehended immediately. And we have great law enforcement and good training. But 4 kids were murdered and then 7 more injured. So yes, I think we should all be very angry, and we should take a very hard look at what is in place in terms of criminal responsibility, what gun owners are required to do. Well, 43% of Americans legally own guns. These United States have 4.43% of the world population. But 43% of the world's civilian-owned guns. Surprisingly, where just 1/4 of the world's firearms are possessed by the military and law enforcement, civilians own 3/4, 75% of all the world's firearms. And yet still, Americans really don't understand gun violence. And it's really a no-upside situation for Alec Baldwin in particular, who's made a surprising new claim about his actions that fatal day in New Mexico. In his first major exclusive interview since the tragedy of the October 21st accident, the day after my own birthday, when a live round was discharged and ended up mortally injuring, a kill wound, impacting the cinematographeress Helena Hutchins and injuring director Joel Souza on the set of his latest movie. Alec Baldwin said the gun went off without him ever actually pulling its trigger. To quote his T, well, the trigger wasn't pulled. I didn't pull the trigger. When that declaration was met with the only natural response it could be met with, the singular query of, what? Baldwin reemphasized, no. I would never point a gun at anyone and pull the trigger. Never. Alec Baldwin's contention in his in-depth interview with ABC News' Head Suckbutt, the former Democratic advisor and White House communications director George Robert Stephanopoulos, that he did not pull the trigger in the accidental shooting death of Helena Hutchins on the New Mexico set of the indie film Rust, has been met with understandable skepticism from experts. To quote as the retired FBI agent Bobby Chacon, who now works as a writer and on-set consultant in Hollywood, he said, he isn't in the goddamn Matrix. Bullets don't curve. The bullet striking and killing that woman came out of the barrel of that gun pointed directly at her. The trigger would still have to be pulled. And when asked by The Rep to assess the likelihood of Baldwin's statement being true, Stephen Wolf, a movie armorer with more than 30 years in the business, bluntly attested, on a scale of 1 to 10? 0. You know, guns don't go up by themselves, right? It's an inanimate object. It has no batteries. It has no timer. It has no web connection. It's not a smart piece of equipment. It's a very reliable device that shoots when you press the trigger, and it doesn't shoot when you don't press the trigger. Now, Wolf isn't the only expert skeptical of Baldwin's statement, of course. Indeed, he and others are also questioning why Baldwin took 2 months to bring up this particular line of defense for his actions. And Baldwin's claim is also being questioned by the Santa Fe Sheriff's Department, which told Fox News it is awaiting results from the FBI that would provide more information on how the gun could have been fired. Whether that was just pulling back the hammer, which hits the firing pin, or just pulling the trigger, or both. Now, in a police report soon after the accident, Director Joel Souza, who was injured in the shooting, recalled standing over the shoulder of his cinematographer, Hutchins, while Baldwin sat on a wooden church pew practicing a cross draw of his weapon before the director heard what sounded like a whip and then loud pop. Sheriff Adin Mendoza told the reactionary Fox propaganda outlet, "Guns don't just go off. So whatever needs to happen to manipulate that firearm, he did that, and it was in his hands. And this doesn't sound like he's not going to be arrested. He's most certainly going to be interrogated." Well, the aforecited cinema armorer, Steve Wolf, is also outraged by a larger concern. The biggest fear of consequence from Baldwin's statement in this high-profile case is, to quote Steve Wolf at length and verbatim, "If we introduce the idea that guns go off by themselves, this reduces everyone's responsibility going forward. Anyone who's ever involved in an accidental shooting can now use the Alec Baldwin defense if it gains any traction. And that's a really bad thing to do because it's untrue. And it takes away personal responsibility, which is the essence of safety. I believe that he believes what he's saying because I don't believe that he intended to press the trigger. But I also don't believe that the trigger pressed itself. It's really important to discredit anyone who claims that guns fire themselves. If this becomes an acceptable defense, there goes any accountability when it comes to shooting people. We can't have this kind of guns shoot themselves thing. They don't." Now, this man is full of shit. He's an expert and he's got an agenda. He's a Molochian. He worships the gun. The gun has no responsibility. The killer has the responsibility because the gun is God. The gun is God. As for the decision to speak on national television during an active criminal investigation and amid 2 civil lawsuits, obviously that was a highly risky tactic that could, demonstrably compound problems for Alec Baldwin. As far as the legal consequences are concerned, Baldwin's statements can be used against him. Everyone knows that. But his statements can't be used to help him in lieu of testifying because they're hearsay. As an actor and as a public figure, there are non-legal reasons to give an interview. But as an attorney, there's no reason you should ever give an interview like that. It can only backfire. Former Assistant U.S. Attorney Niyama Ramani, who is co-founderess of the Los Angeles-based firm West Coast Trial Lawyers, has called the interview a mistake because Baldwin's statements can be used against him in court but will be of no use for the defense. However, in this case, were I employed as an expert witness, I can tell you, as the best of the best, someone better than the best, a man who's had personal experience as well as academic and educational training. A combination very few people have, believe it or not. I can tell you as a historian who's done his research that in this case, The gun in question, widely reported as being a historically accurate, perhaps even an actual antique FLL1 Pieta Long Colt 45 revolver, F.LL1. It's easily discharged and has a very sensitive trigger action. We call it a hair trigger. A single action Colt 45 like that has a very, very light trigger. You know, if you have your finger on the trigger, you can almost think to yourself, shoot, and then the gun goes off. But it's not because you were thinking shoot. It's because you had some muscle tension, right? And when that increases, it's sufficient to fire the gun just by your thought making your muscles tense up. But I'll go further. Alec Baldwin's gun could very well have fired without him even pulling the trigger. The question then becomes, but did it? You know, at first glance, to all you laymen out there who haven't fought in actual Frontier West, Barbary Coast gunfights as I have, this sounds far-fetched. It is exceedingly rare for a gun to fire without the trigger being depressed. Modern firearms, and even replicas of antique guns, have safeties specifically designed to prevent them from firing without the trigger being pulled. It only really happens when the gun's firing mechanism is damaged or there is a significant design flaw. That's why most gun owners and firearms safety trainers are highly skeptical of any claim a gun just went off absent user error. In Baldwin's case, however, this claim is at least somewhat more believable. That's because the gun involved is more prone to firing without the trigger being pulled. And even though it's a modern replica of an antique design, it's possible it did not include modern safety devices for that very reason. If it were a modern replica made in Japan, they would have made it exactly like the original Frontier West firearm without any safety mechanism, because it would have been true to the original. Exactly. It is completely possible no modern safety devices were built into it. Santa Fe County Sheriff Adam Mendoza has identified the gun used in this shooting as a modern Pieta replica of a single-action Army revolver. Those guns can be purchased either with a transfer bar that makes it impossible for the firing pin to strike the primer unless the trigger is pulled, or without one. Oftentimes, enthusiasts and collectors prefer the models without any modern safety devices because it's more authentic and perfectly safe when handled properly. A single-action revolver usually requires the hammer to be manually cocked and the trigger be pulled for a shot to be fired. That's why it's referred to as a single action, because the trigger performs just one action. It drops the hammer. In a double action revolver, on the other hand, the trigger can both cock and release the hammer. Pointedly, with pun in mind, a single-action revolver with the old-style firing mechanism can fire without either the hammer being cocked or the trigger being pulled. When the hammer is down on that kind of revolver, the firing pin protrudes. It protrudes. And if a live round is loaded in the chamber underneath, a sharp enough jolt can cause the pin to strike the round's primer with enough force to set it off. This is why the so-called cowboy load was developed. When carrying an old-style single-action revolver, it's best practice to leave the chamber underneath the hammer unloaded. That way, a jolt cannot unintentionally set off a round. This is what you used to see on Mayberry, when Don Knotts played the deputy and they made certain that he had the empty chamber under the hammer so that his gun wouldn't go off on him. None of this means Baldwin's story is entirely accurate, because it's not clear if drawing a gun from a holster in this state would be enough to set it off. But of course he's flipping it in his hand. It still seems more plausible that Baldwin pulled the trigger, of course, to your average or even expert sensibilities. But the gun firing without the trigger being pulled is not nearly as far-fetched as it first sounds, even to the armory experts. Police should be able to determine what kind of firing mechanism the gun in question has and whether it could have fired in the way Baldwin described. However, even if the gun did go off without the trigger being pulled, it doesn't negate the other negligence that contributed to the deadly shooting. Of course, you see, there is every reason the basic gun safety rules are also redundant. You're never supposed to put your finger on the trigger until you're ready to fire. You're never supposed to assume a gun is unloaded. You're never supposed to point a gun at anything you don't want to shoot. Had they all been followed, it is unlikely this shooting would have turned deadly, even if someone had loaded a live round into the pistol, which they obviously had. But as the numerous prior negligent discharges on set and Baldwin's other comments reveal, basic safety rules were not followed. To quotist Alec Baldwin himself verbatim, "I would never point a gun at anyone and pull the trigger at them." That very sentence went on 6 words too long. It should have stopped at 8 words. I would never point a gun at anyone. Period. He followed it up incriminatingly, self-incriminatingly, with "never point a gun at anyone and pull the trigger at him." Even on a movie set, you shouldn't be pointing a gun at anyone at all. Most sets have protocols in place to avoid scenarios like that. Most also have protocols to ensure a gun is never loaded with any round it isn't supposed to be. And most would never allow live ammunition on set while filming. There was a string of criminally negligent acts that led to the death of a colleague, wife, and mother. Even if Baldwin never pulled that trigger, a cascade of avoidable mistakes was necessary for this tragedy to unfold. There remains plenty of blame to go around. Yet Alec Baldwin offered further details on how the deadly shooting occurred in the full ABC News interview. Sickeningly, Baldwin claims he acted at the direction of cinematographeress Halyna Hutchins when he accidentally shot and killed her. Baldwin told ABC, "I cocked the gun. I go, 'Can you see that? Can you see that? Can you see that?' I highly doubt he said that 3 times. And then I let go of the hammer of the gun, and the gun goes off. I let go of the hammer of the gun goes off." He said fucking twice. Now, detachedly, this version of events makes it technically much more difficult to square with the idea that Baldwin never pulled the trigger. When the hammer is pulled back on a single-action revolver, a series of sears are engaged, which prevent it from moving back towards the chamber without the trigger being depressed. There are scenarios where the gun might be able to fire after the hammer is pulled back, but without the trigger being pulled. However, they're even more unlikely than a misfire with the hammer all the way down. The first is that Baldwin managed to pull the hammer back far enough that releasing it created a strong enough strike against the primer to set it off, but not far enough to engage the sear at quarter or even half cock. That is, quite frankly, implausible. The next possibility is a physical defect with the gun itself. The sears could have been so worn out, so just rubbed raw, they don't catch the hammer as Baldwin manipulates it. But that's not likely either, since it would be clear to anyone who handled the gun that it was broken. But then again, maybe they would have thought that makes it safer on set. Right? If they're really stupid. What seems far more likely is Baldwin kept the trigger depressed as he pulled the hammer back. Then, when he released the hammer, the trigger kept the sears out of the way and the gun fired. Therefore, ergo, he did not press, as it was already pre-pressed. Perhaps his potential defense could recover by recontextualizing Baldwin as making some kind of semantic argument about pulling a trigger rather than keeping it depressed while cocking the hammer, but that's a distinction without a difference. The most likely scenario remains that Baldwin had his finger on the trigger when the gun fired. His full comments have made that even more likely. So now Baldwin has to bank on his own belief that he does not expect to be criminally charged in the matter at all, even though the investigation is still ongoing. And just when you think Alec Baldwin couldn't go any lower, he blamed the victim, Halyna Hutchins, the woman he shot to death, for getting shot to death. This is where I take off the detachment and enter the human realm. During that jaw-dropping, hour-long interview that aired Thursday night, Baldwin told the sycophantic George Stephanopoulos, "Everything is at her direction. I'm holding the gun where she told me to hold it, which ended up right below her armpit, which is what I was told. I don't know. There was so much Baldwin claimed not to know. And Stephanopoulos, his longtime friend from the Hamptons, not that the average viewer would even know that or ever know that, was only too eager to pitch softball after softball. Yes, one of ABC's leading journalists, I use that term quite loosely, hardly challenged Baldwin when he claimed repeatedly that he never pulled the trigger, that the gun just went rogue. Baldwin said, "I would never point a gun at anyone," despite his earlier assertion that Hutchins had told him to point the gun at her. So he did. And pull the trigger at them, never. Perhaps, Baldwin is in denial. That's the generous interpretation, but it's hard to feel generous towards him when he and his wife have been behaving so deplorably. There was that jaunt to Vermont immediately after the shooting, shopping at Ralph Lauren and buying out a local tavern sitting right in front of the window where paparazzi could get unobstructed pictures. Then came the bizarre roadside press conference in which Hilaria yelled self-righteously at the press while angling to get in every camera frame. all quickly followed by the gross Instagram posts on Halloween and after, raving about how happy their children are, while Hutchins' son, only 9 when she died, was so traumatized he couldn't speak for 2 days after her death. On Thursday morning, hours before this interview aired, Baldwin was photographed going for coffee and loading up his car, en route to the Hamptons, no doubt, while his gross fraud of a wife, Hilaria, strutted around in metallic leggings, 4-inch heels, and a gold $1,900 Moncler vest. Thursday's little gambit, Baldwin attempting to elicit sympathy while pointing the finger at everyone else, was an epic miscalculation. He truly believes we'll all feel sorry for him. Alec Baldwin, one of Hollywood's biggest bullies and rage monsters, attempting to squeeze out tears as he laments how this has ruined his love of movie making. George, step on all of us. Yeah, Stephanopoulos is equally to blame here. That was an embarrassing line of questioning. What was it that drew you to this project in the first place? Stephanopoulos asked. To Rust. Who cares? What is this? An episode of Ass Says Hollywood? People who are watching this show, Baldwin said, meaning people like you and me, the little people, you know. You have no idea how unique a motion picture set is. The amount of care. Care? That's rich, given what we know about this set. The 7 crew members who walked out that very morning over documented safety concerns. At least 2 accidental gun discharges. 1 accidental special effects explosion. And a young, inexperienced, and reportedly ever inebriated armorer. But hey, sure, let's go with care. I look at all these people, and I see how hard they worked, and they're so conscientious. Unfucking believable that. And you're part of one of the great collaborative processes in this world. Movie making. Here's the essence of this tragedy. It was just a movie. A fast, cheap, and out of control independent production that cost a young wife and mother her life. Ignore Baldwin's excuses. Everyone from Chacon to Wolf to George Clooney and others have said safety protocols on the set are specific, simple, exact, rigorous, and to be followed to the letter every time. Every single time. Here's an interesting hypothetical. If that scene required Baldwin to put the gun to his head and pull the trigger, I'm sure he would have taken a look inside the gun. Wouldn't you? If only Stephanopoulos, or shall I pronounce it Step on All of Us, had asked that very question. Instead, we got to learn that Baldwin now has nightmares. Poor son of a bitch. Feels no guilt. Oh, that's expected. He's completely psychotic and sociopathic. And he fully expects Hutchins' widower, Matthew, to sue. But is feeling pretty confident that he won't be charged criminally and that Matthew won't come after him personally. Baldwin concluded, someone is responsible for what happened, and I know it's not me. After this interview, and Baldwin's callous demeanor these past few weeks, Matthew Hutchins, especially, might feel differently. That brings us to victimhood and vulnerability in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, which I've talked all about the pronunciation of her name in the English, which is a vulgarization of the French already. So, Maxwell, a 59-year-old former socialite and the daughter of the British publishing mogul Robert Maxwell, has been accused of helping Jeffrey Epstein, a man who has been variously described as her employer, her best friend, and her boyfriend, to recruit, groom, and sexually abuse 4 underage girls from the mid-90s to the mid-2000s. In 2019, Epstein himself, a multi-millionaire financier, was arrested for coercing dozens of young women and teenage girls into sexual acts. In August of that year, before his case went to trial, he died by hanging in his jail cell. Well, so we're told. In the defense's opening statement, on the trial's first day, Maxwell, the former socialite and associate of Jeffrey Epstein's, was compared by her lead attorney to the biblical Eve, a woman asked to pay for the sins of the man, which seemed to myself a strange reach, as I said before, as if a woman can't also make a perfectly legitimate criminal. And yet it's true that while Ghislaine Maxwell is the defendant on trial, so too, of course, is Jeffrey Epstein, if only in absentia. More than this, it began to seem like an indictment of an entire system, in which the poor and most desperate are so easily and casually crushed by those who are much more powerful and wealthy than they are or ever will be. Maxwell's trial is widely seen as a last shot at justice for the many women who claim to have been abused by Jeff Epstein. If convicted on all counts, she faces up to 70 years in prison. And, of course, she has pleaded not guilty. Maxwell has been out of the public eye for more than 2 years, but her trial was hotly pursued after Epstein's suicide. In August of 2019, we caught a brief glimpse of her when she was photographed right here in my Golden, California, at a San Fernando Valley In-N-Out Burger. Roughly a year later, she was nabbed in New Hampshire. Even though the fact of her arrest was public, according to the New York Times, FBI agents announced themselves at Maxwell's front door and watched through a window as she scurried into another room in the house. We still didn't get to see her. So, the desire in the courtroom to view this notorious woman up close was palpable, if only through the mediation of a closed-circuit TV screen, which, of course, a former blood boy of my son's husband's estate was able to capture, as he's now on his own in life as a journalist, and relayed that information to my son, who, to make certain it wasn't relayed to me electronically, because everything relayed to me is intercepted. I had to go back to the estate to review it with him. And on the second day of the trial, Ghislaine Maxwell wore a cream-colored sweater, dark pants, and a blue surgical mask, with her black hair loose and plain to her shoulders. The outfit was a far cry from the much flashier, more revealing designer get-ups of her high society Epstein years. Rather, it brought to mind the type of lady who might ask you if you need help finding anything at Nordstrom. The look seemed designed to banish all thoughts, not just of sex crimes, but sex itself, from the minds of the jurors. Sitting shoulder to shoulder with her defense team, Maxwell remained largely impassive throughout the court proceedings. The first witness called to the stand by the prosecution was Larry Vysotsky, who was hired as his private pilot back in 1991, just as I was entering the Balkan conflict after Desert Storm, testifying as he was inside a transparent, COVID-safe witness box that allowed him to remove his mask. Vysotsky, alert and accommodating, with a freshly barbered white head of hair and a dark suit paired with a jaunty red and white striped tie, painted a surprisingly wholesome picture of his experience with Epstein and Maxwell. The latter, he said, was Epstein's number 2 in matters property and travel related, and oh so much else. His testimony seemed intended to establish the highly affluent world in which Epstein and Maxwell acted and interacted, rather than suggest any criminal wrongdoing on their behalf. They paid him well, and he got to fuck the girls. So for the most part, Vysotsky talked about real estate. The pilot took Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey, one of the lead prosecutors in the case, and a daughter of the former FBI director, James Comey, who made certain Trump got elected by concentrating on the letters of Hillary Clinton, rather the emails. Well, throughout all the layouts of a number of Epstein's properties, there you have it. By the way, Trump himself was brought up in these trials as someone who fucked the girls. That, of course, was glossed over the day after the footage I reviewed. Now, when this fucker's talking about real estate and all the real fuckers, the people fucking the girls he was bringing over to peruse it, he's talking about the nearly 10,000-acre Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, where the entrance gate of which was decorated in an infantile touch with the fictional swashbuckler's Z logo, the Tony Upper East Side townhouse, the private Caribbean island of Little St. James, with its helipad and boat dock and gargantuan estate. For nearly 3 decades, 30 years, Vysotsky worked closely with Epstein, piloting his planes, among them the Gulfstream, with a burgundy carpet, and a Boeing 727 dubbed the Lolita Express by the press, and also his helicopters, and ferrying between the financier's various homes a passel of guests, the most notable being Donald Trump, William Jefferson Clinton, Prince Andrew, and the actors Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker. Vysotsky's account of Epstein, although not precisely laudatory, was still plenty odd. I mean, who wouldn't be overawed? At one point I counted the word tremendous repeated at least 4 times in about as many minutes. The pool on Little St. James was tremendous, as was the sound system at the financier's house on the island. So too was the New Mexico spread, not to mention, again, its sound system. You know, Vysotsky, apart from the piloting, was, he said, also responsible for managing Epstein's audiovisual needs, and clearly still has lots of respect for a good stereo setup. And while Vysotsky flew the planes, which were stocked, like the houses, by Maxwell, the door to the cockpit remained, as a rule, forever closed. And the pilot insisted that, during nearly 30 years of service, he never saw any sex acts taking place, whether involving underage women or not. Instead, as a motorhead, a car buff, he was given several luxury vehicles by Epstein through the years and built a house on 40 acres that the financier had gifted him at Zorro Ranch, where he felt trusting enough to allow his own young daughters, whose high school and college educations, he did admit, Epstein had completely paid for, to ride horses with Ghislaine Maxwell. Of course, this fucker is covering because he was fucking the girls too. And you can say I said that. The defense attorney, Christian Everdell, asked, "You remember her as a nice person?" A question that Vysotsky answered unhesitatingly in the affirmative. As far as I could tell, the masked Maxwell remained blank even while being complimented. Had Vysotsky known of any hint of unseemly behavior toward minors by her or Epstein, he said, he would have quit his job immediately. Now you know he's full of shit. Because this is what people expected of me at the Presidio. Oh, apparently you didn't have any problems working with all those pedophiles. Well, how else was I going to expose them if I didn't work with them, you dumb motherfucking cunts? It's mostly women who would bitch about me working with these people. Because to all of them, that makes me one of them. Of course, I'm the only one who ever ratted on them, squealed on them, stop the horror, force the military to at least put up a sales pitch of cleaning up its act and starting its own month of the military child campaign bullshit. A bullshit campaign. If in Vysotsky's telling the world that Epstein and Maxwell inhabited was as wide open and welcoming as the friendly skies out his plane's windshield, it was something entirely different for Jane, the first victim called to the stand later on that same day, Tuesday of Yester Septimania. You know, while the bullshit artists kept droning on about all the fact that Epstein paid for his entire fucking life and the life of his whole family, free housing, I mean like estate housing, like he had his own manse, and his girls grew up riding horses on someone else's estate. As he spoke, I kept thinking that for Vysotsky, even if only subconsciously, a whole lot must have been riding on not knowing. You know, like Alec Baldwin, so much he didn't know. When you got that much good shit going down, you'd be turning a blind eye towards quite a lot. And that's when Jane came on the stage, testifying under a pseudonym, Jane Doe. Like all the people buried in that mass grave in Los Angeles. She described her former relationship with Jeff Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell as a nightmarish traversal between a warren of oppressive spaces and dark corners at Epstein's various properties, where she says her abuse took place. She recounted in low, measured tones, because she had to control her voice, how Epstein and Maxwell recruited, groomed, trafficked, and sexually abused her starting in 1994 when she was just 14 years of age. And as an aspiring singer, she met Epstein and Maxwell when they visited the Interlochen Summer Arts Camp in Michigan, shortly after Jane's father suddenly died of leukemia, leaving her family in untenable financial straits, literally starving and homeless. She was eating ice cream, the only food she had, when the two adults approached her and began, as she said, chit-chatting. And realizing that she was from Palm Beach, Florida, where Epstein had an estate, the pair struck up a friendship with her, seemingly taking an interest in honing and supporting her artistic aspirations. Now, Jeffy Epstein himself, as Jane said, began to give her money. Apparently, he told her, "This is for your mother. I know she's having a hard time." Meanwhile, Maxwell reminded her of an older sister. Friendly, jokey, asking about school and boyfriends. She took Jane to the movies and on shopping trips. Jane, who is now in her early 40s, is over a decade younger than myself, but as a cross-dresser, while I was listening to her testimony, I actually felt a pang of recognition at the mid-90s mall status items that she recalled Epstein and Maxwell buying for her. Loafers, a cashmere sweater, Victoria's Secret underwear, a preppy shirt. But then she testified that the kindliness of Epstein and Maxwell soon turned sinister. One day, she said, Epstein wordlessly led her to his Palm Beach pool house where he masturbated on her, leaving her frozen in fear. She had never seen a penis before, and it felt really gross. Yeah, it was Jeff's. And she felt ashamed. Gradually, and under the tutelage of Ghislaine Maxwell, who Jane said was a casual libertine, acting like all that was taking place was not a big deal, Jane came to understand that her role in the household was to please Epstein sexually. The abuse took place every time she saw him, which, for the next 2 years, was approximately every 2 weeks, because she needed the money for her mother, who would otherwise have died without treatment. All this time, Maxwell taught her what he liked: rough, fully nude massages that included touching the financier everywhere and being touched and fondled in turn, sometimes by Maxwell too. Sex toys were involved, even when Jane protested that they hurt her. She never told her mother what was going on. Jane said, "My mom was so enamored with the idea that these wealthy, affluent people took an interest in me, and told her that she should be grateful for the attention they were paying her." Her mom's guilty too, as far as I'm concerned. Epstein and Maxwell attempted to impress a similar lesson upon her as well. So she had a trio of abusers there. Her mother was a criminal enabler. From the beginning, Jeff and Gillian were always bragging and name-dropping, as Jane testified of the rich and powerful figures that they knew, and would often take calls in her presence from their VIP, very important person friends. All this reminded me of a tactic recalled by a victim of Harvey Weinstein, who recounted at the disgraced mogul's trial how he'd boast to her of his phone calls to the Clintons. Jane said that she felt intimidated and trapped. And in the rush to spread conspiracy theories, like herself, all the other real victims have been forgotten. Pay less attention to Jeffrey Epstein's pedopredatory sex economy and more to what his victims need. The moment Jeffrey Epstein was found dead in his cell at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan of an apparent suicide, I could almost hear the sound of a million conspiracies blooming on the internet, each more insane than the next, or the last. Admittedly, it hadn't been unthinkable. It was, after all, his second attempt. But within minutes, there was talk of a swap, a body double, a plan hatched to get Epstein to Guantanamo Bay. Rapid-fire connections were drawn to the convoluted and completely irrelevant, not to mention unreal, QAnon conspiracy theory, which alleges a vast and completely fictitious deep state effort to undermine Donald Trump. I saw supposed pictures of the corpse and comments that it obviously didn't match Epstein's body. Well, how could you tell? Were you Jane Doe, forced to fondle him everywhere? I know that's not Jeff. The dick's too big. I saw threats leveled against the Clintons and deceptive hashtags springing up like daisies. But what I didn't see, at least not at first, was any great effort to think about what Epstein's death would mean for his victims. The focus had been switched, veering from the real plight of his victims to the fantasy of his death. We can leave investigations into Epstein's death to the professionals. But the Twitterverse could stand to turn its attention to a conspiracy that we already know is legitimate. How badly run America's jails are, how badly treated America's victims of sexual assault and rape are, how the criminal justice system makes allowances for the powerful and the well-connected, while millions of people convicted of lesser crimes are made to suffer more. There is an actual miscarriage of justice here, and you don't need to turn to Reddit to find any of it. Epstein's victims deserved better. They deserve better now. At the time of his suicide, a number of his accusers spracketh out to express their frustration. Then 30-year-old Jenalisa Jones, whom Epstein abused when she was but 14 years of age, told ABC News, "I am extremely mad and hurt, thinking how he once again thought he was above us and took the easy way out." And in a contemporaneous statement, the then 32-year-old Jennifer Aureos, whom Epstein raped repeatedly, expressed her own disappointment. We have to live with the scars of his action for the rest of our lives. While he will never face the consequences of the crimes he committed, the pain and trauma he caused so many other people on Earth. These women haven't accused our government of any wild master plot or drummed up support for internet theories. They've just asked to be heard, listened to, and finally respected. But of course, in what still trumps America, the prospect of a vast web of lies appeals more than the simple fact of a group of women's truths. Trump got into politics on the back of birtherism, a conspiracy theory that suggested Barack Obama wasn't born in these United States. Well, that of course wasn't conspiracy because it's true, but then Trump said he was a Muslim too. And since Trump was elected president, he continued to make references to various supposed schemes, egging on his base. So it should come as no surprise that, as Mother Jones put it, within minutes of the news that Epstein had died, quote unquote, Trump appointees, Fox Business hosts, and Twitter pundits revived a decades-old conspiracy theory linking the Clinton family to supposedly suspicious deaths, hashtag Clinton body count, and hashtag Clinton crime family. I almost said Clinton crime family. They all trended on Twitter. By the way, that's a quote I'm reading from Mother Jones magazine. Now, it's crucial to call out Trump's insane and dangerous social media activities, but not at the expense of Epstein's accusers, who are begging us to remember who the real victims are in this case. It was all exquisitely Trumpian. Another potential moment of restorative justice stolen from women who just wanted a powerful man to be held accountable. Epstein's victims will now never have the chance to see him stand trial. They will never get to face him in a court of law. But there's a flip side. It's not a consolation prize, but it's a fact all the same. Epstein's victims no longer need to fear him. As Lisa Bloom, one of the attorneys representing several of the women who have made claims against him, pointed out, they have nothing to fear anymore because Jeffrey Epstein is gone. There is a real question about what happens to Epstein's victims now. People in his orbit who facilitated his crimes should be charged. Civil cases must proceed apace against his estate. But money doesn't undo trauma. It never rights terrible wrongs. With the media's attention shifted from how a criminal should be punished to how to solve the mystery of the century, Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. There has been ever more emphasis placed on how this person died, and none whatsoever on what it means for the woman in his wake. Of course, the irony is that a conspiracy is alive and well. Literally, hundreds of women have gone decades without ever receiving due process. But that's not a theory. That's just the truth of life in America. Now, let's talk about Jussie Smollett. On the night of January 29th, the year before yesteryear, news broke that the Empire actor, who's black and, as every commentary on this subject has ever pointed out, openly gay, had been attacked on the streets of Chicago. There was a noose involved, we learned, and two guys cheering, MAGA country! Earlier, 2 years agone by now, reports frequently noted that the actor had also received a threatening letter that was contaminated with a white substance of some kind of like the anthrax letters, making the latter attack seem the more dire for having likely been coordinated. This was all quite believable, Not least because the Chicago Police Department seemed to be approaching the incident in a manner that belied any chicanery. And in an early statement, the Chicago PD itself, the police department, attested, given the severity of the allegations, we are taking this investigation very seriously and treating it as a possible hate crime. The statement also confirmed the details that had only, to that point, become public through piecemeal updates on sites like TMZ, that Smollett had been approached by two unknown men who yelled racist and homophobic slurs, that they doused him in a substance of some kind, that they hung a noose round his neck. As racial hoaxes go, Jussie Smollett's case is a strange one. If the purported attack on the actor Jussie Smollett indeed turns out to be staged, it will be the latest in a long line of hoaxes grounded in racial stereotypes. By design, these hoaxes reinforce different groups' worst suspicion of one another. Whites are racists, blacks are criminals. Or as they say in Asia, blacks are violent and stupid. Whites are complacent and stupid. So, we Asians look at this and really agree that, yeah, whites are racist and blacks are criminals. Anyhow, they're both true. Yeah, it's the worst of both worlds. There's no reason to doubt either case. It's both true in a general sense. Now, Smollett, a cast member of Fox TV's empire, he worked for the MEMocracy, mind you, is African American and gay. And after telling Chicago police the month before about the threat letter he received that nobody took seriously at Fox, go figure, he may have been motivated to hire two masked men to physically attack him while shouting racist and homophobic slurs and a pro-Donald Trump slogan to be taken seriously at all. Smollett turned himself in on Thursday of that month, that year. I remember it was a Thursday. Oh, by the way, our man Jameson Reese says it was Fox that sent the letter to Jussie Smollett in the first place. Oh, God. I'm sorry. Let's look up the date Smollett turned himself in. Why do I remember that it was a Thursday? Turned self in. Okay, let's get this out there. Now, he turned himself in on the 21st of February. He turned himself into police custody to face a felony charge of filing a false report. So there we are. Our man Jameson Reese says, I have a photographic holographic memory. I like that. Photo-holographic. Yes. Thank you, sir. Blessings. As Peter Moon says, he says things go through the drugs. Yeah. Peter Moon says it's the channeling that basically I still have a psychic link with the Dietrich Artelect. And she kind of cascades my memory. Anyhow, Smollett turned himself in under suspicion of having arranged the entire affair. In some quarters, his case is now being construed as just another phony hate crime concocted to elicit sympathy and discredit conservatives. But while Smollett's case is bizarre on its own terms, unfounded criminal accusations across racial lines have a long history in these United States. The overwhelming majority of these cases have involved white accusers implicating black people, mindest ye, and the consequences have often been grievous. Mass murders, lynchings, entire communities burned to the ground. A false claim of rape by a white woman against a black man led to the Rosewood Massacre in Florida, in the year my mother was born, 1923. Which is why I recall it on this solar return of her natal dyes, her birthday. Similar allegations in Alabama in 1931 touched off the Scottsboro boys case, which led to years of trials, retrials, appellate court decisions, and a ruling by the United States Supreme Court. This history also includes the white Mississippi woman who told her husband in 1955 that Emmett Till, a black 14-year-old, had flirted with her. After her husband and his half-brother kidnapped, beat, and shot Till and thereafter drowned him in a river, he survived the shooting, of course, she told a still taller tale, testifying in court that he had physically assaulted her. Over the past 250 years, since graduating from City College of San Francisco with an Associate of Science degree in criminal psychology, I have personally analyzed over 100 racial hoax cases, beginning with the 1987 case of Tawana Brawley, a black African-American teenage girl who falsely said that several white men had raped her. A publicly accessible book on this very subject entitled The Color of Crime, subtitled Racial Hoaxes, White Fear, Black Protectionism, Police Harassment, and Other Macroaggressions. You like that? As written by the American academic Catherine Russell Brown, was first published by New York University Press circa 1998. It's a book I recommend, with a second edition released in 2008, and it covers 92 such cases. Less than what I myself have personally analyzed. And what I can tell you is that approximately 2/3 of hoax perpetrators, 75%, 2/3, yeah, pretty close, they're all white. White accusers are more likely to say they were victims of a random act of violence by a make-believe black offender. Black people who create hoaxes are more likely to say they were victims of a hate crime by an imaginary white perpetrator. These hoaxes all have one thing in common. Many other accusers have tapped into our conscious and unconscious beliefs about the nexus between race and crime. The accusers are counting on stereotypes to distract the police and the public from whatever actually took place. People carry out racial hoaxes for all sorts of reasons. Serious, mundane, or even silly. But let me provide a short list of past accusers' motives. To draw attention to a social issue, as was the case with Jussie Smollett, among his personal reasons for getting attention, of course. To get attention from a spouse is another. To stop making car payments. To get time off from work. To cover up a gambling loss. To cash in on an insurance policy. And to avoid punishment for violating curfew. In 2005, the runaway bride, Jennifer Wilbanks, made up a sexual assault by a Hispanic kidnapper to explain her absence from her own wedding. Or accusers fabricate crimes by others to cover up their own. In the Charles Stewart case in 1989 and the Susan Smith case in 1994, white murderers blamed non-existent black attackers. Was a nigger did it, not me. I would never point the gun and pull the trigger. I'm surprised Alec Baldwin didn't say that. It was the invisible nigger man. He pulled the trigger for me. In the universe of racial hoaxes, Smollett's case is noteworthy in a few important ways. It involves a celebrity hoax perpetrator, the only such case that I'm aware of. With his high public profile, Smollett could bring an authority and a personal appeal to the narrative that other accusers could not. His allegations of anti-gay as well as anti-black slurs raised fears across more than one marginalized community. Still, the twists and turns in the Smollett case follow a familiar pattern. Many hoaxes have a lurid specificity, dramatic criminal flourishes such as a carved letter on the victim's cheek, gang rape, a peculiar body odor, or, in Smollett's case, a supposed attacker's claim that this is MAGA country. Initially, supporters provide public solace to the purported victim. Sometimes members of the targeted community make calls for change and demand greater protection and stiffer laws to protect victims. But inevitably, there are unanswered questions and facts that don't quite add up, which ultimately lead to the unraveling of the tale. Once the lie is exposed, everyone is angry. Those who believe the hoax, those who never believed it, and the police officers who wasted taxpayer dollars investigating a crime that never happened. Any relief that the alleged crime did not take place is de minimis. So what happens after all that? Some perpetrators of past hoaxes were charged with filing false police reports, but most faced no criminal penalties. More and more, however, hoaxers are held accountable, such as being required to repay police departments for the cost of investigating their accusations, which is what the Chicago PD is after. But remember, we are talking about one of the most corrupt and criminal police departments in the United States. These are the men who protected Al Capone, for fuck's sake. They, to put it simply, cannot be trusted, and may simply want the money, and may have performed the crime themselves. Irregardless, only rarely do hoax perpetrators ever serve time behind bars. One such case involved Bonnie Sweeten, a white Pennsylvania woman who falsely claimed that she and her daughter were kidnapped by two black men. In fact, Sweeten and her daughter were at Disney World. So Sweeten spent 6 months in prison. Hardly the happiest place on earth. In case you didn't know it, that's the Disney motto. Now, Smollett's fate has yet to be determined. Chicago police claim his accusation was a stunt to increase his salary. His attorney has insisted the actor wants to clear his name and that he is the real victim of a real crime. The impact of his case upon society is uncertain at this point as well. Will the incident cause the broader public to harden on claims of victimization based on race or sexual orientation? If so, the hoax will cause real harm to future victims. Amid what might now be a rush to close the book on the Smollett case, we should pay attention to what racial hoaxes tell us about our society. In the end, these hoaxes are a clarion call, reminding us of the work we still have to do to achieve real racial justice. We have to, in this context, remember that both the Rittenhouse and McMichaels' verdicts demonstrate the envelope of limits on what I call NBA progressivism. By that I'm referring to the actual National Basketball Association, not nigger bitch avatars, the Aquino acronym, which is where he would put on blackface online and go after people and they couldn't hit back at a black woman. That was his theory, and he proved it to be true. It's a mistake to believe that solely and uncritically working within a system of oppression will ever lead to greater equality and equity for black people, which is what the NBA or the National Basketball Association is trying to do via its players being activist. Now, the murder trial verdicts of Kyle Rittenhouse and Gregory McMichael and Travis McMichael, father and son, illustrate the vast spectrum of the American justice system as it pertains to white violence. On one hand, in the case of Rittenhouse, it exposed a judicial system that not only encourages white vigilantism in the form of stand your ground laws and castle doctrines, but protects said white violence through self-defense laws that allow aggressors to fear for their lives even when they initiate in the fucking conflict in the first, simply by being there. On the other, for the McMichaels and their neighbor, William Bryan, also found guilty on November 24th of the murder of Ahmaud Arbery in February of 2020, the trial shows what a functional justice system can look like, but also how the scales of justice can be manipulated by those sworn to be impartial. Through both trials, not to mention the trial of Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer found guilty of murdering George Floyd, Black NBA players have been at the forefront of sports in both bringing attention to these cases and organizing behind the scenes to advance the causes of underserved and systemically oppressed black people in this country. The accomplishments of those players, a list that includes LeBron James, Chris Paul, Jaylen Brown, George Hill, Kyrie Irving, among others, it cannot be overstated. After the murder of George Floyd in May 2020, I can't believe it, just yesterday, NBA players joined demonstrators in the streets to protest against police violence and turn the league's return-to-play pandemic plan into a showcase of social justice initiatives, including the creation of a $300 million United States dollar economic empowerment fund. Months later, after the police shooting of Jacob Blake by a Kenosha, Wisconsin police officer, the players used a protest without playing initiated by the Milwaukee Bucks to, among other things, advance voting access for black communities. There are countless other examples of black players using their time and resources to positively impact black people, particularly over the last decade. But the verdicts in the Rittenhouse and McMichael's cases also reveal that while professional athletes have the power and fame to do a lot of exceptional, progressive work against anti-black racism, their influence is limited when it comes to matters of black people and state-endorsed violence. Now, nothing can be taken away from NBA players bringing attention to cases like these and how powerful the athlete's words and actions can be simply for those searching for a modicum of hope when yet another black person is extrajudicially killed by the state. Extrajudicially meaning outside the court of law. They be executed. Or, in the case of these two trials, those emboldened by the enabler state. And for their actions, we call them woke, both before and after it was appropriated into an insult by the whites, and hold them up as the most progressive men's sports league in the world. We bestow various honors upon these players, opening speaking slot at the ESPYS, the ESPYs Awards, named after the civil rights icon Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, mentioned earlier by Peter Moon. Comparisons with Muhammad Ali, whom Peter Moon also taught us about earlier in transmission. We look to them, among others, as the spokespersons for an entire race of people when it comes to matters of systemic racism and police violence. The era of player empowerment has led to tangible advances both for the players in their professional lives and for the communities they represent. But it's still a mistake to believe that solely and uncritically working within a system of oppression will ever lead to greater equality and equity for black people. Cases that involve the killing of black people at the hands of police or white vigilantes tend to be presented by traditional news media as a litmus test on the fairness of the American justice system. Whether or not justice is actually blind and will give every person of every color a fair shot in the eyes of judges and a jury of their peers. But these cases are sometimes tried by attorneys who compare black victims to slaves, heard by judges who hand out harsher sentences to black people for committing similar crimes as white people, and decided by juries that, in the case of black people, are not their peers by any stretch of the imagination. The lead prosecutor in the McMichaels' and Bryan's case, Linda Dunikowski, avoided the racial overtones of the shooting until the final day of arguments, likely to assuage the sensibilities of a jury where 11 of 12 were white Southerners. Many will call the Rittenhouse verdict a miscarriage of justice or a failure of the judicial system, hanging onto the naive notion that the American justice system wasn't created for this very purpose. They refuse to believe that a system created when black people were considered property isn't the very idea of systemic racism manifest in practice. The judicial system is beyond repair. Any institution this corrupted and propped up by anti-black racism cannot be reformed. While these cases were about legal jargon such as self-defense and citizen's arrest, they were really about the lengths the justice system can bend to absolve white people of violent crimes. Both Rittenhouse and Travis McMichael, who fatally shot Arbery, brought guns to fights they themselves had instigated and claimed to fear for their very lives when the people they killed were unarmed. The white vigilantism of Rittenhouse and the McMichaels is no aberration in how the criminal justice system is supposed to work. Nearly every American institution is built on the premise of white supremacy and black subjugation. The convictions of Bryan and McMichaels are not any example of justice or the judicial system prevailing. It was the exact opposite. It took more than 2 months for Georgia prosecutors to bring charges against the white vigilante trio. And that was only after a confluence of extraordinary events. 1. The first prosecutor recused herself from the case because Gregory McMichael had worked in her office. The former Brunswick Judicial Circuit District Attorney, Jackie Johnson, was later indicted for directing law enforcement to not arrest Travis McMichael. 2. The second prosecutor, Waycross Judicial Circuit District Attorney George E. Barnhill, recused himself because his son also worked in Johnson's office. Before his recusal, Barnhill instructed police to not arrest the McMichaels due to Georgia's self-defense, citizen's arrest, and stand-your-ground laws. 3, and most decisively, the public release of video evidence of the encounter, filmed by Bryan, showing the trio stalking, intercepting, nay, running down Ahmaud Arbery like a dog and killing him in the middle of the open road in broad daylight, leading to national exposure of the incident. Not to mention, the case was as guaranteed a slam dunk as a LeBron James fast break. Had national attention not been given to this atrocity, the Glynn County judicial system would have allowed this case to not even reach trial, let alone charges against the defendants. This is the system NBA players are fighting against. And no amount of symbolic gestures or awareness campaigns will lead to victory in this battle over racial equality and police reform. Now, there's nothing wrong with current players believing they are standing on the shoulders of the civil rights icons who came as before them. But the genesis of social justice work and progressivism is risking something in the name of the greater good. It's possibly risking your career or your very life. It's standing on the front lines of standoffs with the state, risking assaults, tear gassing, and military-style showings of force. The players and the league can make impassioned pleas for the humanity of black people, as Philadelphia 76ers coach Doc Rivers did after the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, and donate hundreds of millions of dollars to causes that led to the betterment of black Americans, but at the end of the day, they have limited power and resources to fix the racist ills of society. They can donate millions, but change will require billions. They can make voting more accessible for black communities, as James did in paying court fees for returning citizens and the players did in turning NBA arenas into voting centers. But they can't prevent modern-day poll taxes on many black Americans, illustrated by the nearly 400 restrictive voting laws Republicans have introduced since but yesteryear, and the loss of Trump's presidential election. All documented by the Brennan Center for Justice. And maybe we are the problem. We expect so much from professional athletes. We demand that they entertain us, fill the emotional voids in our hearts, act as role models for our children, and in their spare time, change the fucking world. But at their core, basketball players' jobs are to play basketball. They are more than equipped to talk about the inequalities in this country, but why place the additional burden of reliving their traumas as black men? Which is why some of us gave them a label, progressive, that they neither asked for nor seemed to fully embrace. While advocating for more funding for historically black colleges and universities is a noble cause, progressivism demands free education. While meeting with lawmakers on Capitol Hill about criminal justice reform can lead to incremental changes in the justice system, prison abolishment permanently ends a carceral state that disproportionately targets and imprisons black people. Donating money to social justice focus groups allows those organizations to provide much-needed services to underserved communities, but wealth redistribution through increased wages and taxation of the rich, a camp they themselves fall into as professional athletes, directly improves poor housing, education, employment, air quality, and infrastructure in predominantly black communities. And the only way to obtain those demands is to play the same card the players played after the police shooting of Jacob Blake in Wisconsin in August of yesteryear. Not playing the games at all! As in their no games protests. Over 2 days, 48 hours after the Bucks declined to play in a playoff game against the Orlando Magic, at least 17 games and matches across the NBA, WNBA, MLB, NHL, MLS, and professional tennis were postponed due to athletes refusing to compete in solidarity with the Bucks. Out of that protest, the NBA players were able to secure tangible results. NBA arenas turned into voting centers for that November's presidential election. The establishment of a social justice coalition, and the creation of advertising spots geared toward promoting greater civic engagement, and that was from a few playoff games having to be rescheduled. Think of what you could do if you just stopped playing completely. I wouldn't want that, but you get my point. The Montgomery bus boycott, which effectively ended racial segregation on public transportation, lasted for 13 months. Between 1955 and 1956. But disrupting league revenue, television contracts, and downtown city economies Well, that forced the hands of lawmakers to act against police departments and judicial systems that disproportionately punish and enslave black people. True progressivism takes a lot of time and risk, and it's understandable to NBA players to not be willing to risk their careers and their very lives for the cause. They all saw what happened to former quarterback Colin Kaepernick. NBA players are doing their best to make America a more equitable place for black people, but until they are willing to put it all on the line, they shouldn't be burdened with comforting us as we work through our collective problems. And at the bottom of it all, Tamir Rice and Marisa Alexander deserved the Rittenhouse treatment too. Kyle Rittenhouse, that white 17-year-old armed with his semi-automatic rifle, shoots 3 people, kills 2 of them, lives to tell of the incident, and is found not guilty. Tamir Rice, a black 12-year-old playing with a toy gun, is effectively administered the death penalty by being fatally shot by a police officer on sight. He wasn't guilty either. So why is he dead? Who gets the benefit of being seen as a tender child, the latitude to use poor judgment, the privilege of not being a perfect parent, or the right to defend oneself? Why was Rittenhouse's weeping on the stand seen as a scared and vulnerable youth with his future lying all before him as a limitless horizon? While Tamir Rice amusing himself with a plaything led to him being misidentified as an adult and treated as a dire threat. Deciding that you, as a teenager, should arm yourself with an AR-15 style assault rifle and attend a volatile protest to protect private property is simply foolish at the least. So is playing with a toy gun, but for whom is foolishness fatal? And who gets to make dangerous mistakes and mature beyond them? What were Rice's parents doing letting him play with a toy gun? Well, what were Rittenhouse's parents doing letting him arm himself with a real one and venture out in search of trouble while armed to the teeth with a military-grade assault weapon as if he were going off to war? And should either boy have paid with their lives or their deaths for it? After the shootings, Rittenhouse approached the police with his hands up as bystanders shouted of his deeds. But the police refused to apprehend him. That's a fact. That was at the scene of the crime. Rittenhouse literally couldn't get himself arrested, no matter how hard he tried. And yet, when 9/11 was called on Tamir Rice by someone who said Rice was probably a minor and the gun was probably fake, the police arrived with their guns drawn and literally shot him within 2 seconds upon arriving on the scene. They shot him on sight. So Tamir Rice, in the end, couldn't get himself arrested either. The boy who hadn't killed anyone was put to death. The boy who killed 2 people was allowed to live and remade as a marketable hero, groomed for future presidency. That's why they're all trying to hire him as an intern, in case you didn't fucking know. The black preteen who hadn't killed anyone was so threatening he had to be shot on sight. The white teen who killed 2 people was so unthreatening he was allowed out on bail. Some have said that the Rittenhouse case was white supremacy on trial. That comment, however, is inappropriate. Concepts are never, and actually should never, be put on trial. Individuals are. People are not proxies for their actual or assumed worldviews. And however odious one might find a given individual, he or she should not be found guilty, or rather, he or she should be found not guilty, if his or her alleged crimes cannot be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So, Rittenhouse, as I have argued myself, deserved to be tried as an individual, to be treated like an individual. And Tamir Rice, by God, deserved to be treated like Rittenhouse. So did Marisa Alexander. Alexander, an African-American woman, did not cross state lines looking for trouble. It found her. Per her testimony, after fleeing her abusive, estranged husband, after he broke through a locked door and shoved her to the floor, she fired a warning shot at him. No one was hurt. She was sentenced to 20 years. After a court-ordered new trial, Alexander took a plea deal. She is still legally guilty and, albeit released from prison, I am happy to report, had to spend 2 years on house arrest. Prosecutors said Alexander's firing of the gun didn't count as a warning shot because the bullet went into a wall instead of the ceiling, as opposed to Rittenhouse's bullets, which went into warm bodies that didn't stay warm for long. The jury deliberated over Rittenhouse's verdict for 3.5 days. Marisa Alexander's jury sentenced her to 20 years in prison in 12 minutes. Why wasn't her entire life's future worthy of the same consideration and care as the crying white boy? Why were her deeds considered so much worse when his were the ones that were so deadly? Obviously, this isn't just about color, it's also about gender. Justine van der Leeuwen has written about how women are criminalized for defending themselves against sexual or physical violence. Kyle Rittenhouse was lionized for surviving, the hero of the future, the leader of tomorrow. But our prisons are filled with women who have been punished for it. The things Rittenhouse got: the presumption of innocence, due process, resources for a robust defense, grace for one's grave errors, reverence for his life, respect for his dignity, consideration of his youth, recognition of his vulnerability, careful deliberation over his future, empathy are all the things everyone should get. Right now, some are asking if Rittenhouse got justice. My question is, will people who are not white and male ever get what Rittenhouse got? On a Sunday afternoon, as dated the 11th day in April this year, Daunte Wright was killed by a police officer while driving with his partner in a Minneapolis suburb after being pulled over by police for having air fresheners hanging from his rearview mirror and expired car tabs. That this occurred in the same city at the same time as a historic trial for a police officer who killed George Floyd, another black man, says so much about how deep structural racism goes in our criminal legal system. And there be grim financial incentive behind traffic stops that killed Daunte Wright. Pretext traffic stops fund police departments and puts black drivers in danger. Wright was stopped on what is called a pretext traffic stop. Officers believed he had violated traffic laws, which legally allowed them to pull him over. After Wright gave the police his information, they found a warrant for his arrest, a non-court appearance that most likely was connected to an unpaid $346 in courts fines and fees related to a cannabis and disorderly conduct conviction. As the police began to take him into custody, Wright became scared and re-entered his car. Police camera footage shows an officer indicating she was going to use her taser gun, but instead she fatally shot him with her handgun. This story is all too familiar. Philando Castile, Maurice Gordon, Ronell Foster, Walter Scott, Samuel Dubose, and Sandra Bland were all pulled over by police for traffic stops, which included broken taillights, failing to use turn signals, and riding on a bike with no light. All were black people taken into police custody as a result of being pulled over for minor traffic violations. The stops allowed the negative interactions to occur that ultimately led to all of the victims' killings. Yet, police officers and organizations insist pretext stops are a valuable tool to promote driver safety or to find drugs or other illegal activities. Car accidents are a serious and deadly problem, killing thousands of Americans every year. But recent studies have questioned just how much pretext traffic stops actually encourage safe driving or prevent accidents at all. A study last year looked at the city of Fayetteville, North Carolina, which reprioritized traffic stops away from economic reasons like expired plates or registration or investigatory reasons when police use a traffic stop to gather evidence for a larger investigation, and towards safety reasons like stopping drivers who were speeding or running a red light. And they proved that traffic injuries and fatalities were reduced, while non-traffic crimes stayed the same or were reduced, proving that non-safety related traffic stops do nothing to prevent accidents or any other crimes. As we process all these killings, many of us forever asking why and how does this keep happening? Now, as a former Department of Defense research librarian who holds for his Associate of Science degree the double major in criminology and psychology, I have, of course, researched the criminal legal system. Because of my background, and of course my continued dealings with the underworld per necessity of my poverty, throughout these past 20 years, thereby necessitating my familiarizing myself with the law, which is why I've never been arrested, I've come to conclude that we must examine the policing practice that allowed the murder of Daunte Wright to occur. And when we do, we will realize that this policing practice is part of a larger system of monetary sanctions that seek to control and oppress the black populations in this country. I mean, most people break traffic laws, but enforcement usually comes down to skin color. Traffic stops happen at the discretion of individual police officers. That is, each officer chooses who they will stop and what minor traffic or vehicle violation they will cite. During a stop, officers have the right to look for further law violations. They may search the vehicle, run the license plate number through the system, and search the legal histories of everyone in the car to see if the vehicle is appropriately registered, or if anyone has court-issued arrest warrants. The officers have complete discretion to write citations or give warnings, give the vehicle driver fines and fees, and to make arrests. Essentially, police officers can use pretext traffic stops to fish for minor citations or for more serious warrants connected to drivers and all their passengers. The problem with pretext traffic stops is that when police use their discretion to decide who to pull over, They always pull over black drivers, certainly disproportionately more than white drivers, particularly within predominantly black communities. As a result, black drivers are searched 1.5 to 2 times as often as white drivers. The practice of pretext traffic stops allows police to surveil communities of color, over-patrol them, and pull people over to kill them. These stops lead to frequent negative encounters between members of the black community and the police that can result in violence, trauma, and, all too often, even death. For example, a Washington Post article from 2015 reported that as a result of traffic stops, in 1 year, 100 people were killed by the police across these United States. Of these people, 1 in 3 were black, while white, black, and Latino people had the same rate of being killed in these stops. Black drivers had a much higher rate of being pulled over. These regular interactions of being pulled over by the police lead to the terms driving while black and the talk that many black families have with their children about what to do when pulled over by the police. To understand why these traffic stops are even allowed, we need to look at the broader picture of the criminal legal system that is so reliant on these infractions as a source of funding itself. A key mechanism embedded within the criminal legal system and related to pretext traffic stops is the system of monetary sanctions or punishments that require payment. This system is comprised of fines, fees, restitution, and costs sentenced to people at the same time they are convicted and sent to jail or prison. Just like a jail or probation sentence, all monetary sanctions must be paid in full in order for a person to be released from court supervision. In many states, until all costs are paid, people are unable to vote and must remain in constant communication with court officials about their living and financial arrangements. Since the 1990s, state and local jurisdictions have expanded the types and costs of fees and fines sentenced to people convicted of traffic violations, juvenile, misdemeanor, and felony offenses. The massive expansion of the criminal legal system. The number of people incarcerated in these United States has grown 500,000% over the last 40 years, is connected to cities, counties, and states that faced economic shortfalls. Jurisdictions simply cannot afford the costs related to policing, detention, prosecution, conviction, and all related punishments. As a result, policymakers turn to the very people convicted to pay for the costs of their own processing and incarceration. This is like raping a prostitute and making her pay you. Statutes were created that mandated some costs. For example, Washington State has a mandatory victim penalty assessment, even if there's no victim, that must be charged for each misdemeanor, $250, and a felony conviction, $1,000. These laws also give judges discretion to sentence fines and costs related to DNA collection, court processing, jury prosecution, and defense. For example, public defenders appointed because someone cannot afford a private attorney, with interest, per payment fees, and non-payment penalties. For those who are too poor to pay, these legal financial obligations become penal debt that hangs like a cloud over their families' entire lives. It all comes down to money. When people cannot pay, they are tethered to the legal system in perpetuity. When people cannot pay, their credit is negatively affected, and their ability to obtain and maintain housing and employment is disrupted. When people cannot pay, their driver's licenses are suspended and they cannot legally drive to work or take children to school or childcare. When people cannot pay, they may not be able to keep up maintenance, insurance, or registration on their cars, which in turn can result in more monetary sanctions and even incarceration. And the cycle continues, unless, in the darkest possible outcome, it's stopped short by a fatal encounter. In 2021, cities and counties used these monetary sanctions across our nation to generate revenue for operating the criminal legal system and more. Local governments rely on these costs, much like property and sales taxes, to fund all their local services. For example, states are suing formerly incarcerated people and mandating they pay for their room and board. Some jurisdictions are threatening to garnish COVID-19 relief payments for unpaid monetary sanctions. States even impose monetary sanctions on people whose sole source of income is federal Social Security benefits. So, when it comes to pretext traffic stops, police have become the new tax collectors of our state. They are the man in the black mask who comes to squeeze blood from a stone. These traffic stops allow police to generate profits, either via doling out traffic citations or in patrolling for people with warrants. It is important to note that often bench warrants are related to people not paying their fines and fees. In court observations while researching in the past, I saw courts regularly issuing warrants for people who owed court debt but failed to appear. Furthermore, recent research found that many people did not receive the notices due to being unhoused, homeless, or because the court had the wrong address. And, right or wrong, many times people fail to appear in court out of fear of being incarcerated, missing employment, or not having any child care that they can afford, or any child care available at all. Just because a warrant is issued does not mean that a person has been or will be dangerous. So, let's try ending policing for profit. That would be a big step. Pretext stops by police have become a practice of policing for profit. Profit policing. This practice has become a form of social control and surveillance of poor people and, disproportionately, black people. As a result, one of the leading causes of death for young black men is being killed by police. A recent study proved that young black men have a 1 in 1,000 chance of being killed by the police compared to white men who have a 1 in 2,000 likelihood. Pretext traffic stops, coupled with the system of monetary sanctions, not only allow for these outcomes, they guarantee them. The pretext stops set the stage for morbid scenarios such as the one we woke up to the day Daunte Wright died, just within walking distance of the courthouse where Derek Chauvin, who had killed George Floyd, was being held. We can hashtag, march, and tweet all we want, but we must also make substantive structural changes. We need to severely limit pretext traffic stops. Law enforcement can focus on safety stops instead of economic and investigatory stops. Car fatalities are a serious issue, but it's a problem that many of these traffic stops are not actually helping at all. And there'd be far better solutions that don't further criminalize, traumatize, and harass black drivers for no good reason. We must also discontinue the issuing of warrants related to non-payment of fines and fees. States must limit the amount of revenue that can be generated from fines and fees. And state courts must stop the use of debt-based driver's license suspensions. Then we can at least begin to mitigate the harm of driving while black and begin to address one of the leading killers of young black men in this country. Police pulling people over for air fresheners just to see what they can cite and find does not ensure community safety in the least. Instead, the nature of policing needs to be reconsidered and narrowed. We need to ask questions and have real conversations. How can we keep drivers safe without further criminalizing and profiting off of black communities and those that are already impoverished? What actually does make us safe? What does the public want from the police? What does protect and serve even mean and look like? I can't imagine being an American. In fact, as an American, I don't even know what real justice is. We must come up with viable solutions to ensure that people feel safe within their communities. No one should die because they had air fresheners hanging from their rearview mirror. And that, of course, brings us to the other side of the equation. Of course, Deontay Wright died as a young man, around 20 years of age. There is the argument that we're killing people in the womb, that we've got to save these lives by, well, preventing all abortion from being rendered available to the female half of our demographic, half our population. Well, on abortion rights and the end of Roe as we know it, the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg was right. In a 1993 lecture, the late Supreme Court Justice pointed to the inherent instability of the Roe decision. Justice Sonia Sotomayor's warning came out loud and clear just the other day about the stench of politicization at the U.S. Supreme Court. After quoting the sponsors of the law who said, "We're doing it, passing this law because we have new justices," the question Justice Sonia Sotomayor asked Wednesday midweek last, as the U.S. Supreme Court heard oral arguments in Dobbs versus Jackson, Women's Health Organization, was, will this institution survive the stench that this creates in the public perception that the Constitution and its reading are just political acts? Now, the case of Dobbs challenges a Mississippi law that bans abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Dobbs is not just about Mississippi. It has become synonymous with the question of whether Roe v. Wade, the watershed 1973 case that legalized abortion, will be overturned by the court. 15 justices since Roe v. Wade in 1972, 13 since the 1992 Planned Parenthood versus Casey case that reaffirmed Roe, have held that abortion may not be banned before fetal viability at 23 to 24 weeks. Justice Sandra Day O'Connor wrote in Casey, "The ability of women to participate equally in the economic and social life of the nation has been facilitated by their ability to control their reproductive lives. Indeed," she added, "since Roe, an entire generation of American women have formed relationships and started, or decided not to start, families under the assumption they had this right." And, presaging Sotomayor, she added, "To overturn something so momentous would call into question the court's own legitimacy." The defendants in the Dobbs case claim that the court's legitimacy depends not only on precedent, but also on correcting egregious errors in past cases. And Roe, they claim, is such a case. The plaintiffs draw a different conclusion about Roe. There is no basis in law or fact to upend it. The science on which Roe was based has not changed. While more fetuses can live outside the womb at earlier points, no one puts the date of viability at 15 weeks. What has changed is the court's membership and their originalist interpretation of the Constitution. A change, some might say, came about through underhanded means. Originalism, as Justice Amy Coney Barrett defines it, is the belief that constitutional text means what it did at the time it was ratified, and that this original public meaning is authoritative. Roe may well be inconsistent with the original intent of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, the amendment that enshrined protections for the liberty and privacy interests of U.S. citizens. But one of the first cases to reach the court after the amendment's passage involved Myra Bradwell, who challenged a court ruling barring her from becoming a lawyer. The law's intent was crystal clear, according to the court, and even better, aligned with an authority above the Supreme Court itself. The Creator had decreed that the paramount destiny and mission of woman is to fulfill the noble and benign offices of wife and mother and nothing else. Bradwell had no right to be a lawyer. As a matter of fact, it was against the natural law. So much for original intent. None of this history mattered to some judges, which is not surprising. When Justice Samuel Alito was a government attorney, he wrote that he was proud to have helped advance legal positions in which I personally believe very strongly, including that the Constitution does not protect any right to an abortion. At his confirmation hearings in 1991, Justice Clarence Thomas said that he had never discussed Roe v. Wade and had no opinion about it, as reported by Michael Kinsley at the time, although the very next year he dissented from the decision reaffirming Roe's core holding. Barrett, then a law professor, signed a 2006 newspaper advertisement opposing abortion on demand. Justice Brett Kavanaugh voted to block the abortion of an unaccompanied immigrant minor in U.S. detention, ignoring the impact the delay would have on her constitutional liberty. And what about that other cost of a Roe reversal? The standing of the court. Its approval rating in September was 40%, down from 49% in July. How much further it will go depends on what Sotomayor pointedly described. How long the stench of this decision will linger. And now the Supreme Court appears ready to severely curtail abortion rights. The Supreme Court heard oral arguments midweek last in a case that could result in Roe v. Wade being overturned. The Mississippi law at issue bars most abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy, a standard that violates legal precedent set by the 1973 decision. The baby at the center of the Roe case shared her story earlier this year. Shelley Lynn Thornton is 51 years of age and kept her connection to the case secret for decades. And the Roe baby, Shell Thornton, says she's not going to let either side use her in this abortion debate. Now, several such laws have been enacted across the country recently with the aim of getting the Supreme Court to hear a direct challenge to Roe itself. A similar law in Texas that drew widespread condemnation was allowed to go into effect in September despite surprising skepticism from some conservative Supreme Court justices. That law is also before the court. While the High Court's decision on both these laws should curtail abortion access in several ways, conservative legislators have long tried to get Roe overturned altogether. With Amy Coney Barrett on the Supreme Court, your liberty depends on what state you choose to live in. By one estimate from the pro-abortion rights Guttmacher Institute, 26 states are certain or probably likely to ban abortions if the president is overturned. So with Roe versus Wade hanging in the balance, will Roe v. Wade be reversed or simply defanged? Wednesday midweek last, the Supreme Court signaled that it will uphold an abortion ban in Mississippi. And that's not to be confused with the law in Texas that caused an uproar earlier this year. For that law to stay in place, Roe, or at least a portion thereof, will need to go. The law professor Mary Ziegler argues that in today's proceedings, the justices seemed prepared to throw out Roe entirely, which would mark one of the most significant reversals of Supreme Court precedent in American history. The logic being used against Roe could weaken the legal foundations of many rights Americans value deeply. So let me try and explain to you what Roe could take down with it. The consensus of Supreme Court watchers after Wednesday's oral argument in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization is that the demise of Roe v. Wade, or at least its dilution to a point that virtually any government-imposed burden on abortion would be constitutionally acceptable, is coming. After all, this court allowed a Texas law effectively banning most abortions after 6 weeks to stand pending litigation, rejecting multiple pleas for a temporary stay, as clear a signal as any that at least 5 judges on the current court have no problem with women's constitutional rights as currently recognized being violated in the interim. Many of the dangers of overruling Roe have been long discussed. If women lose the right to an abortion, pregnancy-related deaths are estimated to rise substantially and suddenly. Currently, 26 states have so-called trigger laws on the books that would outlaw most abortions the moment the Supreme Court reverses Roe. The impact of Roe's fall would hit low-income women especially hard, as they be 5 times as likely as affluent women to experience unplanned childbearing and twice as likely to face sexual violence. Those are the dangers of restricting access to abortion. The thing is, the dangers of dispensing with Roe altogether go far beyond abortion. Because the legal logic that threatens this particular right could quite easily extend to others, inviting states to try out new laws that regulate choices about whom to marry, whom to be intimate with, what contraception to use, and how to rear one's children. The contention that Roe is uniquely built on a foundation of sand ignores the inconvenient fact that lots of other rights are not expressly articulated in the Constitution. The question that a reversal of Roe accordingly poses is whether the textualists and originalists on this conservative heavy court would allow those implied rights to go by the wayside as well. You know, like all blacks being 14th Amendment citizens of these United States. You know, one reason blacks would protest service in Vietnam is because they were technically not U.S. citizens. Why should they fight the white man's war? Most people tether Roe's legal foundations to the right to privacy identified in Griswold versus Connecticut, a 1965 decision reached before I was born, striking down state laws rendering illegal the use of contraceptives by married couples. The court ultimately identified a constitutional right to privacy within protective penumbras that emanate from the Bill of Rights, in particular the First, Fourth, Fifth, Ninth, and 14th Amendments, and reasoned that these penumbras operate to shield an intimate relation of husband and wife and their physician's role in one aspect of that relation from government intrusion. Picking up on Griswold in 1973, the court in Roe acknowledged that the Constitution does not explicitly mention any right to privacy, but seized on the earlier case's recognition of a guarantee of certain areas or zones of privacy to strike down a Texas law criminalizing abortion. Bemoaning the analytical shortcomings of Roe, the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, a champion of gender equality under the Constitution, noted that critics were charging the court with reading its own values into the Due Process Clause. In her view, the court presented an incomplete justification for its decision and should have added a distinct sex discrimination theme to its balancing of fetal versus maternal interests. Those charges have endured, culminating in the Dobbs case, which tees up a reversal of Roe, despite the fact that a majority of Americans across the political spectrum favor some measure of safe and legal abortion access. But Griswold was not the court's first word on the scope of liberty under the 14th Amendment's Due Process Clause, which protects individuals from arbitrary governmental deprivations of life, liberty, or property, without articulating with any precision what the word liberty actually means. In a series of cases beginning in the early 1920s, the court carved out a protected space for family, marriage, and children that the government is constrained from ever regulating. A rollback of Roe will split this sphere open. If the conservative theory that implied rights are constitutionally invalid take its toll, and states begin passing draconian laws that creep into other areas of intimate personal life. Consider the year my mother was born into this world in the middle of the great Tokyo earthquake and fire. 1923, in this side of the Pacific, there was the case of Mayer versus Nebraska, in which the court struck down a law criminalizing the teaching of German in private schools. This is after World War I, but before World War II. And the court wrote, the obvious purpose of this statute was that the English language should be and become the mother tongue of all children reared in this state. Although its enactment comes unreasonably within the police power of the state, the court found that the law unreasonably infringes the liberty guaranteed to the plaintiff in error by the 14th Amendment. The precise grounding of the now precarious individual right to decide whether to carry a fetus to term. 2 years later, in Pierce versus Society of Sisters of the Holy Name of Jesus and Mary, the court struck down an Oregon criminal law forcing parents to send their children to public school. The manifest purpose of the law, the court so noted, is to compel general attendance at public schools by normal children between 8 and 16 who have not completed the 8th grade. Citing Mayer, the court ruled, we think it entirely plain that the Act of 1922 unreasonably interferes with the liberty of parents and guardians to direct the upbringing and education of their children. The court has construed liberty to safeguard numerous other personal safe interests, safe spaces. The right to marry regardless of race, from 1967's Loving versus Virginia, that was ruled the year after I was born, and sex, 2015's Obergefell versus Hodges, the right to use contraception, the Griswold case, the right to be free from compulsory compulsory sterilization by the state. That's 1942 Skinner versus Oklahoma. Most of you don't remember Mad Dr. Skinner. Now, the right to be free of government-mandated surgery involving a virtually total divestment of respondents' ordinary control over surgical probing beneath his skin was 1985's Winston versus Lee. And the right to engage in intimate sexual conduct with a partner of one's choice without fear of criminal prosecution was resultant 2003's Lawrence versus Texas. In Dobbs, the state of Mississippi's answer to this line of cases is to suggest that the life of an unborn fetus is especially sacred under the Constitution. Nowhere else in the law does a right of privacy or right to make personal decisions provide a right to destroy a human life, it claims. But saying so does not mean that critics of other privacy-based rights could not find their own reasons why those rights too must be balanced against some other competing interest. Thus, to say that Roe is a one-off constitutional blunder built on a flimsy foundation, while other rights are grounded in concrete, is a myth, and a dangerous one. Nothing in the Constitution says anything to specifically protect couples' ability to choose to have sex, use contraception, or even get married, or decide how to educate their children, or even refuse bodily inspection or medical treatments, and yes, terminate a pregnancy. From a legal perspective, if Roe falls, it's hard to see what else will still stand. The Supreme Court justices certainly sound ready to restrict the right to abortion. The Supreme Court's conservatives sounded ready on Wednesday to severely restrict a woman's right to choose abortion and possibly overturn Roe v. Wade entirely. Justice Amy Coney Barrett, a Trump appointee, said pregnant women who didn't want to raise a young child could put the baby up for adoption. The three liberal judges said the court would be making a great mistake to overturn its past rulings. Joining the defense of abortion rights, Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar said, "The real-world effects of overruling Roe would be severe and swift. Nearly half of the states already have or are expected to enact bans on abortion at all stages of pregnancy, many without exceptions, for rape or incest." So the court is ushering in a new normal on abortion of incestuous rapists. The new normal. The Texas Chainsaw Family. The clearest big-picture development is that what passes for a compromise on abortion law has fundamentally changed. One federal judge called Mississippi's ban pure gaslighting. Judge Carlton Reeves accused state lawmakers of only pretending to care about the well-being of women and people of color when passing the anti-abortion law. Conservatives on the Supreme Court have they've engineered a system that allows half our country's population to be stripped of a fundamental constitutional right. So Republicans hope their assault on democracy will stop a post-Roe backlash. Women's constitutional right to decide whether to bear children appears to be hanging by a thread. And at Yester Septimania's last week's oral argument in the case of Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, the Supreme Court's Republican-appointed justices displayed an eagerness to overturn Roe v. Wade, the legal precedent that prevents states from banning abortion. This is no surprise. The conservative legal movement fought a decades-long political battle to achieve just this objective. The case, which will decide the constitutionality of Mississippi's ban on abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy, offers a clear opportunity to do so. I should caution that the back-and-forth arguments before the court can be deceiving. The Obama administration's difficulty arguing its case in favor of the Affordable Care Act led observers to declare it would be struck down. That didn't happen. An oral argument can be a preview of how the justices will rule, but it is not always. And so the decision in this case remains unknown until it is handed down. That said, conservative activists had not spent decades attempting to strike down Obamacare. Ending legal abortion in America, however, has long been the main objective of the entire conservative legal movement. Justice Amy Coney Barrett, a Trump appointee, compared the infringement on bodily autonomy of forcing women to carry to term to vaccine mandates, an argument foiled by the obvious reality that pregnancy and abortion are not contagious. Justice Samuel Alito implicitly compared Roe to Plessy versus Ferguson, the decision holding racial segregation constitutional, as he suggested that cases that had been wrongly decided should be reversed without regard for precedent. Given that Roe and Plessy take opposite views of states' authority to deny basic liberties to their residents, it was a strange comparison. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, another Trump appointee, made Alito's invocation of Plessy even more ironic when he offered that the problem was that the court had been forced to take sides on the most contentious social debate in American life, rather than leaving it to the people, to the states, or to Congress. Plessy applied this argument to racial segregation, arguing that the states were at liberty to act with reference to the established usages, customs, and traditions of the people. Black voters in Louisiana were soon entirely disenfranchised. They were not among the people who could determine what those customs and traditions were. The flowery paeans to democracy began early in the oral argument. Mississippi Solicitor General Scott G. Stewart, defending his state's strict ban on abortion, began by declaring that precedents guaranteeing abortion rights had damaged the democratic process, and that when an issue affects everyone and when the Constitution does not take sides on it, it belongs to the people. Well, perhaps at first glance that seems fair, but even setting aside the question of whether people's fundamental constitutional rights should be settled by popularity contests, and the fact that the court had previously ruled that the Constitution does take sides on the question of whether a woman can be forced by the state to carry a pregnancy to term, this argument for democracy is offered in bad faith. Religious freedom is also a contentious issue, and the Roberts Court has shown little modesty in settling such debates as it pleases in accordance with the customs and traditions of its reactionary majority. Furthermore, the Mississippi law's proponents understand that they have the tools to limit any popular backlash to overturning Roe, and the justices know this because they helped forge those tools themselves. In 2019, the Supreme Court continued its long streak of anti-democratic rulings, holding that partisan gerrymandering was not unconstitutional. Given the racial polarization of American politics, it is a simple matter for Republican legislators to draw districts that systematically disenfranchise all black voters, and then insist they were discriminating on the basis of party, not race. Plessy is more popularly known, but perhaps the 1898 decision in Williams versus Mississippi is more germane here. In Williams, the court held that infamous devices intended to disenfranchise black voters, such as the poll tax, the grandfather clause, and the literacy test, did not on their face discriminate between the races. This case rarely gets included when justices list the court's more noxious rulings, not only because it is less well known, but because most of the Republican appointees would rather not acknowledge that they have explicitly echoed its reasoning. The Roberts Court's jurisprudence has set off a bipartisan race to the bottom, with Democrats and Republicans seeking to rig maps to their advantage in states they control, insulating themselves from popular discontent. This is grim but rational. Under this system, legislative and congressional majorities rest on the ability of lawmakers to disempower their own constituents. Republicans control more states, however, and geographic polarization allows them to easily draw maps to maintain their power in state legislatures and federal House districts. Should they lose a statewide election, such as a governorship, they can simply strip the Democratic governor of key powers and then wait until a Republican is back in office. If a state referendum goes the wrong way, Republicans can rely on the legislature or the courts to nullify it, as they have with Florida's poll tax, a device explicitly barred by constitutional amendment, or marijuana legalization in South Dakota. The court's gutting of the Voting Rights Act's pre-clearance powers means lawmakers are entitled to impose burdens on voting to narrow the electorate where gerrymandering fails. The people can do less and less to ensure that lawmakers' decisions reflect their preferences unless the people are consistent Republican voters. Nor are states given a free hand when implementing policies they believe would strengthen democracy. Those are not among the contentious issues the court's conservative majority feels should be left to the people. If Democrats wish to compete in this environment, they need simply alter their stances to reflect the views of voters whose ballots actually count. To paraphrase Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, whose decision not to retire under President Barack Obama was an important factor in this outcome, the court has turned democracy on its head, allowing lawmakers to choose their own electorate rather than the electorate choosing its lawmakers. Democracy, for our august justices, is just another way of saying, heads we win, tails you lose. Democrats in Congress have failed to use their fragile trifecta to change this system, and Republicans believe it ensures that the correct people will rule, and so Americans will be governed by it for the foreseeable future. If the Republican-appointed justices, only one of whom was appointed by a president who originally won the popular vote, sound somewhat cavalier about stripping half the country's population of a fundamental constitutional right, well, they have good reason to be confident. They have engineered a system that allows the people, whose will they invoke with venomous cynicism, little power to respond. Even as they stand now, the new abortion laws are getting stricter. They no longer include exceptions for rape or incest. This is a major departure, a sign of how extreme America's abortion politics have become. And yet, as I said, the season of celebration, we can celebrate the fact that Democrats have put maternal health in the spotlight. Ask the average American about what's in Democrats' sweeping $1.75 trillion United States dollar over a decade Build Back Better spending plan, and they're likely to paint a picture in the broadest strokes: free preschool, an expansion of the child tax credit, and tax hikes on the wealthy. Lost in the bill's details are representatives Lauren Underwood's, she being a Democrat from Illinois, historic investments for mothers, including critical funding for black maternal health in a nation where black moms die during pregnancy at nearly 4 times the rate of their white counterparts. To quote a she, "I'm thankful that the Build Back Better Act includes historic investments in maternal health equity. Extending mandatory Medicaid coverages to a full year postpartum and my Black Maternal Health Momnibus Act represents the largest ever investment in advancing maternal health equity, and I'm proud that the House passed this legislation to save moms' lives." Meanwhile, on the same boat across the Atlantic, the Duke of Cambridge's recent speech on population was particularly ill-advised. Prince William's overpopulation remarks do women no favors. When it comes to overpopulation as the cause of wildlife loss in Africa, Prince William just won't let it go. Willie the Prink, and I say that instead of Willie the Prick, because prink is a term for feminized midget men, highlighted the impact of overpopulation on the loss of wildlife, but he did so on faulty and biased arguments. And as I was looking for reactions to the speech, the that the second in line to the British throne gave at an award ceremony on Monday before last, opening the work week of the week prior Yester Septimania, where Prince William said, "The increasing pressure on Africa's wildlife and wild spaces as a result of human population presents a huge challenge for conservationists." I stumbled upon near identical remarks he made 4 years prior. In 2017, prior to the birth of his youngest son, Prince Louis, whilst at a gala for the same charity, the Tusk Trust, Prince William, the Duke of Cambridge, delivered a speech in which he attacked Africa's population growth as having a deleterious effect on wildlife. The prince is reported as having said, "In my lifetime, we have seen global wildlife populations decline by over half. Africa's rapidly growing human population is predicted to more than double by 2050, a staggering increase of 3.5 million people per month. There is no question that this increase puts wildlife and habitat under enormous pressure." At the Tusk Trust Awards the week before last, he repeated the words from the very speech he had given in 2017. He was quoted as saying, "The increasing pressure on Africa's wildlife and wild spaces as a result of human population presents a huge challenge for conservationists. Africa's extraordinarily rich biodiversity has the ability to sequester vast amounts of carbon, but this is only possible if these landscapes remain truly intact and are protected as functioning ecosystems. Our wildlife plays a vital role in keeping nature in balance and maintaining this precious cycle of life. If we keep destroying or removing the threads that make up the natural tapestry of life on Earth, it will simply begin to break down, exacerbating climate change still further." Now, then as now, people have been quick to point out two things. The first is the Duke of Cambridge's hypocrisy. Here is a man who's determined his own family size, travels frequently by air, and lives a lavish lifestyle. Read that as, has a high carbon footprint the size of Godzilla's that can be seen from outer space. In one of the world's top 15 energy-consuming countries. Mind us ye, energy consumption is a limited measure of the United Kingdom's environmental impact, as Britain largely imports its goods to someone else, Red China, what accounts for the energy used to produce those goods. The second challenge to the prince's statements centers on the inaccurate conclusions drawn about Africa's rising population. While Africa's population is indeed growing, it remains more sparsely populated than either Europe or Asia. Indigenous communities that live closest to wildlife are typically excellent custodians of the environment, as their very survival depends upon it. And again, it is human behaviors, not human numbers, that more directly harm the biosphere. But there is more that is wrong with what Prince William said. Identifying population growth as the problem logically presents population control as the solution. This automatically transforms women's wombs into legitimate sites for climate policy. In other words, women's rights to contraception and education are weaponized. They are no longer tools that help women access greater choice, but instead, this gender equality goal is hijacked to impose someone else's agenda. Let's imagine for 1 minute that we accept that population growth, and specifically black population growth in Africa, leads to greater pressure on wildlife, an argument that Prince William believes is undeniable. How should this be addressed? A one-child policy as a condition for development aid? How will the impact of that reduction in population be measured? Who is to say if it is going far enough to mitigate environmental damage? And if it isn't, what then? Prince William seems to have avoided speculating on how to fix his problem. His grandfather, the Duke of Edinburgh, was not so wise and was known to have called for voluntary family limitation to address a growing human population. This is not the first time, nor will it be the last, that women's bodies are implicated in policy games. In 2017, Denmark, which regularly tops Best Country to be a Woman rankings, pledged additional funds to help women assess family planning because part of the solution to reducing migratory pressures on Europe is to reduce the very high population growth in all the African countries. They said many African countries below the Sahara, meaning all the black ones. It should be obvious to all that panic about population growth in black, brown, and indigenous parts of the world is underpinned by race and class prejudice. It should be equally obvious that what every woman needs is the freedom to choose for herself if, when, and how many children she will have. If despite years of talking about conservation, Prince William has not considered that his concern for Africa's wildlife could stigmatize Africa's woman, now is the time for him to do so. Actually, you know what? In fact, Prince William should just shut his fucking mouth and resist the urge to lecture black Africans at all. While I have never sought to downplay the seriousness and the fierce urgency of the need to act on climate change, the Duke of Cambridge was well out of order in pointing the finger squarely at the increasing numbers in Africa as being responsible for the devastation of the continent's flora and fauna. One wishes that he would take the time to criticize the vast numbers of multinationals who have made huge sums of money, billions of dollars, destroying the African landscape by plowing for resources. The likes of Royal Dutch Shell, Trifigura, Apple, Microsoft, Total, BP, that's British Petroleum people, British Gas, Glencore, and Vitol have more than played their part in ensuring that the next generation will have very little to call their own. One wishes that he would take the time to pause in reflection of, well, at the numerous crimes that were committed in the name of his forebearers, you know, the royal family, in their quest for control of all Africa's resources. One wishes that he spracketh up and acknowledged the royal family's complicity in the slave trade, which generated untold wealth for several British families and the United Kingdom as an empire. One also wishes that he approached the African issue with a bit of historical context and perspective in calling out the atrocities of King Leopold of Belgium, who committed genocide in the Congo by way of harnessing its resources and condemning without reservation, and doing the same to Cecil Rhodes, who expropriated land from black Africans and monopolized all the diamonds of South Africa. Without these cast of characters, this rogues gallery turning up to play their part in destroying black Africa's landscape over the last 150 fucking years, who knows what this great continent's trajectory might otherwise have been? As with a great number of Brits of his generation, Prince William knoweth very little history and has absolutely no incentive to learn of the extraordinary crimes against humanity which were committed by players granted the royal seal of approval. Coming out to give a speech to lecture black Africans on the need for population control under the guise of climate change is insulting at best, and at worst, profoundly racist. And this coming from a highly privileged, white unemployed male, with 3 children no less, is simply unforgivable. Nay, it's unacceptable. The Duke is being accorded a degree of respect owing to his position as the second in line to the throne. My own view is that Prince William needs to shut the fuck up and resist the urge to lecture black Africans on population control. He should spend his time tending to his little charities and mending fences with his estranged brother, whom, well, wasn't it the man who will be king, who asked, "But what color will this baby be?" The era of European condescension and arrogance in lecturing black Africans is over. It must no longer be tolerated. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Let me gather myself. Is our man Jameson Reese there to provide myself a break?
Yes, I am.
Very good. All right, my man, the stage is yours.
All right, so I'm just now opening up the browser again because my computer just went black and now it's back. And I had to reset it. So, okay, well, here's an interesting story about, since we're on the subject of white privilege, this one I found particularly funny. Well, this is from the New York Post. Canada's Indigenous health expert Carrie Bourassa loses job when ancestry claims prove false. A Canadian medical researcher who rose to become the nation's top voice on, get this, Indigenous health has been ousted from her government job and her university professorship after suspicious colleagues investigated her increasingly fanciful claims of Native American heritage and learned she was a fraud. Carrie Bourassa, a public health expert who served as scientific director of the Canadian Institutes of Health Research's Institute of Indigenous Peoples Health, was suspended on November 1st, 5 days after the state-owned Canadian Broadcasting Corporation published a lengthy expose on her background. Far from being a member of the Métis Nation, as she had long claimed, a laborious trace of Bourassa's family tree revealed that her supposedly indigenous ancestors were in fact immigrant farmers who hailed from, unsurprisingly, Russia, Poland, and Czechoslovakia. It makes you feel a bit sick, said Janet Smiley, a Métis professor at the University of Toronto who worked with Bourassa on a book about Indigenous parenting. To have an imposter who is speaking on behalf of Métis and Indigenous people to the country about literally what it means to be Métis, that's very disturbing, upsetting, and harmful. Colleagues began to doubt Bourassa's story as she began to add claims of Anishinaabe and Tlingit heritage to her tale, and took to dressing in stereotypical indigenous fashion, which not even in many indigenous folks dress. It started to unravel in 2019 when she appeared in full tribal regalia, draped in an electric blue shawl with a feather in her partially braided hair, to give a TEDx talk at the University of Saskatchewan in Saskatoon. "My name is Morningstar Bear," she said tearfully as the crowd cheered. Morningstar of all things. Seriously. "I'm Bear Clan. I'm Anishinaabe from Métis from the Treaty 4 territory," she proclaimed as she described an impoverished childhood beset by violence. But colleagues at the university where Bourassa held professorship smelled a rat. When I saw that TEDx, to be quite honest, I was repulsed by how hard she was working to pass herself off as indigenous, said Winona Wheeler, an associate professor of indigenous studies at the college. Wheeler, a documented member of Manitoba's Fisher River Cree Nation, started digging into Bourassa's genealogical records and took her findings to the media. But when pressed to provide evidence of Native American heritage, Bourassa suddenly changed her story, saying she had been adopted into the Métis community by an unnamed Métis friend of her deceased grandfather, Clifford LaRocque. Even though Clifford passed those bonds are even deeper than death, because the family has taken me as if I was their blood family, she insisted in a statement. In Tum, I serve the Metis community to the best of my ability. The case is drawing comparisons to that of Rachel Dolezal, the white woman who claimed to be black as president of the local branch of the NAACP, and to Senator Elizabeth Warren, who claimed Native American ancestry on the strength of family lore and her quote unquote high cheekbones. That is so goddamn offensive. It's not even funny. They can't even hide the fact that they're trying to exploit stereotypes. There's a part of me that would be more than happy to see, well, I'm not going to go there. I'm just going to say that it doesn't seem like there's any justice in this realm. And you know what? I've pretty much given up on the human race in general. You can kind of get why, being that I am, of course, a black male living through this madness. That said, we can actually laugh at some of these white supremacists because they are complete idiots. The white supremacists stage a bizarro rally in downtown D.C. only to find themselves stranded. Now, this occurred December 4th. Washington, D.C., a group of white supremacists stormed through downtown Washington, D.C. on Saturday evening, bearing American flags and mildly menacing plastic shields, while marching to the beat of a snare drum down the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. But after chanting aggressively about their plans to reclaim America, their intended show of force stalled spectacularly when they lost their ride. While the group had marched through the city with threatening chants about their plan to reclaim America, by the end of the night, it was not even clear how they intended to reclaim their U-Haul. They literally had no way to get home. The rally by more than 100 members of the Patriot Front group, which Daniel Arola had let me know was actually the name of the group that was in what was it that oh gosh, I can't even remember what state it was. North Carolina. They had changed the name. Those were the people who were, I think, the Unite the Right rally or some shit. The people who were responsible for the death of Heather Heyer, basically. Anyway, this group held just blocks from the White House, sparking fear among many bystanders, and immediately attracted the attention of law enforcement, who shadowed the group to forestall any conflict. Members wore a uniform with white gaiters, sunglasses, blue jackets. They always have to hide behind the sunglasses. That is so weak. Khaki pants and brown boots and hats. Some donned plastic shin guards, seeming to anticipate violence. As Patriot Front's leader Thomas Rozou spoke beside the Capitol, reflecting pool bystanders' booed. Asked for the reason for the march, Rousseau said, "Our demonstrations are an exhibition of our unified capability to organize, to show our strength, not as brawlers or public nuisances, but as men capable of illustrating a message and seeking an America that more closely resembles the interests of its true people." Now, he said true people because its true people would be the people who I spoke about in the last article, the indigenous Americans, not white people. Of course, he doesn't seem to have any historic literacy. So this is what we can expect from a white supremacist. At the
Just came back. Who are we talking about?
All right, so these guys, they did this march on the 4th.
Oh yeah, the guys they said were left stranded. But by the way, did you catch this? Deep Space Pilot is Ronald Stryney, of course, of the band Deep Space Pilots. He's the lead bandsman. He retracted his message. I don't know why he does that. He puts things up, and then he's had some real bad experiences in the past. But then, of course, he's not involved with this. This is did you take care of this on the other? Oh, good man, bless you.
No, I'm doing that right now because my computer screen had went black.
Understood.
And so I now have to do all that right now.
Yeah, you do that your side. I'll do this mine, and we know the method. We know what to do. Go down each one of the reporting violations, and so I think that's the first time they hit tonight. So we're talking about those dudes who got stranded, and yeah,
those guys are complete morons. And of course, Daniel Larola on his Facebook timeline had footage of them, and these guys are cowering, like they are running from like a few teenagers. Some of them are black, some of them are white. They're just like an assorted amount of people who don't want any more of this white supremacist bullshit. And these guys, these are grown men. There's like tons of them with shields running from just a few of them. It's beyond hilarious.
They are pathetic. Pathetic. Yeah, that is funny. That is so fucking funny. And they by the way, Joshua Jenkins says, "Rock on, man." Yes, I have no idea what the Russian guy is saying. I do know he's saying Vask Tech. I've seen it a few times throughout tonight. I have no idea what it means. If anyone knows what that means, we can look it up. But it's probably not going to get us anywhere.
Yeah, it's who knows?
Yeah. It's because I did fight in Serbia, there are sometimes Slavic people who are quite supportive who appear. As a matter of fact, one of them was really funny the other day. It was Peter Moon came on just as I was shutting down, and actually probably about I ended early that day, and he came on and he was with me for about an hour, and some guy with a Russian name came on, and of course he's just trolling, but nevertheless what he said was, "Get that old rambling white supremacist off the air," he said. That's really fucking funny. I was like, that was just so bizarre. And he
said that. He said that about who?
About Peter Moon. He was saying.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Yeah, I didn't know who he was talking about, so that was the reason why I was just like, okay, I'm just not gonna pay attention.
Oh, you saw that?
Yeah, I saw it. The reason why I left it up because I didn't know who he was talking about.
Okay, yeah, because Peter Moon had come on.
Oh, okay. So that's who he was talking about.
Oh my god, yeah. But he wasn't like Peter Moon was, going on about anything particular. It was just, he was just trolling. He was just trolling, and.
Oh, okay. There we go. He was just being an ass clown.
Yeah, but it's still funny. It's still.
Yeah, it is kind of funny.
Yeah. So I also enjoyed the fact that did you have any idea? Peter said earlier, he says, "Oh yeah, I was listening." He said something about listening to what I reviewing my episodes, and he said, "Oh, what you said about the Batman killers was really interesting." And I was like, "Okay, I don't recall anything like Batman killers. What the fuck? You have any idea what he might have been talking about?"
He said Batman killers.
That what he said?
Did he?
That's what it sounded like to me. It sounded like he said the Batman killers. He said what you said about the Batman. We can replay it earlier. It's earlier this episode. Earlier this transmission.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought he was talking about the child of, the parents of that school shooter. Or maybe.
Well, I didn't start talking about them till after he left.
Yeah, well, I think it's because he might have been listening to us earlier when Pat Kwan was talking about it.
Okay. Maybe.
So maybe that was the context in which he was bringing it up.
Oh, that would make more sense. Yeah, and yes, I also enjoyed his is bringing on his football player mates, so that's cool. And
Yeah.
I noticed they march in the protests. That then he turns on Fox News and watches how Fox News calls them all liar, looters and
Yeah, there's a strange ability. Well, I just always thought that was a white thing,
it
where
is
they
it
can,
is.
it's where for some reason they can embrace two things that contradict one another,
Yes.
and it's like no one's. It's like, okay, there's no hypocrisy here. Oh, okay,
Or no
okay.
contradictory, yeah, but no,
It's.
yeah.
I
They can have
mean,
their cake and eat it too. Yeah.
there you go, the best of both worlds. I mean, I'm not saying he does this, but it's like, I'm chilling with my friends at the KKK rally one day. Next day, I'm like in the hood playing basketball with my black friends, and and then the next day I'm like, it's like the next day they're like on some Reddit where they're discussing white supremacy ideology, and then the next day they're going out with their Chinese girlfriend, and it's like, what?
Yeah. There you go.
It's just like being all over the place. It's literally being everywhere at once.
That's privilege. That's privilege. Yeah. That's
Yeah. You couldn't do that if you were anything else.
yes. That's right.
And the first thing they say, oh, I don't know about white privilege. I don't know what privilege you're talking about. I've had a hard, I have problems too. I've lived a hard life. I mean, people would make fun of me if I screwed my cousin and sister. But yeah, that's their hard. That's their hard wife. Hard that did I say wife? Oh my gosh, that's oh shit. That's actually kind of funny as a joke, but yeah, that's their hard life.
Yes, there we are.
I mean, I'm not saying, and again, of course, I'm being facetious, folks, but I mean, you kind of get you kind of get the message that what I'm trying to get across is the fact that they can be anywhere at any time, be anyone at any time, and get away with it.
Yeah. It's definitely it is what it. See, Louisa Gibson said this earlier. See, I'm looking up here. I'm scrolling. You can see the screen share here. Louisa Gibson says vask.tech, and that's exactly what the other individual using the Cyrillic is saying. So that is bizarre to me. So let's look that up. See what we come up with.
I think that might be. I'm starting to think that might just be trolling.
Probably now vask.tech, and it's comment bots. Okay, so what they might be referring to is comment bots, and so it's might be some kind of technology that they're talking about that's where all the downvotes come from.
Okay, so that could also be where all those porn links are coming from too.
Understood. Yeah. So new spawn bot found on Artistic Alphabet Power Remix. Vastech, no information available for this page. Oh, I like that. The page itself, the Vastech page, has no information. It's empty. So
all right, so they're not trolling then. They're calling our attention to something.
It could be. That's if we think in the positive.
That is if they're, or they could be the ones using
I was
Vastech.
about to say, they could be the ones using the Vastech. It's something that you don't overdwell on.
And there goes that name again, Delgado. That keeps fucking coming up for some reason.
Interesting. Where do you see it here?
Okay. Okay, move up.
Okay.
Scroll up.
Yeah, let me do that.
There you go.
Okay. There we are.
Tech first.
Here, this one?
No, down.
Down here. Okay. Non-government. Okay. Devin Vask.
I guess it's a common last name.
Mark Delgado. There we are. Mark Delgado. 2 songs. Okay. Weird ass.
Okay, it's some music thing then. It's nothing that is conspicuous then.
Yeah. Could be. Some music shit. Just like techno music, one would assume. Right? That the comment bot tutorials eBoy plays, but if it's video, let's turn on the voice here for a second. voice should be on. It's not muted. So, and then if you press play, what do we get?
It looks like this is a tutorial where they're telling people how to make their own bots.
That's satanic shit. Or is it like...
Yeah, that's the vibe they're trying to get. The comment boards are back. With link vast tech. Oh, okay, that's so does that mean that these are common bots? This link is rare beside .rent common bots. So beware of this link, just like the .rent bots bypass spam filters.
Just never click on these links. Okay.
Yeah.
So
but again, never click on this link. They direct to 18 plus websites. Yeah, so there we go. They'll hack your account and steal your credit card. So that explains what the vast tech is. Those are the people who are making these links that we keep reporting.
okay.
That seem to be getting nowhere.
I see. Okay, so that's what everybody is telling us about. Yeah, the reporting's going nowhere. The only way to block them is with blocked words. Well, how do you report that? The report isn't set up to take that. Okay, so they're going to go to settings. I see. So saying go to settings, and then I get it. Okay, so this is what it's for. It's like a tutorial where you go in there and then you set VaskTech as blocked words, and that might block the links. Okay.
Yes.
Wow. And I'm always afraid to do this without adult supervision. So you and I will have to go over this sometime, before the weekend.
Gotcha.
We'll do that. Yeah, either that or I'll try to ask, Brendan Zogit about it. But it's definitely now that's been brought to our attention. So we'll try and follow up. And so interesting. And may work or may not, because we don't know if that's really the source for the porn, but it might. It probably is. It makes sense. So
see what happens. I don't think we'll screw anything up.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I'm just always afraid to do it without yourself or Brendan Zogit, a younger person, to guide me, of course. So other than that worked out well. I'm glad I showed you that. And with that, let's turn the share screen off. We have 3 hours left, but I intend to use it. Take your time, roll up your thoughts. I'll just, or did you kind of finish what your point was with the?
Well, yeah. It's just pretty much laughing at how incompetent these idiots are. They walk around wearing cheesy shit like that, and they wonder why they can't get laid. I mean, come on, what's the mystery?
Oh, thank you. Yes, it's just awful. These people are, it's and they think they've got it bad. That's the horrible part. They're full of grievance. They're full of complaints about how the world and life treats them. They think they got it rough.
Well, maybe they do have it rough because they wish they were black that badly. I would say the grass isn't greener on the other side. In fact, the grass is. There's a reason why I'm as grim and cynical as I am. We'll just put it that way. So, white folks, beware what you wish for.
Yes. Oh my God.
You could always wind up like me.
Yes.
But then again, they would probably look at that with envy. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Well, then again, they would have a reason to envy.
Yeah. There. Certainly, the one thing to emphasize is that today is the Memorial Day, the 80th Memorial Day. It's been 80 years since the Battle of Moscow, which basically reached its culmination just before Pearl Harbor. So that's just one of those elements of history that bears contextualization, but I won't go into it tonight. Just telling people what to know, that the Battle of Moscow took place on this date 80 years ago, between the Third Reich and the Soviets, and basically tomorrow will be the commemorative date of when the Siberian reserves counterattacked at Moscow. So the Germans stopped just 17 miles short of Moscow, where they could see the gates, the spires, and it was one of those elements where Adolf Hitler was at that point redirecting all the resources into basically looting as much as he could from the surface world and preparing to escape just masses exodus from the surface world, rather than establish his 1,000-year Reich on the surface of the world. So he had changed his priorities at that point. So with that in mind, love you like a son. Thank you so much, Jameson. Anything else to bring up before I start sucking all the oxygen out of the room again? Here we are. Let me see if somebody's sending me a message there.
Yeah, that was me. It's just a funny meme.
Oh, okay.
This
There we are. The result of this privilege of dumbness. Yes, there we are. Ha ha ha. Oh God, that's funny. That's you got that from Daniel Arola, right? Is that what got you banned off Facebook? Was it this that got you banned?
No. What got me banned was that Daniel Harola had pasted a meme that mentioned Adolf Hitler, and it said, when guns have more rights than kids, we're basically worse than Adolf Hitler. And it had like a few quotes from people who were talking about the importance of guns in America, and I had pictures of Adolf Hitler. So what they did was they banned me right away for like 1 or 2 hours, and I disagreed with it, and they did a review, and they said, okay, you were right, we were wrong, okay, and then they let it go.
Incredible. I mean, you always feel like you're incredibly privileged that somebody actually looked at that. It's always incredible that somebody reviews the case at all. That's always pretty extraordinary. And I'm glad that worked for you. Oh, give me a second here to yawn.
I'm glad it worked for both of us, because if it had gotten me banned, it would have gotten him banned too.
Yes.
And the thing is, he was the one who first posted it, so the fact that he was still up there, it didn't make sense. So I was like, why?
Yeah, all this
why
shit
did
is
they
just
ban me for it?
capricious. It's just totally capricious. They're not really enforcing anything other than by randomness. There's no way there's no way they can police billions of people anyway. I mean, you've got 2 billion people on Facebook, or 1 billion at any given time. So there's no way they can police it all. It's rather
that's your one world government, Facebook.
Yeah. Well,
there you have it.
That's why we're in anarchy. It's worse. It's anarchy, but worse. Oh well, so there we have that, and in terms of so this is what everybody was mentioning about the Vastec, and since 2 people mentioned it from 2 different sources, we're going to try and follow up with this, and at least it's there for us to look at. And okay, love you dearly, and gonna take over now in the last 3 hours remaining. Let me see how much education I can pump out for our listeners, and bless you, James. I couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much. And it's more like 2.5 hours, really, a little over that. So let's get cracking. Basically, what I can tell you, when I was saying this was the season to be thankful, and that Democrats really had about half a dozen things to be thankful for, I covered about half of them in our last episode. And I'll finish up tonight by saying that finally, Tuesday was the best day for American democracy in months. And that was, Tuesday of this last week. Tuesday this week last was the best day the House Select Committee had to investigate the January 6th attack on our Capitol. It's the best day that the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack has had since it launched in July. The committee achieved visible progress on multiple fronts. It secured critical cooperation from one of Donald Trump's former top aides, and there was movement in a court case that could speed along the delivery of critical documents from the National Archives. The cherry on top was the news that one of the highest profile attorneys who pushed lawsuits aimed at overturning the 2020 election for Donald Trump is under grand jury investigation. Taken together, it means the legal and political community might actually do something about former President Donald Trump's efforts to steal the last election. The idea is all the more remarkable when considering that past efforts to hold Trump accountable were regularly stymied by his own obstructive Department of Justice or slow-moving federal courts, and even by Attorney General Merrick Garland's hyper-cautious approach to his job. What exactly happened the Tuesday, Yester Septimania, that was so great? First, it was reported that former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows was tentatively cooperating with the committee. Meadows has been holding out for weeks from providing documents and testimony, but a couple of things may have convinced him to cooperate. First, on Monday, opening last work week, the committee threatened to file criminal contempt charges against a former Department of Justice official, Jeffrey Clark, who appeared before the committee earlier this month, but, according to CNN, refused to answer any questions. Clark is being questioned here, he's being questioned because, according to documents and testimony, he tried to convince Donald Trump to fire his bosses as part of a plot to use the Department of Justice itself to falsely declare fraud in the election. The committee was still scheduled to hold a contempt vote against Clark, Wednesday, midweek last. As far as I remember, we can always follow up on it. But likely further motivating Meadows was Garland's decision earlier this month to prosecute former Trump confidant Steve Bannon for contempt of Congress. Both situations suggest that if the committee's requests aren't taken seriously, there will be criminal consequences. Thompson indicated that Meadows' level of cooperation and what possible next steps the committee might take would be reevaluated when he actually testifies. And in a statement, committee co-chair Benny Thompson said, Mr. Meadows has been engaging with the select committee through his attorney. He produced records to the committee and will soon appear for an initial deposition. The committee will continue to assess his degree of compliance with our subpoena after the deposition. Meadows is turning over documents and agreeing at least to talk about areas where there is no plausible claim of executive privilege is major progress for the committee, which has been repeatedly stymied by former officials refusing to cooperate on vague assertions of general privilege. It also comes on the heels of last week's news that former New York City Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik, another Trump confidant during the days leading up to January 6th, will cooperate with the committee as well. And it follows the committee sending another wave of subpoenas to groups linked to the assault on our Capitol, including members of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. Further, a 3-judge panel of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit heard arguments on Tuesday in Trump's lawsuit attempting to block the committee from accessing documents related to January 6th held by the National Archives. The hearing came on the heels of the relatively swift decision earlier this month by District Judge Tanya S. Chutkan to refuse to grant Donald Trump himself an injunction to block the archives from releasing the documents. And now, circuit judges Patricia Millett, Ketanji Brown Jackson, and Robert L. Wilkins, all Obama or Biden appointees, have set a lightning-quick schedule in the case. While the judges questioned the House counsel about the circumstances under which a former president should be allowed to block access to confidential documents, they seemed clearly to lean toward granting deference to both the House's request and to current President Joe Biden, who said he would waive executive privilege as it pertains to most of the documents. From the bench, Circuit Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, obviously a black woman, pressed Trump's attorney, Justin Clark, on what other circumstances might cause a set of judges to side with the former president over the current president on a question of presidential discretion on issues of national security. Judge Jackson explanatorily wondering aloud, this all boils down to who decides. Who decides when it's in the best interest of the United States to disclose presidential records? is the current occupant of the White House, or the former who does have some interest in the confidentiality of the documents? Is there a circumstance in which the former president ever gets to make this call, and why would he? And Clark had no real answer. The other judges on the panel were similarly skeptical of Trump's case, pointing to the 1977 case of Nixon versus Administrator of General Services, in which the Supreme Court ruled that greater deference should be given to a sitting president than a former one when it comes to conflicts over document release. Circuit Judgess Patricia Millett offering, and here I quote is she, "We have one president at a time under our Constitution. That's what GSA is saying. Nixon versus GSA says the incumbent's decision carries more weight." Clark acknowledged that under the GSA precedent, deference is due to the current president, but argued that there are other possibilities that the court could weigh, such as whether there is a national security interest the former president is seeking to protect that is being neglected by the current administration. Both Millett and Jackson then noted that Trump's attorney had never asserted any specific reason to keep any specific document privilege, and that the court might be able to weigh if it decided deference was not due the current president. Here Clark stumbled, acknowledging that his main interest was in keeping the former president from looking bad, arguing that the court could prevent it from seeing the light of day, saying, if we look at a document and it's going to be an embarrassment to a former president, if it's meant to cause political turmoil. Well, none of this bodes well for Trump's efforts to block these documents, and the judges repeatedly acknowledged the need for expediency in the case, which means we could have their ruling very soon. Finally, news broke that attorney Sidney Powell was under grand jury investigation for the fundraising organization she set up to help contest the election on behalf of Donald Trump. Powell's deepening legal situation, while not directly related to the January 6th probe, points to the Justice Department's apparently increasing willingness to hold responsible those who pushed our nation to the brink of insurrection that day. Now, let me gather myself to go into the deeper educational aspects of tonight's episode. And this is going to take some work, and I don't know if I can get it all in before transmission ends. If such be the case, then this means it'll be the starting point along this arc of narrative for our next transmission. But let's start with what was brought to my attention, with all kinds of people praising this to the skies. Of course, I bring this with qualifiers. And this is Robert Kagan's warning about the U.S. constitutional crisis, saying, in essence, it is 1932. That we are replaying 1932. That it's 1932 redux. Rarely does an essay in a newspaper make such a remarkable impression on so many people as did Robert Kagan's essay in the Washington Post this September, titled, "Our Constitutional Crisis is Already Here." This all has to do with the Civil War. Our Civil War now, not the one in the past, which is our Civil War now is but a continuity of. Robert Kagan has pointedly captured the current crisis in American politics in his comparatively recent op-ed, his opinion editorial, entitled, "Our Constitutional Crisis is Already Here." Of course, I was forced to review it just by too many people bringing it to my attention. He argues that our entire constitutional system could break down in the next few years. While any intelligent, well-informed thinker would recognize its truth, I myself would never recommend his essay wholeheartedly because of its routinized fallback onto irrelevant contra-parallelism, implicating fascism for America's ills. If you have no idea what contra-parallelism is, it's all the shit where they say, see, what's happening now is like in Weimar Germany and we're headed towards the Third Reich. But somehow Well, we're American, and that's not going to happen. Well, it can't happen because there's nothing in America's history to basically provide a culture for fascism, because America has no fucking culture. Fascism is based on a reaction against communism, which threatens thousands of years of culture. So you have to have a culture first to react to a communist threat. America simply became, like communist China, a capitalist system of monopolists claiming to be socialist. Of course, such reflexive projectionism is only to be expected, as Kagan is an American neoconservative, a co-founder of the Neoconservative Project for the New American Century, a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, and a member of the Council on Foreign Relations. He has degrees from Yale, Harvard, and a PhD in American history from American University in Washington, D.C. He is, at the bottom of it all, your average deep state propagandist. He is the establishment, people. Now, anyone is welcome to review his essay in its entirety, but there be 3 sections that most grabbed my own attention. Primarily, his redeeming, bracing opening of nigh half a dozen paragraphs, which I shall read aloud now unto you. The United States is heading into its greatest political and constitutional crisis since the Civil War, with a reasonable chance over the next 3 to 4 years of incidents of mass violence, a breakdown of federal authority, and the division of the country into warring red and blue enclaves. The warning signs may be obscured by the distractions of politics, the pandemic, the economy, and global crises, and by wishful thinking and denial. But about these things there should be no doubt. First, Donald Trump will be the Republican candidate for president in 2024. The hope and expectation that he would fade in visibility and influence have been delusional. He enjoys mammoth leads in the polls. He is building a massive campaign war chest. And at this moment, the Democratic ticket looks quite vulnerable. Barring health problems, he is running. Second, Trump and his Republican allies are actively preparing to ensure his victory by whatever means necessary. Trump's charges of fraud in the 2020 election are now primarily aimed at establishing the predicate to challenge all future election results that do not go his way, as he intends to be president in perpetuity. Some Republican candidates have already begun preparing to declare fraud in 2022, just as Larry Elder tried meekly to do in the California recall contest. For those of you who don't remember, Larry Elder was the house nigger for the Republicans in the attempt here in my golden state of California to recall our legally elected governor, and they chose this black radio announcer to be the governor in his stead. And that loser was speaking to an all-white audience, and he crashed and burned. To return to the essay at hand. Meanwhile, the amateurish Stop the Steal efforts of 2020 have given way to an organized nationwide campaign to ensure that Trump and his supporters will have total control over all state and local election officials that they lacked in 2020. Those recalcitrant Republican state officials who effectively saved our country from calamity by refusing to falsely declare fraud or to find more votes for Trump are being systematically removed or terrorized from office. Republican legislatures are giving themselves greater control over the election certification process. As of this spring, Republicans have proposed or passed measures in at least 16 states that would shift certain election authorities from the purview of the governor, secretary of state, or other executive branch officers to the legislature. An Arizona bill flatly states that the legislature may revoke the Secretary of State's issuance or certification of a presidential elector's certificate of election by a simple majority vote. Some state legislatures seek to impose criminal penalties on local election officials alleged to have committed technical infractions including obstructing the view of poll watchers. The stage is thus set for total chaos. So why have formerly honest and decent people who happen to be conservative Republicans assented to laws that promise to make elections prone to political manipulation? Why are Democrats bickering among themselves when they need to pass some safeguards for our electoral process, and to make sure that government is seen to work for the people and not just for the plutocrats, those who govern by money? Secondarily, all the wind was sucked from his own sails by Kagan's hackneyed historical analogy, which is what your average child throws out, brainwashed by their parents. To read his single paragraph that I will spend the rest of tonight's transmission destroying, he said, "As has so often been the case in other countries where fascist leaders arise, their would-be opponents are paralyzed in confusion and amazing." Oh, I'm sorry, Jameson says because they know it's over and are more interested in building something, rather than, how do I read this? They are building a way the fuck out. There we are. Anyhow, so this paragraph by Kagan. As has so often been the case in other countries where fascist leaders arise, their would-be opponents are paralyzed in confusion and amazement at this charismatic authoritarian. They have followed the standard model of appeasement, which always begins with underestimation. And then, of course, all anybody can think of is appeasing Hitler. And let me deconstruct this by giving you history, the real history of what the fuck happened, okay? FDR's antidote to the Great Depression was totalitarianism. Franklin Delano Roosevelt began his presidency 88 years ago in March of 1933. It was in the depths of the Great Depression. During his first 100 days in office, Congress passed much of Roosevelt's initiatives and programs, in fact all of them, to construct what be remembered today as the New Deal. It was all from Russia with love. When Time magazine released what was then their most controversial cover on the 18th day in May of 2017, which featured the White House sprouting Russian-style onion domes, the first thing that popped into my mind was the fireside chat that FDR delivered on June 28th of 1934. The focus of the speech was a celebration of the legislative achievements of his first 15 months in office and a promise of still more vigorous legislative action to come. But the speech also responded to critics of his New Deal. And it is this passage of Roosevelt's radio talk that Time magazine cover brought to my mind. Of course, they were showing the White House morphing into the Kremlin to emphasize Donald Trump being a puppet of Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. All of that is true. But my son transcribed the speech of Roosevelt, the most important part, which I shall read to you now, which is, we're talking about a good 4, 5, 6, about 8 paragraphs. Let's get that out of the way. This is Franklin Delano Roosevelt speaking to you from his fireside chat. A few timid people who fear progress will try to give you new and strange names for what we are doing. Sometimes they will call it fascism, sometimes communism, sometimes regimentation, sometimes socialism. But in so doing, they are trying to make very complex and theoretical something that is really very simple and very practical. I believe in practical explanations and in practical policies. I believe that what we are doing today is a necessary fulfillment of what Americans have always been doing, a fulfillment of old and tested American ideals. Let me give you a simple illustration. while I am away from Washington this summer, a long-needed renovation of and addition to our White House office building is to be started. The architects have planned a few new rooms built into the present, all too small one-story structure. We are going to include in this addition and in this renovation modern electric wiring and modern plumbing and modern means of keeping the offices cool in the hot Washington summers. But the structural lines of the old executive office building will remain. The artistic lines of the White House buildings were the creation of master builders when our republic was but young. The simplicity and the strength of the structure remain in the face of every modern test. But within this magnificent pattern, the necessities of modern government business require constant reorganization and rebuilding. If I were to listen to the arguments of some prophets of calamity who are talking these days, I should hesitate to make these alterations. I should fear that while I am away for a few weeks, the architects might build some strange new Gothic tower, or a factory building, or perhaps a replica of the Kremlin. He said it himself. Or of the Potsdam Palace. But I have no such fears. The architects and builders are men of common sense and of artistic American tastes. They know that the principles of harmony and of necessity itself require that the building of the new structure shall blend with the essential lines of the old. It is this combination of the old and the new that marks orderly, peaceful progress, not only in building buildings, but in building government itself. Our new structure is a part of and a fulfillment of the old. All that we do seeks to fulfill the historic traditions of the American people. Other nations may sacrifice democracy for the transitory stimulation of old and discredited aristocracies. Oh, he actually said autocracies. Got to read my son's writing better there. Of old and discredited autocracies. We are restoring confidence and well-being under the rule of the people themselves. He's claiming to have the proletarian mandate, that it's a dictatorship of the proletariat. That's a communist rule. We remain, as John Marshall said a century ago, emphatically and truly, a government of the people. Our government, in form and substance, emanates from them. Its powers are granted by them, and are to be exercised directly upon them, and for their benefits. He knows what's good for you. Now, maybe we should look for some quotes from Thurgood Marshall instead. The black judge that would have something a bit different to say. Something along the lines of, I wish I could say that racism and prejudice were only distant memories. There's a Marshall to quote, as opposed to this white trash piece of shit Roosevelt was quoting, John Marshall. Think of Thurgood Marshall, when he said, in recognizing the humanity of our fellow beings, we pay ourselves the highest tribute. And none of us got where we are solely by pulling ourselves up. There we are with that. At any rate, the resonance of Roosevelt's fireside chat that I've just related to you with events today go as far deeper than FDR's and Time Magazine's image of White House architects building a replica of the Kremlin on the White House lawn. FDR's defense against accusations that the New Deal was completely undemocratic, that the United States, like all the other nations he's projecting upon, would instead, indeed, sacrifice democracy for the transitory stimulation of old and discredited autocracies like the privileged Roosevelt family, was to emphasize, really to assert, the New Deal's essential Americanness, which is all about discredited autocracy. FDR suggested that autocracy, fascism, communism, regimentation, and even socialism are essentially foreign. Americans still believe that. But his administration's policies merely sought to fulfill the historic traditions of the American people. And there can be nothing to fear in that. A history of genocide? A history of slavery? Oh man! What happened here makes what happened anywhere else in Europe look like heaven on earth. In fact, as Daniel Rogers has told us in his work entitled Atlantic Crossings, there was a vigorous transatlantic exchange of social policy ideas from the late 19th century through the Second World War. The original slave exchange resulted in the death of 20 million blacks. The New Deal was not a purely American product, and the only reason that it was any good at all was because it was the better for not being so. Nevertheless, FDR's rhetorical maneuvering certainly made a lot of sense. Americans often like to think that our country is the font of all political good, and that all political evil cometh from abroad. A few short years after FDR delivered this speech, the Communist Party of these United States would itself adopt his slogan, "Communism is 20th century Americanism." And this tendency to associate political good with America and political evil with other countries remains alive and well today. For good reason. People fear the authoritarianism of the Trump misadministration and its potential, some would say, inevitable return. And in the few short months after Trump was elected, among the chief interpreters of this very danger was the Yale historian Timothy Snyder, a specialist in history of mid-20th century Central and Eastern Europe, of course. You know, an American expert on the Third Reich, a so-called expert, basically an American propagandist, a cheerleader for World War II. Now on November 15th of 2016, just a week after the Russian-hacked election that installed Putin's puppet in the Oval Office, Snyder wrote a Facebook post reflecting on what might be in store for these United States under a Donald Trump presidency, or rather a Putin puppet presidency. He began, "Americans are no wiser than the Europeans who saw democracy yield to fascism, Nazism, or communism. Our one advantage is that we might learn from their experience. Now is a good time to do so." And Snyder then presented 20 brief lessons from the 20th century about the dangers posed by the rise of authoritarianism. And Snyder's post would eventually be shared nearly 18,000 times on Facebook. Within a few days, it was republished on the website of In These Times and in the pages of the Dallas Morning News, and within weeks, Snyder had expanded it, a Facebook post, into a book titled On Tyranny, subtitled 20 Lessons from the 20th Century, published by Penguin Random House in late February of 2018 because the fuckers got connections. On Tyranny quickly made it onto both the New York Times and Washington Post bestseller lists. In fact, the chief sources of authoritarianism coming from the last White House are deeply American. Many of them flowed from Jeff Sessions' Department of Justice, which, for example, was looking to expand voter disenfranchisement and mass incarceration, to very traditional American modes of authoritarian governance. Of course, the Trump administration is also still dealing with an ongoing scandal involving its secret and completely illegal ties with a foreign, hostile, authoritarian empire still in power. For a number of years, Russia has aggressively been promoting far-right nationalist parties in both Europe and North America as a way of furthering its own imperial interests. Though the effect will likely remain difficult to measure, in a very close election, the impact of Russian interference in our electoral process, well, it was decisive. And in the future, it will not be negligible. In that sense, Trumpian authoritarianism was partly empowered by a foreign authoritarian system, fully empowered by such, a hostile foreign power, a hostile enemy empire, out to destroy us. Clearly, the image of the White House being transformed into the Kremlin, or architecturally more precisely, St. Basil's Cathedral on Red Square was what was used on the Time magazine cover, remains powerful enough that Time magazine returned to it, albeit certainly without any thought, to Roosevelt's speech. But though I think Russian ties to the Trump campaign and the Trump administration are both disturbing and still worth investigating, we should take little comfort from the fact that the White House will remain American in its facade. There's plenty of old and discredited authoritarianism in the American political tradition, from which Trump and his administration did draw without any new ideas borrowed from the foreign dictator Vladimir Putin. Let me tell you about when demagogic populism swings left. That's what we had in Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and to a degree, even more so, in the figure of Huey Pierce Long Jr. Now, during the Great Depression, which people in today's world, even with COVID and all that it's done to us, even with the recession that never ends, it was nothing like the Great Depression, during which a Trumpian figure established unprecedented political control in the state of Louisiana and attracted criticism for his autocratic methods, all while pursuing a radical progressive racist agenda. Imagine wrapping your brain around that. Huey Pierce Long Jr., the one-time governor of Louisiana, was a decisive and divisive figure who played a larger-than-life role in his state's politics and beyond. He continued to loom large even after he was assassinated in 1935. There be three things you should know about Huey P. Long. He served as first the governor and then a senator for Louisiana in the late 1920s and early 1930s. While in office, he pursued a populist agenda by aggressive means that many critics saw as both autocratic and unlawful. And he held on to popular support in spite of his critics, well past impeachment attempts, right up until one of those critics killed him. Now, Long was born on August 30th, 1893 in Winfield, Louisiana, where the family owned a successful farm. He attended Louisiana State University on a scholarship before eventually going to law school. He was admitted to the Louisiana State Bar in 1914, but soon went into business, winning a seat on the Louisiana Railroad Commission. There he used his power to fight monopolies and cultivated a reputation as a friend to the working class. In 1928, Long ran for governor of Louisiana. It was his second attempt after a run in which he placed third. Long won the governorship in 1928. Huey Long was a governor of Louisiana from 1928 to 1932 and was elected to the U.S. Senate in 1930. A nominal Democrat, Huey Long was a radical populist of a sort we are unfamiliar with in our day, excepting for the geriatric echo thereof via the Bernie Sanders, that old communist. As governor, Huey Long sponsored many reforms that endeared him to the rural poor. An ardent enemy of corporate interests, he championed the little man against the rich and the privileged. As the farm boy from the piney woods of North Louisiana, he was colorful, charismatic, controversial, and always just skating on the edge. And as governor, Long was seen as both an authoritarian and a populist figure. He built up the power of the executive, centralized investigative power, and made it easier for police to make arrests. At the same time, Long increased spending on education and on infrastructure. He imposed higher taxes on big businesses, notably on Standard Oil. After Long had spent less than a year in office, the Louisiana state legislature moved to impeach him. His opponents argued that he had accepted bribes, carried a weapon, and behaved inappropriately in public. The impeachment attempt ultimately failed. Shortly after the impeachment, he announced his candidacy for the U.S. Senate in the 1930 Democratic primary under the slogan, "Every man a king," which some assumed was the origin of his nickname, Kingfish. He insisted that he gave himself the nickname Kingfish because, he said, "I'm a small fish here in Washington, but I'm the kingfish to the folks down in Louisiana." In 1930, Long successfully ran for the U.S. Senate. There he pushed for a series of economic reforms known as the Share Our Wealth Plan. Share Our Wealth clubs popped up all over the country. At Long's insistence, the clubs were racially segregated. Huey Long was the determined enemy of Wall Street, bankers, and big business, and he was also a determined enemy of the Roosevelt administration because he saw it as too beholden to all these powerful forces. Now, Long had actually helped FDR win the Democratic presidential nomination in 1932, but broke with the administration in 1934 after he gave up hope that the New Deal would make any meaningful difference in the lives of most Americans. That's when Huey Long decided to appeal directly to the American people with his "Every Man a King" and his "Share the Wealth" speeches. Long's radio speeches also represented his complete and total break with President Franklin D. Roosevelt. Long had introduced legislation into the U.S. Senate in an effort to limit incomes and redistribute wealth. However, his legislation never got off the ground. Most of his fellow senators considered them to be too radical. As a populist politician, Long used his speeches to rail against the concentration of wealth in a few hands and to highlight the problems of the many poor people in his own state. The title of what was to become Senator Huey Long of Louisiana's brand-making speech, delivered in 1934, was "Every Man a King." That speech, which Long delivered on national radio, is one of Long's most famous speeches, along with his "Share the Wealth" speech. And that "Every Man a King" speech said in part, and here I will, again thanks to my son's transcription, read you 3 paragraphs. "Now, we have organized a society, and we call it Share Our Wealth Society, a society with the motto, every man a king. Every man a king, so there would be no such thing as a man or woman who did not have the necessities of life, who would not be dependent on the whims and caprices and ipsy-dixy of the financial martyrs for living. What do we propose by this society? We propose to limit the wealth of big men in the country. There's an average of $15,000 in wealth to every family in America. That is right here today. We do not propose to divide it up equally. We do not propose a division of wealth, but we propose to limit poverty that we will allow to be inflicted upon any man's family. We will not say we are going to try to guarantee any equality or 15,000 US dollars to families. No, but we do say that 1/3 of the average is low enough for any one family to hold, that there should be a guarantee of a family wealth of around 5,000 US dollars, enough for a home and automobile, a radio, and the ordinary conveniences, and the opportunity to educate their children, a fair share of the income of this land thereafter to that family, so there will be no such thing as merely the select to have those things, and so there will be no such thing as a family, any family, black or white, living in poverty and distress. Now, Huey Long not only proceeded to use "Every Man a King" as a campaign slogan, he also made it the title of his autobiography, which was published in 1933. Long also used the phrase as the title of his campaign song. He co-wrote that song, "Every Man a King," with Professor Castro Carrazzo, who was the head of the Louisiana State Band. As for his nickname, Kingfish, many believe that Long took it from a character on the infamous Amos and Andy show. That was spelled Amos, and instead of the word and or an ampersand, it was an N in quotation marks. Amos and Andy. The N being like, well, it's short for nigger. And the Amos and Andy show, what was back then called a nigger minstrel satire. In Long's time, the show was aired on the radio as white-voiced caricature of blacks. By Peter Moon's time, switching to television as a black-faced white caricature of blacks. This might first seem counterintuitive that a man like Huey Long would take his name from that character, the Kingfish, who ran the Black Moorish Church Temple, or their version of a Masonic cult. Why would he want that? But people would find that counterintuitive only because Long, like H.P. Lovecraft, has been described as a racist, who actually, in Long's case, it's much more definitive because he did deliver speeches denigrating African Americans and certainly behaved callously to African Americans he encountered in his own life. As governor, one of his first moves was to segregate the state's bus system. At the same time, Long's defenders say that his racial politics were relatively mild for the time and place in which he lived. After all, other Southern men threw on white sheets and burned black families alive down in their own homes. And it would strike myself as entirely in keeping with his character that he mack himself as HNRC, or head nigger in charge. For Huey Long did not suffer from any excessive modesty. A high school dropout who taught himself law and got a law degree in only 1 year of study, Long was confident he would become president of these United States in 1936. So confident was he that he wrote a book entitled My First Days in the White House, in which he named his cabinet, including demoting President Roosevelt, then President Roosevelt, to the position of Secretary of the Navy, and reinstating President Hoover as Secretary of Commerce. By the way, the poor son of a bitch, Herbert Hoover, tried his own New Deal to get America out of the Great Depression, and it crashed and burned. That's for another transmission. And in that same book, written by Huey Long, this incredibly self-indulgent conceit, he, within its pages, conducted he conducted several long imaginary conversations with FDR and Hoover, all spelled out in text, all designed to humiliate them both, his own former president and his current president of that day, and show their subservience to the boy from the piney woods of Louisiana. A regular Forrest Gump, this boy was. The Kingfish wanted the government to confiscate the wealth of this nation's rich and privileged. He called his program Share Our Wealth. It called upon the federal government to guarantee every family in the nation an annual income of 5,000 United States dollars so they could have the necessities of life, including a home, a job, a radio, and an automobile. He also proposed limiting private fortunes to 50 million US dollars, legacies to 5 million US dollars, and annual incomes to 1 million US dollars. Everyone over age 60 would receive an old age pension. Ergo, his slogan, every man a king. He framed his campaign as a referendum. If he won, he presumed the public supported his programs over the opposition of the legislature. That he would have popular mandate, what the communists call dictatorship of the proletariat. In 1935, Huey Long was in Baton Rouge when a man named Carl Weiss approached him. Weiss was the son-in-law of one of Long's political rivals. Weiss pulled out a gun and shot Long. Point blank. Long died several days later. His last words, repeatedly, were, "God, don't let me die. I have so much to do." Long continues to be a controversial figure, decades after his death. He is remembered by many for his love of power and for what some see as demagoguery. Others praise him for his financial reforms, which I myself support in the postmodern sense, the postmodern parallel thereof, and his attacks on big business. In any event, the name and the fame of the Kingfish lives on. In an Atlantic magazine article written but 12 months after Long was assassinated in 1935, George Sokolsky remembered having asked Huey Long if he was a fascist. In a conversation that took place less than a year before he was killed, Huey Long told him, "Fine, I'm Mussolini and Hitler all rolled into one. Mussolini force-fed dissidents castor oil so they could shit their guts out. I'll give them Tabasco, and then they'll like Louisiana." Then he laughed. Perhaps cackled maniacally might be a better description, like a cartoon villain. And the accusation of fascism was nothing new for Huey Long. He was a controversial figure in American politics, attracting a passionate base of support on one hand for effectively pushing progressive legislation, and widely condemned on the other for alleged corruption and abuses of power. Rather than denying any of these allegations outright, Huey Long tended to play them off, as he did to Sokolsky. After the state Senate tried and failed to impeach him in 1929, he said, "I used to get things done by saying please. That didn't work, and now I am a dynamiter." Then President Franklin Delano Roosevelt regarded Huey Long as one of the two most dangerous men in America. Few American politicians have provoked such devotion and recrimination at the same time. But Long has one notable postmodern counterpart: Donald John Trump. In many ways, his final years paralleled Trump's 2016 campaign and presidency. Both men rose to national political prominence in the aftermath of a global financial crisis, with ethnic violence on the rise, automation putting workers' jobs in doubt, and autocratic leaders gaining political power worldwide. Both made waves with sweeping populist rhetoric and policy proposals that challenged their party's more moderate establishments and promised to make government work for the common people. Both encapsulated their pledge to elevate the nation in a catchy slogan, Trump's "Make America Great Again," and Huey Long's "Every Man a King." And both, once in power, showed little concern for norms and standard legislative procedures when pursuing any of their goals. But while Trump ran on a reactionary brand of populism, blending anti-establishment rhetoric and promises to restore prosperity and orders with appeals to racist and nativist anxiety, Huey Long pursued a progressive agenda and steered clear of the race-baiting common in Southern politics at the time. In this sense, Huey Long is an interesting foil for Donald Trump, his mirror opposite, if you will, who registered as a Democrat at several points in his life and expressed support for some typically Democratic policies, even as he turned to what your more propagandized political ideologue would deem to be the right. And though Huey Long died before he could run for president, much less take office, Long's brief political career provides a mirrored version of Trump's demagogic populism, a glimpse of what could happen if a left-wing politician channeled a similar message and disregard for political mores. Much of the appeal of that kind of populism cuts across eras and party lines. Mark Brewer, a professor of political science at the University of Maine, identifies several factors that have led American populism to gain traction in certain moments, regardless of political affiliations. Perceived conflict between elites and common people, a sense of economic unfairness, distrust of centralized authority, particularly the federal government, and a desire to maintain a previously existing arrangement that's under threat. In a lot of cases, probably gone already. Throughout American history, populist voters have felt, to quotist the aforecited poli-sci professor Dr. Mark Brewer, a sense of loss of control about what was going on in their society. Things were happening and things were changing, and the change was unsettling, but they couldn't do anything about it. It was almost like they were being acted on from above. That feeling has engendered the rise of parties and leaders, conservative or progressive, that promise to fight the system on behalf of average Americans. Huey Long pledged to do just that throughout his contentious political career, and often delivered. While Trump has most aggressively leveraged his executive powers to manifest the anti-immigration plank in his populist platform, introducing a Muslim ban, radicalizing ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement branch of law enforcement at the federal level, and most recently before his political demise, however transitional that might be, declaring a national emergency in order to fund a border wall. Whereas Huey Long used his authority to establish public works programs for the poor. In his 4-year tenure as the governor of Louisiana, Long built an extensive network of highways and bridges through the isolated rural areas of the state, expanded lower-class access to health care and education, and implemented strict new regulations in the state banking industry that improved consumer protections. So the bank wouldn't hire killers to take them out, as Peter Moon described, like they do in Costa Rica. After reaching the Senate in 1933, the same year Adolf Hitler ascended to power, he pushed to implement a similarly progressive agenda on a federal level. Feeling that the New Deal was too moderate, he introduced a more radical alternative called the Share Our Wealth program, which would limit personal assets and earnings for the wealthiest Americans to still vast amounts of money that, if you couldn't live at that amount of income, you're simply unreal, and redistribute the remainder of all that money to guarantee a partial annual income to every family, fund old age pensions for every senior, improve pensions and health care benefits for every veteran, and make a free college education and vocational training available to every student. Much of his vision remains a completely unrealized dream for progressives to this present day. His efforts to not only fight poverty, but eliminate it, rooted in his own lower-class upbringing, endeared him to poor voters and secured the support of his base from the beginning. The aforecited Atlantic magazine columnist Sokolsky so wrote, "All the forces of the federal government cracked down upon him. He held because he gave people schools and roads and jobs and money, something they never had before. This man gave them another thing they never had before, nor even ever dreamed of. Something to lose. Because he relieved the lower strata of the heaviest burdens of taxation. Because he made it possible for the poor to vote. The sum total of Huey's administration was that he had to be killed because he accomplished something constructive." But in pursuit of those ends, Long worked to consolidate and expand his power by means that many felt were authoritarian. He gained a reputation for punishing political opponents early in his career, firing hundreds of bureaucrats and civil servants at every level of the Louisiana state government who didn't support him, and replacing them with people who did in the days after he took over the governorship. But that's how you make things work, and he wouldn't have got anything done otherwise. When politicians or institutional leaders opposed his agenda, he blocked funding and authorization for programs they wanted, ousted their family members from government jobs that they had nepotistically enthroned them in, further bleeding the public by their parasitism. What he conducted was a disinfestation, and he targeted them with retributive legislation so that their kind could never reinfest the administrative body overseeing the people again. Incensed by the negative coverage in the press that he got for his good deeds, he founded his own newspaper. Later, he co-founded his own oil company, extending his powers of patronage beyond politics and into industry. Even after joining the Senate, he continued pushing bills through the Louisiana state legislature and retaliating against enemies and promoting supporters using his personal connections and state funding. In another 1933 Atlantic magazine article, Frank R. Kent summarized that these tactics, well, to quote directly from Atlantic magazine, enabled Huey to win the battles waged against him, to save himself by a hair from impeachment, to elect himself to the Senate, to substitute a creature of his own to succeed him as governor, to elect his personal consul as his senatorial colleague, to dominate all but one of the Louisiana House delegation, to force the publisher of one of the hostile New Orleans newspapers to eat out of his hand. In short, to reduce his opponents, who include what many have always considered the best people in the state, to a condition of complete impotence. Now, Huey Long was neither the first nor the last American populist leader to display authoritarian tendencies. In the 1830s, Andrew Jackson was dubbed King Andrew I because of his liberal abuse of executive power. At the same time, Huey Long was amassing political capital. The Catholic priest and radio personality, Charles Coughlin, used his platform to promote fascism and racism to his listeners. In the 1960s, the Alabama governor, George Wallace, infamously blocked the racial integration ordered by the Supreme Court with his own body. Today, Trump is attempting to circumvent Congress's authority over the federal budget by claiming emergency powers, even when he's no longer sitting in the Oval Office. By the way, the difference between someone like Andrew Jackson, whom Trump holds as his personal hero, and Huey Long was that Andrew Jackson was a genocidal maniac who actually used the human skins of American Indians as leather for his horse gear, like bridles and saddles. For Huey Long, all his own tendencies that made him a winner and got through what he wanted to accomplish ultimately spelled his death sentence. As Jameson Reese says, in his own words, a lesson of overachieving guarantees death. He was assassinated at the age of 42 by the son-in-law of a political opponent he was attempting to oust from office. He never ascended to the White House. No progressive populist like himself ever has. But that might change, even as right-wing populism has gained power in recent years through Tea Party politicians and Donald Trump. Left-wing populism has also resurged. Earlier this decade, Occupy Wall Street launched mass protests and popularized the dichotomy of the 99% and the 1%. In the 2016 presidential primaries, that old communist, Bernie Sanders, won millions of votes in a campaign fueled by small money donors and full of populist rhetoric. We're talking about a man who came back from the Soviet Union just before its collapse saying, "I have seen the future." Yeah, he saw America's collapse is what the motherfucker saw. He was too dumb to see that. Some of Long's radical progressive goals, like free college and universal basic income, what we were discussing at the beginning of transmission, have become more mainstream within the contemporary Democratic Party because there's no other way to accomplish anything in our future. We need universal basic income and free education for a lifetime in order for our society to maintain itself, let alone succeed. Some, the same aforementioned Dr. Brewer obliviously concludes that we don't know where Long would have ended up. Certainly, the assassin's bullet stopped him short of where he wanted to go. But then how does a populist American left-wing president survive? Well, all populist American presidents, left or right, have their autocratic friends. Trump and Putin is but a reflection of FDR and Stalin. Mr. Trump won on a populist platform that appealed to the working class with Russian help and hacking. His anti-immigration and anti-free trade agenda worked wonders for his campaign. Populism works when you promise the ordinary American food and work. During the time of FDR, another populist president, Americans weren't much concerned about the future of Europe or the spread of communism. They were more concerned about jobs and economic stability. Americans at the time blamed globalization as the cause for all America's woes, much as they do now. FDR understood this very well, and it got him elected. While farmers in present times continue to be rampaged by global competition, and so receive supermassive subsidies by our government, manufacturing jobs, especially those that require fewer skills, have taken a hit and devastated local economies. This allowed Mr. Trump to make promises he could never keep in order to win the election. Terrified by the president's election, the media quickly exposed all the Russian meddling that hacked him to his electoral victory. And regardless of whether you accept that fact or not, incontrovertibly, Trump loves Putin. In fact, Trump's love affair with Putin began in June of 2013 after announcing that his Miss Universe pageant would be held in Moscow. Mr. Trump tweeted, even then, "Do you think Putin will be going to the Miss Universe pageant in November in Moscow? If so, will he become my new best friend?" I'm not making that up. Fuck me gently with a chainsaw. That's exactly what he said. "If so, will he become my new best friend?" That's so pathetic. Unfortunately, Putin wasn't able to make the pageant. Trump was crushed, but Putin made it up to him by sending Trump a message in a black lacquered box. Trump was excited about his gift, and he commented, "Putin even sent me a present. Beautiful present. With a beautiful note." As the media hits us with another round of Russiagate through the investigations ongoing into January 6th, we must take a step back in time and observe the uncanny bromance between Joseph Stalin and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. FDR believed that both economies, American and Russian, were moving towards a common goal. America would graduate from capitalism and enter a type of state-managed socialism like communist China today. And the Soviet Union would pass through communism and into a socialist democracy with American support, meaning we give them all of our resources freely and endlessly. A kind of total welfare like you had when West Germany resorbed East Germany. And every West German family adopted an East German family. This is what Franklin Delano Roosevelt wanted for American families to do. Each one adopt a Russian family. It's what Trump will do if he becomes president for life. Russia itself was isolated by anti-communist states in Europe, and its cash reserves were extremely low. The country was starving. And despite Russia's cataclysmic problems, all self-engendered, FDR saw Stalin as a man above the people, which was a reflection of his own populist mandate. He was attracted to Stalin's strongman style. Like Stalin at heart, FDR believed the people were his to recreate in his own image. According to FDR, it was important for a leader to take a stand on what he believes to be the right course of action, while his people exist only to provide the raw material to realize that leader's personal objectives. Roosevelt clearly embodied these Stalinist principles. While he may have been a champion for his work on civil rights and a slew of social programs, hell, I even knew blacks named Roosevelt, because they got on welfare through FDR. Their parents changed their last names to Roosevelt. He conveniently went the strongman route whenever it suited his interests. Executive Order 9066 sent 127,000 Japanese expatriates and American citizens of Japanese ancestry to internment camps, where they would have all ultimately been annihilated had the Japanese not won the war. FDR's administration also set up an Alien Enemy Control Unit program. How do you like that, motherfuckers, for all you people who believe aliens are from outer space? FDR established the Alien Enemy Control Unit program, which arrested Japanese, German, Italian, and Romanian Americans that the Justice Department perceived to be a national security threat. The families of these individuals were to be held in detention centers as their parents or spouses were questioned by government officials. This was the operational model for the parent-child separation that America is even now still enforcing on our southern border that was instituted by Donald Trump. When FDR asked then Attorney General Francis Biddle how many Germans were in the country, Attorney General Biddle answered 600,000. Roosevelt's response was, "And you're going to intern every single one of them. All of them. Not a single one is to walk free." Through a multinational agreement run by the State Department known as the Emergency Advisory Committee for Political Defense, several Latin American nations worked with the United States to deport all their Japanese, Germans, and Italians to these United States. Only Brazil and Argentina resisted. These countries, otherwise, throughout the Latin American hemisphere, the southern nation-states of the Western Hemisphere, all seized homes, businesses, and bank accounts after sending their own residents to these United States. All save Brazil and Argentina, the two Latin American superpowers strong enough to hold their own. The United States also enacted a prisoner exchange program where immigrants abducted by these United States were exchanged for Americans held in Germany and Japan. According to FDR, they were being sent back to their home. But all the time, the children of Japanese and German immigrants had never seen the countries they were being sent to. In other words, the Germans and the Japanese decided to save these children's lives. They knew if they stayed in America, they would be subject to sexual abuse, gang rape, human trafficking, and enslavement by the white savages on the North American continent. They gladly gave Americans the white trash pieces of shit America considered to be their heroes, captured American servicemen who had surrendered, in exchange for Japanese and German children. Now, Trump adores heavy-handed rulers. Trump's attraction to Putin is, by all evidence, about more than just business. On May of the year before yesteryear, Trump praised the North Korean dictator, Kim Jong-un. To quote his tea, "Well, first of all, let me say that I think that Kim Jong-un, or Chairman Kim, as some people would say, is looking to create a nation that has great strength economically." Oh my fucking God. They've been starving for generations. Let me go on. This is Trump talking now. "I think he's very much. I talked to him a lot about it, and he's very much into the fact that he believes, like I do, that North Korea has tremendous economic potential, like perhaps a few other developing nations anywhere in the world." Oh, and let's not forget Trump's steamy romance with the Asian Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The two share many mutual endearing qualities, including a nationalistic governing philosophy and the desire to consolidate and expand executive power. Democracy is dying in India and has been taken over by Hindu nationalism. Since Modi's BJP, his Bharatiya Janata Party, came into power in 2014, there has been a rise in crimes against all minorities. Modi has imposed violent crackdowns on protests across the country and revoked the constitutional autonomy of Jammu and Kashmir, which is its own Hindu kingdom in the north. In other words, he conducted an internal invasion of an autonomous province. It would be like America invading Puerto Rico. Some commentators continue to suggest that President Trump's praising of authoritarian leaders has much more to do with his business dealings than anything else. When you examine Trump's comments closely, however, you notice that the leaders that Trump praises closely embody what the president believes a leader of his people should be. Regarding both Modi himself and his 2019 electoral victory, Trump said, "We did talk about religious freedom. And I will say that the Prime Minister was incredible in what he told me. He wants people to have religious freedom, and very strongly. Last year, more than 600 million people went to the polls and gave him a landslide victory like no other, in the largest democratic election ever held anywhere on the face of the earth." Well, at least Trump is a lot sharper than George Bush Jr., who said America is the largest democracy in the world, when the largest democracy in the world is fucking Asian India with over 1 billion fucking people. It's the largest democracy by fucking default. Though you couldn't call it a democracy anymore, but you get my point. At least Trump knew that. This is all, of course, regardless, Orwellian doublespeak, as Narendra Modi's citizenship law discriminates against India's Muslim minority and doesn't allow them to vote. You know, kind of like the Republicans disenfranchising all those blacks. The Muslims are Asian India's niggers. And this type of doublespeak is in full display throughout Trump's misadministration, in and out of office, because he's still president of the red states and the Republican Party. The most recent example of this has to do with how Trump has dealt with civil unrest. In the name of law and order, Trump has sent in federal law enforcement officers to Washington, D.C., Portland, and Seattle. Agencies involved include the U.S. Park Police, the Secret Service, America's own SS, Federal Bureau of Prisons, U.S. Marshal Service, DEA, FBI, and ATF, all the alphabet soup agencies, through the Operation Legend. Operation Legend was when Trump's goons have made arrests in Chicago, Albuquerque, Kansas City, Detroit, Indianapolis, St. Louis, Cleveland, Memphis, and Milwaukee. We should all be profoundly disturbed when an American president compliments an autocratic ruler of another nation, regardless of how beloved that dictator may be. They are simply taking notes. Presidents with strongman tendencies only need an excuse: economic meltdown, civil unrest, or foreign war, in order to unleash the full force of their authoritarianism. Huey Long was an aggressive and popular proponent of progressive ideas. Still less than halfway through his first term in the Senate, he could have pushed the Democratic Party further left if he hadn't made too many enemies along the way. As the source cited, Sokolsky so wrote, Huey Long never could have been elected president of these United States, but he forced one president, his president, FDR, to adopt an absurd fiscal program and succeeded in balancing the political scale so accurately that he was, after Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the most significant political personality of his day. But he was also a staunch isolationist and an autocratic hoarder of power. As First World War II, and later the Cold War it became, and the Civil Rights Movement all came to dominate American politics, the American empire's populism grew ever more reactionary and nationalist. Gerald L.K. Smith, the man who co-founded the Share Our Wealth Party with Huey Long, went on to lead the isolationist, racist, Judeo-phobic, and anti-immigrant America First Party. Huey Long's abrupt and early death makes it unclear what path he would have taken, or what his aggressive brand of progressive politics would have looked like given more federal power and more time. If left-wing populism continues to gain traction within the Democratic Party, it could become more clear what that power would look like, with or without Huey Long's particular edge of kingfish authoritarianism. But regardless, white populist American leaders all love Russia. I mean, imagine this scenario. In a period of protracted economic crisis, the American people elect to the presidency a scion of the wealthy New York family who appeals to the working class and connects with voters through a new form of popular media. And once elected, he cultivates a close relationship with a hostile foreign Russian empire and its strongman leader, belittling long-standing intelligence on a hostile foreign power commonly, universally perceived to be a dire, indeed an existential threat to American democracy. And as puppet president, he purges the State Department of trusted advisors and installs as ambassador a Russia apologist who publicly praises that foreign empire's dictator and looks the other way at Russia's human rights abuses to point of all-out genocide. Finally, the president turns his back on all the old European alliances, completely supporting Russia's military expansion into Eastern Europe and Asia, bringing about a new geopolitical order. If you think I'm talking about Donald John Trump, you're off by 80 fucking years. What I'm describing is not the much discussed bromance between Trump and Vladimir Putin, but the uncritical friendship that lasted to the confusion of every Russia expert throughout the 1930s and early 40s between that great villain of the 20th century and the man still considered one of its greatest heroes, Joseph Stalin and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. I'm a historian, not a novelist. But for the last half a hundred years, all the professional research and personal experience that would culminate in my new history, the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II, itself contextualizing the Cold War as but extension of the Second Global Conflict, I have immersed myself in history, reading historical accounts, biographies, not to mention spending considerable time in the Department of Defense's archives. One of the books I found most helpful was that you could access would be Dennis J. Duhn's Caught Between Roosevelt and Stalin, a comprehensive study of the 5 ambassadors to Moscow appointed by FDR. In reading Duhn's descriptions of Roosevelt's foreign diplomacy, I couldn't help but be struck by the resonance of that period with our own. And while during a time of great anxiety about America's shifting alliances, it may seem provocative to compare the president who assured Americans that the only thing we had to fear was fear itself with the president who has stoked fear with tweets, the ideological and temperamental differences between Roosevelt and Trump should never blind us to the fact that both entered office under nigh identical conditions and both took identically favorable stances towards a hostile Russian empire. What can we learn from these similarities? And what can they tell us about what lies ahead for the Russo-American relationship? Roosevelt, like Trump, came to power on a largely domestic agenda. Americans were far less concerned with the future of Europe than with finding work and putting food upon the table. Unlike his predecessor, Herbert Hoover, FDR was attuned to this popular sentiment. Some of his closest advisors, like W. Averell Harriman, were shocked at how little Roosevelt seemed to care about the international situation. Writing in his journal, Harriman noted that the president consistently shows very little interest in Eastern European matters except as they affect sentiment in America. Before Roosevelt's election in 1934, the executive branch and Congress had rightfully snubbed Bolshevik Russia. Convinced that the new Bolsheviki government was eager to undermine the American government through spying and meddling via the Communist Internationale, or Comintern. Think of today's hacking scandals, people. They refused to recognize the Soviet Union and even send an ambassador there. This, by the way, did not stop American companies from selling to the Bolsheviks millions of dollars worth of steel and technology for its new factories, and doing so with the tacit approval of the same politicians who lambasted the Red Menace in the press. But it took Roosevelt's intervention to turn America's official policy around and make every man a communist. Russia was more than eager to encourage such a 180-degree reversal. It was isolated by a coalition of anti-communist states in Europe, and its cash reserves were alarmingly low. To feed its workers, it was starving its peasants. The modern parallel to this is the American and European policy of sanctions, which has hurt Russia's economy and caused it to deplete its foreign exchange reserves, which some experts believe might run out by the middle of... You know what? They calibrated that shit ran out in 2017. Now that I remember, the Russians are floating on fucking air, people. It's no surprise, then, that Stalin desired the United States as a partner. He cemented the alliance by convincing Roosevelt that Russia was turning communism into a national project rather than fomenting an international class war. And Stalin pointed to the common enemy of the Japanese Empire, which had reinstated the Manchurian Emperor on the Soviet border in 1931. And it's worth remembering that it was ultimately America attempting their abortive attack on Japan that got the Allies into World War II and on the side of the Russians. But Russia needed America more than America needed anything. With its shipments of steel and low-interest loans, none of which were ever repaid, so essentially became donations. Far more than America needed Russia at all, which was essentially naught but a parasitical monkey on its back. Its road to world power on America's pockets. Prior to Roosevelt's presidency, officials in the State Department had insisted on a quid pro quo relationship. In return for recognizing the Soviet Union, they wanted Stalin to stop interfering in American affairs through its agents at Comintern, and take a softer stance to the Ukraine, where Stalin had orchestrated a genocidal famine that murdered millions of people. FDR could have easily demanded at least some of these concessions. Why did he not even ask for a single one? As they say in Russia, another man's soul is darkness. It's impossible to know exactly what motivated Roosevelt, but it's self-evidently clear that his affinity for Joseph Stalin was more than just strategic. It is known from Roosevelt's statements that he believed that the Russians and the Americans were on a path to total symbiotic convergence. He believed that as the U.S. was moving away from unfettered capitalism toward state-managed socialism, the Soviet Union was moving from autocratic communism to socialist democracy. Though a member of the elite, FDR was at heart a populist, and he saw in Stalin a man above the people, a reflection of his own mandate. He was intrigued by Stalin's autocratic style and admired him as a man who, to lift up his nation, was not afraid to knock heads and send millions to the gulaggery, as he interned Americans he deemed to be aliens in concentration camps here in North America and used them as pawns to exchange for white trash pieces of shit who had surrendered to the enemy. Russia's blunt trajectory appealed to FDR more than the tired alliances of Europe. Just like Trump, Roosevelt had contempt for the old European order. He found the European leaders snooty, clubby, imperialist, and entrenched in long-standing intrigues into which they were constantly trying to wrangle America and England, rather than trusting in the efficacy of quid pro quo diplomacy, ergo sanctions. FDR the populist believed in the power of personality to affect diplomacy. When Russia did not play by the rules, as it never did, Roosevelt preferred not to issue reprimands, but to have his ambassador arrange yet another face-to-face meeting between himself and Stalin, presumably so that, like George W. Bush, he could look into the man's eyes and see his soul. This, more than anything, frustrated the traditionalists in Roosevelt's governments, the experts who, like today, demanded a reciprocal, tough, and morally objective approach when it comes to Russia, our eternal enemy. After the war, Harriman, writing in his journal, confessed, "I do not believe that I have convinced the President of the importance of a vigilant, firm policy in dealing with the political aspects in various European countries when the problems arise." He was disheartened to realize that Roosevelt didn't care whether the countries bordering Russia became completely communized and their populations slaves to the Slavs. Throughout his misadministration, Trump exulted that he wouldn't care if NATO fell apart. Roosevelt, the populist, intuitively understood that most Americans didn't care about Europe's future. We were too busy worrying about our domestic problems to think about the complicated puzzle of Europe, or to see the big picture, that a unified Europe was a natural check against endless Russian expansion in its ceaseless pursuit of world conquest. Ultimately, it took the next president, Harry Truman, to try to reverse the damage Roosevelt had done, but by then it was too late. With our help, the Cold War had begun. For those of us who have opposed Donald Trump from the start, the third most important thing Kagan writes in his essay that inspired me to educate you tonight has to do with Trump's cultic supporters and true American exceptionalism. Ever the American exceptionalism, yes? He writes, and I shall read 2 paragraphs. Most Trump supporters are good parents, good neighbors, and solid members of their communities. Their bigotry, for the most part, is typical white American bigotry, perhaps with an added measure of resentment and a less filtered mode of expression since Trump arrived on scene. But these are normal people in the sense that they think and act as people have for centuries. They put their trust in family, tribe, religion, and race. Although zealous in defense of their own rights and freedoms, they are unconcerned about the rights and freedoms of those who are not like themselves. That, too, is not unusual. What is unnatural is to value the rights of others who are unlike you as much as you value your own. It happens, however, that is what the American experiment in Republican democracy requires. It is what the framers meant by Republican virtue, a love of freedom not only for oneself, but also as an abstract, universal good, a love of self-government as an ideal, a commitment to abide by the laws passed by legitimate democratic processes, and a healthy fear of, and vigilance against, tyranny of any kind. Liberal democracy takes work. That's me talking. The National Education Association published a report in 2017 on the decline in civics education over the years, a decline that has cost us dearly, which is why I provide you a civics education every transmission. The professionalization of political campaigns, beginning in the 1970s, has severed elections from governance in a way they never were before, leading to cynicism and accelerating polarization. Neoliberalism sent blue-collar jobs overseas, and neither party found the will to do much about it, leaving large swaths of working poor feeling disconnected from the political process altogether, ripe targets for an authoritarian. But a deep history of white supremacist paranoia is behind Trump's push for civil war, and deeply rooted dangerous visions of race war are now driving the far right. As the longest sustained period of racial justice protests in America, in all American history, beyond that of even the 1960s, segued from yesteryear into the heat of the electoral season, dark shadows appeared. From the vigilante killing of protesters in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and widespread reactionary defenses of the teenager accused of murder. Well, the teenage mass murderer, in the fact, to ludicrous, laughably ridiculous charges against the protesters, including terrorism, to the Trump misadministration's crackdown on federal anti-racism training, calling it anti-American, and Attorney General Billy Barr's call for protesters to be charged with sedition. Talk about projection. So much for the notions that Donald Trump has no ideology, or for that matter, that getting rid of him would make America great again. As long agone as 2016, I spracketh about why such views were myopic. Trump advances what he advances are core paleo-conservative positions, including rebuilding infrastructure, like he was Lyndon LaRouche, who fantasized about a single superhighway that would connect the world from the Cape Horn to the Cape of Good Hope. Not a bad project idea, but one more suited to the Victorian era than the postmodern age of digital communications. Nevertheless, we can revisit the merits of it at some point in the near future. I would personally support such for reasons I can explain. But aside from rebuilding infrastructure, which never took place, Trump's idea of infrastructure was a goddamn wall. That and protective tariffs. As if the wall alone wouldn't suffice, he wanted an economic firewall. Securing borders and stopping immigration, the whole thing was locked down before there was even a COVID. Neutralizing designated internal enemies and isolationism. This was the Stalinist hermit kingdom come to life under Donald Trump, where we committed internal genocide against resistant demographics. Trump's record as president has been surprisingly consistent for such an erratic figure, with his purely rhetorical support for infrastructure as the most notable exception. And therein lies a key to the current moment. With infrastructure removed from the equation, the most broadly popular position Trump's ever embraced, the remaining white nationalism stands out in stark relief, highlighted in the frenzied push toward violent confrontation around the election and beyond. Dr. James Scaminacci III recently published a report about the long historical genesis of this recent push for Political Research Associates, entitled Battle with Bullets, subtitled Advancing a Vision of Civil War. Now, Scaminacci himself holds a Ph.D., a Philosophiae Doctorate in Sociology from Stanford, and has worked as a civilian intelligence analyst with expertise on the former Soviet Union, the former Yugoslavia, and organized crime. So the spread of social chaos, internecine violence, and associated enabling ideologies is a subject he's familiar with. Scaminacci traces the roots of culture war and race war narratives as far back as the Haitian Revolution of the early 19th century. He observes that Steve Bannon nurtured those carefully at Breitbart News, and they have played a key role in radicalizing Trump's base over the past decade to the point where some of his supporters are visibly preparing themselves for violence. Some parts of this story have been relatively well covered, but Scaminacci provides a much more integrated and historically extensive account of how we reached our present state, his key insights, and how they provide us with a much clearer picture of the forces pushing America toward civil war. And in his own article, he wrote, "I only need to provide you one sentence therefrom, the only important one, really, because I can deliver to you far better an analysis than even he." He said, over the last several years, a narrative around the threat of civil war, and more specifically, a racial civil war, has been growing on the right. Now, here's where I can take over. This comes in different versions and has deep historical roots, dating back to the colonial era. What we are seeing now on the right wing has a long history, a history that is either overlooked or completely ignored. Jill Lepore and other scholars looking at the right have noted that modern-day patriots cast themselves as lineal descendants of the Founding Fathers and the American Revolution, that they are revolutionaries against the existing tyrannical federal government. But that history is drenched in violence and blood against black and indigenous peoples. That context can never be omitted. And the idea that whites are under existential threat from black folks also needs to be put into historical context. Second, the right-wing idea that the federal government is tyrannical is largely the product of white supremacist politicians, both Republican and Democrat, and intellectuals like William F. Buckley. This was the idea that post-World War II federal support for civil rights was federal overreach, was unconstitutional, and that it upset allegedly harmonious race relations in the South and eventually in the North. According to white supremacists, the existential threat to white people in the Jim Crow South came from black folks. Whether children or adults, even touching anything that could be shared with whites. A school book touched by a black child became a black textbook. Blacks and whites could not share drinking fountains or sit in the same seats on a bus. Whites have long viewed any expression of nonviolent black agency as an existential threat to themselves that required whites to resort to a brutal, genocidal racial civil war. One can understand the palpable fear of a slave revolt before 1861, but white supremacists have claimed that registering to vote, voting itself, moving into a white neighborhood after a history of redlining, moving into managerial or foreman positions in the workplace, or being cast as heroes, or even as superheroes, are existential threats. The postmodernized rhetoric is rooted in a narrative adopted from the 1973 French novel entitled The Camp of the Saints. Said novel has 7 key ideas that its critics and proponents have noted. 1. Mass migration is an invasion. 2. Immigrants and refugees are invaders. 3. The invaders will eventually destroy Western culture and replace Western populations. 4. The West's political elites do not have the moral strength to defend the West. 5. The invaders must be physically removed and or violently repelled. 6. There is a difference between the real country and its real citizens and the legal country and these alien legal citizens. Meaning you can be legally a national of the United States, a U.S. national, but racially you're never a real American. 7. The seventh point to be made here from the novel entitled The Camp of Saints. Multiracial, multi-ethnic, or multi-confessional societies are not only unstable, but undesirable, and lead to the balkanization of societies. A view actually imported from the Serbian genocidal propaganda into the American and global right. The main variations within this Camp of the Saints worldview are whether the political elites lack moral strength to resist the invasions, the so-called Great Replacement, enact immoral policies which weaken Western societies to invasion, the so-called demographic winter, or actively collaborate with the governments of the invading migrants to facilitate the invasion, as in John Tanton's network. For those of you who are unfamiliar with that, I'll try my best to see if I can summarize this as quickly as possible. There are 13 groups in the loose-knit Tanton network. And John Tanton was the racist architect of the modern anti-immigrant movement. He created a network of organizations. He was the anti-immigration crusader. And he's died. He left America less open to that which makes us great, because the nativist helped make anti-immigrant politics mainstream. All via a shadowy network shaping Trump's anti-immigration policies. Interconnected anti-immigrant organizations have long sought to impose nativist policies cloaked in neutral language. This is the real conspiracy. The plot against immigrants. The modern anti-immigrant movement was set in motion by a network of groups founded by John Tanton and funded by a handful of wealthy donors, including Cordelia Scaife-May. Scaife-May and her Cold-Com Foundation have funneled millions of dollars into Tanton-founded groups. Cold-Com continues to bankroll these groups, bolstering their ability to influence immigration policy at the highest levels of government. And additionally, according to the Wall Street Journal, Tanton's first group, FAIR, this Federation for American Immigration Reform, in acronym, all uppercase, FAIR, nothing fair about it, has received more than $1.5 million from the Pioneer Fund, a white supremacist outfit devoted to racial purity through eugenics, actually trying to breed a better white American. Now, the white nationalist, John Tanton, architect of the organized anti-immigrant movement we see today, the real conspiracy, the conspiracy against that which makes America great, immigration. Tanton himself was the author of the book entitled The Case for Passive Eugenics. And he helped to found and fund a number of key anti-immigrant groups in order to maintain a clear European-American majority. His words, the modern-day anti-immigrant movement began in 1979, when white nationalists and eugenics proponent John Tanton founded his flagship Federation for American Immigration Reform, acronymous as FAIR, F-A-I-R. And according to Tanton's funding proposal to get FAIR started, he said, "We plan to make the restriction of immigration a legitimate position for thinking people." And the movement took shape in subsequent years as Tanton either founded or helped found other organizations, most notably the Center for Immigration Studies, the CIS, in 1985, and Numbers USA in 1996. And today, these three Washington, D.C. based organizations are this country's most influential advocates of anti-immigrant policies, frequently and disingenuously manipulating data in order to present immigration in a negative light. Their efforts are aided by other organizations Tanton had a hand in founding, including FAIR's legal arm, the Immigration Reform Law Institute, and U.S. Incorporated, Tanton's philanthropic foundation, his charity, which have sought to implement nativist policies at the state and local level through litigation, lawsuits, and support for other anti-immigrant groups. Tanton once wrote, "I've come to the point of view that for European American society and culture to persist requires a European American majority, and a clear one at that." His influence on the groups he established is significant and remains today, even after his death in July of the year before yesteryear. In fact, following Tanton's passing, FAIR president Dan Stein described FAIR's founder as a person with extraordinary persistence in promoting ideas and a gift to the nation who will be sorely missed. Stein also noted Tanton's influence over immigration policy throughout the American empire, saying, "Of course, for John, the big reward was to see a number of the organizations he helped conceive grow into tall oaks. Tall weeds, I would say, guiding and shaping the public discourse in history-changing ways." Yes, Stein repeatedly defended Tanton throughout the years, once telling Rachel Maddow that he would go to bat for Tanton anytime. Now, cultivated over the decades, FAIR, CIS, Numbers USA, and IRLI, they all maintain strong working relationships with members of Congress, state and local electeds, and law enforcement officials. By the way, I'm getting a question about the IRLI. That's the acronym for the Immigration Reform Law Institute, where you get your racist attorneys. And Tanton's PAC, his political action committee, run by his wife, Mary Lou, has donated thousands of dollars to elected officials, including Jeff Sessions, Steve King, Mo Brooks, and Lou Barletta. The modern anti-immigrant movement, which Tanton helped to build, now has unprecedented power and influence. Certainly did so throughout the Trump misadministration, where they worked directly with the White House senior policy advisor, Stephen Miller, to implement policies to restrict immigration as much as possible. Now, years ago, Tanton donated a number of boxes of his papers to the University of Michigan's Bentley Library. Some of these boxes were made available to the public, but as a Department of Defense research librarian, I can tell you that boxes 15 through 25, 10 whole boxes, are closed to the American public until the year 2035 per the gift agreement, in which he plans, in those boxes, are the blueprints for the genocide of all non-white Americans. After, by the way, they are open to the public in 2035 because the calculation is that only white Americans will be left alive that year. That everyone else who's not Aryan American will have been exterminated. and then the boxes can be opened. This makes the University of Michigan a co-conspirator to conspiracy of white genocide against all other races in America. Now, after a lawsuit brought by immigration attorney and advocate Hassan Ahmad, obviously of Muslim descent, the Michigan Court of Appeals ruled that the sealed records are public records and must be made available. But instead of releasing the records, the University of Michigan has instead continued to fight against the release of these documents, which I've already told you the contents thereof, because that would criminally render them culpable in co-conspiracy of genocide and render the University of Michigan a terrorist organization within these United States. Michigan people, bear that in mind. Don't ever fucking forget. Now, the other variation within this Camp of Saints worldview distinguishes the neo-Nazis from all the other segments, whether or not the Jews are responsible for the destruction of white societies, in the thesis that, like the Great Replacement or Demographic Winter, has its own thematic title, White Genocide. It would actually be Judeo-genocide against the whites, so I guess the term can be used either way. The most dangerous versions of that Civil War narrative comest from leaders with paramilitary forces, while other appeals are intended to generate a heightened sense of crisis via rat fucking, which itself is the art of carrying out dirty tricks and crafty maneuvers, usually in the name of winning an election. The term dates back to the decade into which I entered this vale of tears, the 1960s, when a young man named Donald Segretti was a student at the University of Southern California. Segretti described himself as a fraternity rat and got heavily involved in frat house politics. Frat rat, get it? He called his brand of take-no-prisoners politicking, which involved ballot stuffing, rumor mongering, and other pranks, rat fucking. A few years after graduation, Segretti and a number of his friends from USC, the University of Southern Cal, went to work for the Nixon administration. Go figure, right? And there, the story goes, they took their old attitude toward elections with them and continued to do the same kind of rat fucking on a national scale. Rat fucking was originally a private word used by Segretti within his small circle of confidants. It hit the mainstream after Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein wrote about it in the work entitled All the President's Men, their book about the Watergate affair, which then became the big movie, which is part of the American heritage. In recent years, Trump associate and former Nixon political operative Roger Stone is probably the person most commonly associated with rat fucking. As Mother Jones magazine put it back in 2017, and here I read therefrom, Stone's specialty is being a rat fucker, a practitioner of dark arts avoided by most mainstream politicians and consultants. Now, when asked about the term in an interview with Politico magazine, the Evercrass Stone instead smeared Senator Ted Cruz. I think he's the one fucking rats. And in that same Politico interview, Stone also denounced the kinds of tricks practiced by Segretti and his crowd, telling Politico, what was the point? Harassment? That's rat fucking. That comes out of the USC fraternity parlance. I didn't go to USC. Yeah, well, regardless, you get an honorary degree, motherfucker. Stone has been spreading unfounded rumors about his opponents, dispensing conspiracy theories, and hacking into his opponent's private information. Rat fucking, in short. And the phrase rat fucking got a fresh and bizarre new twist in 2016 when Ted Cruz, the senator from Texas who once ran for president, failingly, used it to hit out at Donald Trump. At the same time, Cruz and Trump were both running for the Republican nomination to the presidency. The National Enquirer magazine ran an article proving that Cruz had extramarital affairs with at least 5 women. Cancun Cruz, asked about the allegations, responded that the story was a lie spread by Roger Stone. Cancun Cruz's explanation of the whole commotion included a surprise twist at the end. Ted Cruz telling members of the media, and here I quote his T, "It is a story that quoted one source on the record, Roger Stone, Donald Trump's chief political advisor. It is attacking my family. And what is striking is Donald's henchman, Roger Stone, had for months been foreshadowing that this attack was coming. It's not surprising that Donald's tweet occurs the day before the attack comes out. And I would note that Mr. Stone is a man who has 50 years of dirty tricks behind him. He's a man for whom a term was coined for copulating with a rodent. Well, let me be clear. Donald Trump may be a rat, but I have no desire to copulate with him." Now, Roger Stone has graduated from simple rat-fucking political operations into calling for a civil war, or violence, or martial law. He is an ideological chaos agent. He can help set the narrative mood for the right wing. As Chip Burlett has written, elites know how to write the score for scripted violence. Somehow, the gunmen always know who to kill. In a similar category are the numerous Christian right leaders like Dallas megachurch pastor Robert Jeffress, who broadcast the same Civil War message to their Christian nationalist supporters and followers. David Niver owns the beat on tracking the transmission of fringe ideas to the conservative mainstream. Even a decade before Trump, the ideological lines were all blurring. The Republican Party is fringe today. There is no normal. In 2008, Michael Savage, a right-wing radio host, said, "The white person is being erased from America's future. There is a racial element to the immigration invasion." Then Fox News commentator Bill O'Reilly claimed, "So now it's becoming a race war." Yeah. The Center for American Progress went on to note that Bill O'Reilly claimed that immigration reformers hate America because it's run primarily by us white Christian men, and we're seeking to change the complexion of the face of America. Oh my, oh my. That is no different from Gene Raspail's theme in his novel, The Camp of the Saints, or the narrative at The Social Contract, a white nationalist journal which published Raspail's novel, or Glenn Beck on Fox News in February of 2009, airing his racial civil war scenario within 1 month of the first black president taking office, or a variety of Christian right leaders throughout the Obama years calling for or suggesting a racial civil war is coming, including Tony Perkins, Larry Klayman, and Rick Joyner. In 2006, the Southern Poverty Law Center noted the symbiotic dance between white supremacist groups and John Tanton's hardline anti-immigration movement, as well as the sharing of conspiracy narratives between white supremacists and the Patriot Militia movement. The conservative movement, both the political and religious wings, transmit sanitized versions of white supremacist ideology. The latter is premised on preparing for, if not instigating, a racial civil war in America. John Jackson, a scholar who covers scientific racism, in a recent article half-heartedly titled Going Full Nazi, which should have been titled Going Full Neo-Nazi. I'm a Nazi, motherfucker. These faggots are neo, okay? He asked the question, what is the point of drawing a line between the mainstream and the alt-right? There is no useful distinction to be made. That's true. The angry white guys with guns are dangerous because they have weapons of war. But the dividing line between them and the fourth-generation warfare chaos agents, creating a crisis of legitimacy, is completely blurred at this point in time. For both France and these United States, the historical roots of this narrative go back to the Haitian Revolution of 1791 through 1804. In France, this has produced the Great Replacement theory, and in these United States, the white genocide theory. All because the blacks were able to establish the world's first black republic in the Western Hemisphere when Toussaint Louverture overthrew the French slave masters and nationalized the plantations for the black population of former slaves he had liberated. The first of blacks who defeated the first of whites, Napoleon Bonaparte, when Napoleon tried to retake his island, which at that time produced the majority of profit the French Empire enjoyed. So devastating was the loss of Haiti that Napoleon Bonaparte was driven to sell the Louisiana Purchase to the United States. But both white cultures were so frightened of the power of the blacks, who defeated not only the French under Napoleon Bonaparte, the god of war, but also the British, generating more casualties for the British than they had ever suffered, more than they would ever suffer until World War I, when 60,000 men a day would die charging machine gun fire. The Spanish were defeated by the blacks as well on the Isle of Haiti. Truly, the blacks were capable of anything. And so, the white genocide theory is premised on the fear of a black slave revolt against the white slave-owning society. The Great Replacement theory is based on the fear of massive non-white immigration coupled with lower white birth rates, leading to a replacement of the white culture, the white population rather, with a non-white population, and the transformation of the former bleach white anti-culture, blank as a slate, well, with the rainbow of real culture from the rest of the world, giving color to a blank palette. And so, white supremacists use the more palatable, more sanitized Great Replacement theory interchangeably with the all the other theories that I've been talking about, white genocide theory, etc., and they conflate the twain. But they have different causal mechanisms. On the other hand, the neo-Nazis and other proponents of the white genocide narrative consider any action by black people to improve themselves, to gain access to the privileged white spheres of social action, or to more equitably redistribute power and status as an existential threat. Great Replacement proponents do not share that outlook, nor do Great Replacement proponents, in general, blame Jews for what they consider to be massive immigration. It would be a mistake to see these various white replacement narratives as isolated from mainstream conservative thought in Europe or America. They are now certainly mainstream in Europe and funded by Putin to become more mainstream in Europe. I mean, they're mainstream in America. Putin wants them mainstream in Europe. He's not having as much success there nearly as he is in America. In the right-wing information sphere, ideas swirl around, mix, recombine, and mutate over time to fit changing circumstances. Raspail's Camp of the Saints is foundational to this narrative or worldview. Raspail directly influenced the emergence and popularity of the Great Replacement theory, which is the catch-all theory cited by white terrorists. But Bat Yeor's conception of the problem, that European elites conspire with Arab elites to produce both subservience to Islam and the Great Replacement, directly influenced the Norwegian terrorist Anders Breivik, who was motivated to provoke a decades-long civil war to stop the formation of what Bat Yeor, the Israeli, called Eurabia. Breivik, as well as the Great Replacement narrative, have inspired numerous white terrorist acts around the globe. Returning to the American context, Steve Bannon's principal contribution was to use Breitbart News to mix white supremacist ideology into the Republican Party and the Christian right, and to heavily promote Raspail's Camp of the Saints. In 2015 and 2016, Breitbart was the largest driver of ideological influence on the right. The Camp of the Saints worldview, the Weltanschauung in the German, largely shapes Stephen Miller's approach to immigration issues. Raspail's bottom line was that the barbarians had to be repelled, either by violence or cruelty or both. This infected the Trump misadministration via Trump's immigration policy having been cruel, and as Atlantic Magazine contributor Adam Serwer so noted, the cruelty being the very point. Calling attention to the Christian right's specific variant of the Christian right's specific variant ideology on the theme I've been articulating called demographic winter. This has played a central role in evangelical support for Donald Trump and his goddamn wall. The term demographic winter appears to have come from Don Fader, communications director of the World Congress of Families, a far-right anti-Quilts Badge Plus Christian group that aims to exterminate lesbians, gays, bisexuals, transgenders, intersex peoples, and all their allies as myself. He is the most prominent WCF, our World Congress of Families, official linked to the Tanton anti-immigration network, and was apparently influenced by Bat Yeor's Eurabia ideas, which circulate widely in reactionary and right-wing Jewish circles. I mean, go figure, right? In November of 2005, Fader's view of Muslims in France reflected the worldview of Raspail and other Eurabia writers. Fader blamed the French riots of that year on demographic winter, lax immigration policies, and brain-dead multiculturalism. Where demographic winter differs from Raspail, the Great Replacement, and the Eurabia narratives, is that liberal elite support for women's reproductive freedom and gay marriage are the principal culprits, in addition to massive Muslim immigration. So there you have it. It all comes together. Everything that rises must converge, like scum floating to the top of your soup. What resonates with conservative Christians and Christian nationalists is the idea that Christian, it est Western civilization, is under threat from non-white immigration. Christians are being persecuted in the West and around the world, and only a strong authoritarian leader building a wall can save them. Somehow, some way. Now, survey data supports the fact that white evangelical Protestants hold a Camp of the Saints worldview. According to October 2019 PRRI data, and that's the Pew Religious Survey that's conducted all the time, different types. PRRI is an acronym for Public Religion Research Institute. That's an American nonprofit, nonpartisan research and educational organization that conducts public opinion polls on a variety of different topics, specializing in the quantitative and qualitative study of political issues as they relate to religious values. They're good people. They're on your side. And according to their their data accumulated or collected the year before yesteryear, 78% of Americans favor strict limits on legal immigration. Or rather, white evangelical Protestants. I mean to say, 78% of white evangelical Protestants. In other words, if you want to be a white evangelical Protestant, you're basically joining a white supremacist group. And, of course, 78% favor strict limits on legal immigration. You can imagine what they feel about illegal. 76% favor building a border wall. 69% support at least a temporary Muslim ban. And 54% favor preventing refugees from ever coming into these United States. Cold-hearted motherfuckers. The emergence of the Boogaloo Boys during the pandemic and the Black Lives Matter protests can be better understood in terms of the longer history I've laid out. The first lesson to be learned being that Donald Trump and local elected Republican officials, especially the so-called constitutional sheriffs, have a much closer relationship to the armed wing of the Christian right. Bruce Wilson and David Nevort have been tracking that. The second lesson is that Trump is openly orchestrating armed demonstrations of force against Democratic Party governors and mayors. The third lesson is that it is very easy to take off your camouflage fatigues and put on a Hawaiian shirt and pretend you just got concerned. But not before you spent around $2,000 on a rifle, tactical gear, and ammunition. Journalists should stop being so credulous. The last lesson is that claims that the Patriot militia support Black Lives Matter protests are preposterous. Like what that idiot Kyle Rittenhouse was prepped to say. He said that in his interview with Tucker Carlson. I support Black Lives Matter. Yeah. The BLM protests are not simply about wrongful deaths at the hands of law enforcement, something a majority of whites can see and actually empathize with. BLM is calling for reckoning, a third reconstruction of America, politically, economically, and culturally, in the context of a deliberate confrontation with that racist, violent history. Even at the intellectual level of the never-Trumpers, those potentially most sympathetic to Black Lives Matter, there is a blindness or an inability to confront that larger American history and the smaller Republican Party history regarding racism. To think that angry white men with guns have thought it through is absurd. Scholars and journalists have glommed on to the least important of Richard Hofstadter's explanations in his book entitled The Paranoid Style of American Politics, and ignored his more trenchant analysis in Anti-Intellectualism in American Life, his other great work. He's a San Franciscan. I spoke to him on the bus when he was alive. His book entitled The Anti-Intellectualism in American Life focuses on the epistemological disruption caused by fundamentalist Protestantism. And scholars and journalists also ignore Marty Lipset's and Earl Rabe's use of the concept of monism in describing the right wing in their work entitled The Politics of Unreason. Those old guys were onto something. In terms of the insights provided by America's barometer, the worldview, the Weltanschauung of political monism, or the battle between good and evil. I mean, come on, you know this. Let's get serious. The debate as to how to define populism is long and in some ways tortured. Some scholars apply economic definitions, others political definitions, while still others link populism to authoritarianism. But one attitude has always been associated with populist belief systems, namely what has been called the belief in political monism. The belief that oneness of God, the oneness of God and his heaven, can be achieved on earth, if only the forces of satanic darkness can be rooted out, as explored by Knopf, Knopff, in 1998. Stated more simply, the perspective on populism holds that adherents believe the world is defined by a battle between good and evil. Now, of course, from 9/11 to January 6th, it's been the war on terror that has supercharged the far right. I'll explain that when we return on Wednesday. I've managed to exhaust myself. So, we'll return to these topics on Wednesday with a vengeance, and then from there, go into geopolitics of the rest of the world. By that time, it should be hoped that the power boys, Biden and Putin, have talked each other down. In the interim, God, what can I say historically? If Peter Moon is awake, he's welcome to join us, by all means. And, there was America's forgotten internment that I was just alluding to. The United States confined 2,200 Latin Americans of Japanese descent during World War II. They're still pushing for redress. And one can only pray that they get it. It's, honestly, you have no idea. The idea of Americans thinking of themselves as heroes in World War II is beyond sick. These people are fucking sick. This is like, this is the enemy. And by that, I'm talking about the Red Republican insurgency, the libertarians, and of course behind them, the motherfucking Russians. So, more in depth about the Civil War when next we meet. Gather back here at the same time, same channel, and we'll take it from there into making your day an educational one. Well, where you'll learn about what you would never learn anywhere else. So then, all right, if our man Jameson's awake, let him come on and he can help me sign off. Say goodnight to our listeners. Anything that comes to mind, please share it. Are you just ready to collapse or what?
Yeah, I'm pretty much ready to collapse myself.
Well, there you are. Well, love you dearly. Like a son, you have a blessed day. Good morning to you, and we can hang up the call. I'll just... Oh, by the way, look who's here in the chat room. Shiva Krishna says, thanks. There you are. Hugs. Bugman4560 says, big love and hugs. Oh, bless you. And Vicky Johnson says, thank you, Douglas, with a heart. God bless you, honey. Love you dearly. And love all those who support myself. Blessings be upon you all. Hit them up, votes, and we'll carry forth from here. Thank you for being so supportive. My mother's birthday was a hard time for me, but V helped me through it. So, you know, got a better insight into her thought processes. So cute thinking about myself joining the Oakland Police Department. You know, there's a whole other context there I've got to explain to people. Bugman4560 says, thank you so much. So for those of you who don't know, the Oakland Police Department, basically what happened was that the city of Oakland is essentially all black, but it's got a Chinese minority, its own little Chinatown, that are constantly under assault by the blacks. They've got whites who work there, but very few actually live there. They all lived in a much more wealthy section, which got burned down during the big Oakland fire that happened on my birthday, the one that Michael Aquino claimed to have set to kill people in a sacrifice on my own birthday. And in terms of the big Oakland fire, you can look that up online, find out more details about it, but only I can provide the context. At any case, it resulted in a big fireball in the Oakland Tunnel. It must have been horrible to die like that. And all the white neighborhood essentially got burned out. And so Oakland is very black. And the police who enforce law in Oakland are obviously, quite a few of them are white. There's many blacks, but many are white. And it's like joining the Israeli army and being sent into the Intifada in Lebanon to fight Hezbollah. It's just, you might as well be in the Israeli army and deploying in the midst of Palestine, where you're surrounded by actual Palestinians instead of bombing them from 20,000 feet in the stratosphere or using artificial intelligence to direct your missiles. In terms of the OPD, the only time you see the cop cars is when they're moving at full speed and just sirens blazing and going up at 100 miles an hour. It's not a department anyone wants to be in except for the money, because just for being an Oakland cop, you're paid hazard pay every hour that you're on duty. And then they have overtime, which is at hazard pay levels. So you're making 2.5 times what you'd otherwise be making at a level which is outrageous in terms of pay compared to any other police department. You're talking about like $25 an hour is what they get normally. Probably more than that now. That was like back in the fucking 90s. It must be like $30, $60 an hour now. Easy, $100 an hour. Now that I've looked it up. Yeah, OPD. So when they're giving all the money to salaries and nobody wants to retire because of all the fucking money they're making, and they have all the money paying salaries, it's like when you hire Sylvester Stallone for a flick. There's no money left to do anything other than show Stallone. That's why they make movies about Stallone climbing mountains, so all they have to show is CGI mountains.
Oh, shit.
Or they put him in a tunnel saying, oh, Stallone's escaping the tunnel, and he just show him running away from an endless series of gas explosions. Of course, that's all the gas he's exuding, mind you. But you know, then they say this is an action film, because all they could do after, you know, it's like Tom Hanks, where they filmed him alone on an island. You can look that stupid movie up. He's just alone on an island because once they hired Tom Hanks, there was nobody else they could hire. So they just had Tom Hanks alone on an island. That was it. That was all they could afford after that. That's what it's like with OPD. They have no money left for their uniforms. They're the only police force in the United States that has one single patch on one arm. They don't even have a patch on both arms. They can't even afford a patch for both arms on their fucking uniform. They have the sleaziest looking uniforms in the United States. You wouldn't even know they were cops until they told you that. You'd think they were janitors or something. But yeah, that's OPD. And because of that, what they have is to be recognized as a legitimate police force. they have to have an academy. And in order to keep the academy accredited, they have to put students through the academy. But they're the only force. Well, SFPD also did this. San Francisco Police Department also did this, in all fairness, because San Francisco Police Department is one of the highest paid police forces in the world as well. But Oakland is, San Francisco and Oakland, they're neck and neck and shit. But Oakland beats them. And Oakland, in order to keep their academy running, they've got to put students through it. So they put out these cattle calls for, we're hiring. And it's kind of like Hollywood, where they already got the actor, they've already got everybody staffed, but then they go around and say, hey, we're looking for somebody to play the new RoboCop, and they hold these cattle calls all over the U.S. and have all the suckers come in and act like robots doing the robot dance and make everybody look like an idiot, but they're just promoting the film. Or when they said, hey, we're looking for actors to play the apes in the Congo movie. Oh, remember that? Then they had a bunch of actors, wannabe actors, going around walking on their knuckles like they were a bunch of knuckle-dragging troglodytes and shit, and making everybody look like a fucking idiot and just laughing their ass off. All they're doing is promoting the film. None of these people are hired. That's what OPD does with it, putting students through its university. So it puts students through the OPD, Police Department Academy, so it can keep it accredited, and therefore they're recognized as a legitimate police force. And then when the students graduate, they say, sorry, we've got no budget to hire you. We can't hire you. We graduated you, but there's no budget to hire you because everybody's getting hazard pay and nobody wants to retire. So then the students just either say, well, I went through here. I'm going to wait until there's an opening when somebody dies or retires, and then I'll go in because I trained for Oakland. I want to hit Oakland streets, Then after a while, that wears off quick and they have to get a job. They got to eat, and they wind up with some other police department. So this is what happens in Oakland all the time. So that's the context in which V, God bless her heart, trying to be helpful, came up and said, Douglas, Oakland is hiring. And just what do I look like to her? I mean, I'm 56 years old. My lungs are stapled to my rib cage. I'm worried I contracted pneumonia because my electric blankets have died. I'm complexly post-traumatically stress disordered. It would be like I had 2 wooden legs and she heard about a war starting and said,